Chapter 1, The painting style is a bit abstract. Chapter 1, The painting style is a bit abstract. Abandon personal qualities and enjoy an immoral life, Lu Xian. The dark forest was filled with the smell of rotting leaves. The blood is going forward. The person should be not far away. Come on. Whoosh whoosh. 6 or 7 blurry figures in black night clothes, under the moonlight, jumped like stars and quickly ran away towards the forest ahead. At night, the cold wind blew slowly through the forest, and the lush green grass and fallen leaves rustled. After 5 or 6 minutes, a head cautiously poked out from behind an old tree and took a look at the situation. Isn't there going to be a sudden comeback? What the hell are these people? Their agile movements are like Tarzan's. Could they be the legendary martial arts masters? The one who was muttering quietly was a teenager who looked only 16 or 17 years old. The boy had short hair, a delicate face, a well-proportioned and tall figure, and was wearing a pure black sports hoodie. In the dark and dense forest at night, it would be almost impossible to spot the boy if you didn't look carefully. It was because of this layer of black protective color that the young man hid carefully behind a thick old tree that he was not discovered by the group of martial arts masters in his eyes. They seem to be chasing someone. Never mind. It has nothing to do with me anyway. I'd better stay away from them to avoid being bitten. The crisis is over. Lu Xian patted his butt and walked out from behind the old tree, thinking in his heart. He remembered that when he was crossing the road after school, a dump truck suddenly came, and he had no recollection of what happened afterwards. Where did this come from for me? Lu Xian was a little confused about his current situation. In this strange place, the big trees are so big that they require at least 7 or 8 people to hug them. They have been growing for who knows how many years. Am I still on Earth now? Are there trees this big on Earth? You won't find a place like this even in the Amazon rainforest, Lu Xian hesitated. Suddenly I came to this place from the main road. He wondered if he had traveled through time, and perhaps was wearing a rare. Show yourself, little darling. Abstract system, here I come. Do you want to receive the new member abstract gift package? Fug. Lu Xian was stunned on the spot. He really traveled through time. He called out casually, and it turned out that there really was a system. What world had he been transported to? This system seems a bit tricky. Who are you? At this moment, a somewhat weak female voice suddenly sounded not far behind him. Lu Xian was startled. In this dark and dense forest, the weeds alone are half a person tall. The moisture in the forest, accompanied by the occasional cold night wind, makes people shiver. It was pitch black all around, even more terrifying than the cemetery at night in the previous life. Lu Xian is not a fisherman. He is timid and a little afraid of ghosts. Cough. In fact, if it is a female ghost, it is not impossible. Receive the newcomer abstract gift package. Lu Xian muttered to himself as he carefully pulled aside the weeds and moved towards the place where the sound had just come from. Little female ghost, look at me putting a sack on my head, I want you to help me practice. Newcomer abstract gift package received successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial soul, abstract chi. Congratulations to the host for achieving the innate full soul power level 20. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 conceptual soul ring skills over 1,000,000 years old. Lu Xian's body shook, and a warm air flow spread from his lower abdomen to his limbs and bones. In just a moment, he felt obvious changes in his body, as if he had experienced a complete rebirth. He could clearly feel that his physical fitness had been greatly improved, the most obvious being his fists, which were full of power. Got it. Why did my stomach suddenly start to cramp? I kind of want to pull an ollie. No paper. Lu Xian frowned, tucked his buttocks together, and quickened his pace. With both hands, he quickly pushed aside the last bit of weeds blocking the way ahead. Behind an old tree, a slender figure also covered in black appeared. She was wearing a tight leather jacket and squatting behind an old tree with a pale face, looking warily at Liu Xian, the approaching stranger. Big sister, don't you know that if you suddenly speak in this kind of environment, it's easy to scare people to death? The girl frowned and responded coldly, didn't you ask me to show my face? Liu Xian was stunned, and so was the girl. They both realized that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding. There was a moment of silence. To ease the embarrassment. Well, Liu Xian actually wanted to borrow some paper. Big sister, what are you doing here alone at night? What do you think? The girl was speechless. This person was also hiding from her sister just now. He was easily startled and liked to talk to himself. He didn't look very smart. He should not be an enemy. I think. Liu Xian looked at the girl in the moonlight. Her leather jacket was torn and the exposed wounds were covered with rolled-up flesh. There was especially a finger-thick blood hole on her right shoulder, which looked like something pierced through it from front to back. It was shocking, and blood was constantly flowing out and could not be stopped. If she had been injured like this, she would have started howling. But she just frowned. I still have the energy and the mind to talk to myself in a plain manner. It's ruthless. Liu Xian's eyes lit up, I know. You squat here. You're here to take a shit. Is there any paper? Help me. A gust of night wind blew by, causing the rustling of fallen leaves. The girl seemed to have temporarily forgotten the pain of her wound. Her brows relaxed and she looked a little stunned. After a moment, the corners of her mouth twitched and her eyes looked strange. There's none. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Liu Xian was a little anxious. He covered his butt with one hand, glanced around, picked up a few larger leaves, and ran away in a hurry. Girl! Hey! That leaf is poisonous and very spicy. The girl's reminder came from afar. Grass! Liu Xian cursed. After running dozens of meters away, Liu Xian couldn't hold it back any longer. He took off his pants behind a big tree and started throwing shells, a comfortable moan coming out of his throat. Finally I have time to think about other things. Damn it! I didn't expect a dump truck to come and attack Douluo continent. What the hell, this isn't a fantasy floor tile. It seems like there is no future. Thank you so much, dump truck. Liu Xian complained a few words, then checked his martial soul and soul skills, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. Martial soul, abstract qi. Able to transform into any form of virtual or real qi body. First soul skill, I am invincible. After use, the BGM invincible will be played. During the duration of BGM invincible, the player will be absolutely invincible and cannot be harmed by any form of attack. This soul skill can be used up to 10 times a day, and it will be refreshed at 0, every day. For every additional soul ring, the number of times this soul skill can be used on the same day increases by 10. When one's own soul rings reach 6, the new BGM now high can be unlocked. I am now a second ring Great Soul Master, which means I can use my first soul skill 20 times a day. Invincible seems to be the song sung by Brother Chow in Mermaid. From the beginning to the end, the song seems to take about a minute and a half. My darn thing! By this calculation, the total invincibility time is at least 30 minutes. What a hot man who comes with his own BGM when he appears, what a cool guy. Liu Xian, use my real name to sign up, and I take back the unpromising comment I made just now. Liu Xian continued to look at the second soul skill. Second soul skill, 100% chance of catching a blade with bare hands. It is necessary to transform the martial soul into a bladed form. After using this soul skill, designate a target within a range of 100 meters, force the target to slide and kneel in front of you, and catch the blade with bare hands. Those who cannot catch the blade with bare hands will be killed instantly. After the spirit skill is successfully activated, the spirit cannot be destroyed within 10 seconds. For every additional soul ring you have, the distance that the second soul skill can affect increases by 100 meters, and the soul's indestructibility effect increases by 10 seconds. This is a magical control skill. Liu Xian's eyes lit up. From now on, no matter who wants to fight him, they have to kneel down before him when they meet. Even a titled Douluo level warrior cannot easily destroy his martial spirit. Start by kneeling for 10 seconds. No, he is now a second ring Great Soul Master. Start by kneeling for 20 seconds. If I can't destroy his martial spirit, I'm afraid I'll have to kneel until I die. If I meet someone whose arms are not long enough to block the blade, I'll kill him in one strike. Is this the power of a million-year concept soul ring skill? The painting styles of the two soul skills are a bit abstract, but they are so cool. From this perspective, the Douluo world doesn't seem to be so flat after all. Liu Xian, will single-handedly raise the upper limit of the entire Douluo world. This is really, tie pants. And these are not the most outrageous ones. Liu Xian learned from the abstract system that every time he broke through a major level, he would not need to hunt soul beasts, but would automatically generate a conceptual soul ring skill that was over 1,000,000 years old. When he is given the title, none of his spirit rings will be less than 1,000,000 years old. Even more awesome than Huogua in Douluo 2. Dump truck, I misunderstood you. Damn you, Taro. Very good. Now here comes the problem. What should I use to wipe my butt? Urgent. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Damn it. I was fooled. She was seriously injured, she can't run far. She should be nearby, search separately and search carefully. From the distant woods, voices drifted over on the wind, and then there was the rustling sound of footsteps crushing rotten leaves. Getting closer. Liu Xian, who was sticking his butt out and throwing a cannonball. Got it. Why are you back? If I'm seen by others, I'll just mess around everywhere. Where's the paper? Please. Don't come over here. Liu Xian's face turned a little green. This was no different from defecating a big pile of shit on the street. You can't find me. You can't find me. As long as I don't move, you won't be able to find me. Bodhisattva Guanyin, may the Buddha bless you. Liu Xian began to believe in Buddhism. There are still people in this world that I care about, and I really don't want to die socially. What stinks so bad? I smelled it too, a smell of pig shit. This is the border between the two empires. We are already close to the outskirts of the Star-Do Great Forest. It is not impossible for soul beasts to run over here. There may be soul beasts nearby, everyone be careful. You three go over and investigate. The conversation was getting closer. Liu Xian. You are the pig, your whole family are pigs. Believing in Buddhism really doesn't work. Tension. The little hands trembled and clenched the corner of the clothes. Hey, it seems that clothes can also be used to wipe the buttocks. Liu Xian pinched the corner of his clothes, his eyes lit up, and he quickly took off his coat at the fastest speed in his life. Friction, friction. The grass more than 10 meters ahead was suddenly parted at this moment. One figure, 2, 3. There were 3 figures in black tights, all of them froze at the same time. 3 people. Liu Xian, who was still wiping his butt. Liu Xian, / you guys. 4 pairs of eyes looked at each other for a moment, and a strange atmosphere spread on the field. There's a discovery. One of the men in black was very calm. He reacted and suddenly shouted loudly. Liu Xian was startled and called for people to come over and watch me wipe my butt. Are you guys seriously ill? He quickly threw away his sports jacket and pulled up his trousers. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 4 or 5 more figures appeared around. The figure in the middle had a black mask covering the lower half of her face. She was tall and dressed in a tight black leather jacket that fully outlined her perfect figure. She seemed to be the leader of this group of people. The masked woman glanced sharply and frowned when she saw the pile of olive oil at the foot of the tree. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" the masked woman asked coldly. "My name is Tang San, and I live in Holy Spirit Village. If I say that I came here to take a shit, and you just happened to smell the smell and found me, would you believe me?" Liu Xian responded with a bitter face. "Coming here by smell?" The faces of all the men in black present turned black. "Damn you! Boy, you'd better tell the truth and don't play any tricks, otherwise your death will not be too easy." A tall man in black spoke from the side of the masked woman, with a bad look in his eyes and a threatening voice. "Fuck, are you guys sick? I told you I'm here to take a shit." Liu Xian was a little angry. Is it true that no one believes the truth these days? This other world is too deceptive. Damn it, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. You peeked at my beautiful buttocks, and now you want to kill me? I just accidentally walked into this place. I didn't mean to do that. You're taking a shit in the middle of the night in the deep woods. Do you think we're fools? The tall man in black stared at Liu Xian and sneered, then waved his hand, "Catch him and torture him." Seeing that several of them were really approaching, with several gorgeous soul rings hanging down and shiny weapons in their hands, Liu Xian was a little panicked. He is a top student in high school in the 21st century. He has never fought since he was a child. Now he has to jump levels and engage in a life and death battle. He is somewhat uncomfortable with it. Even though I know I might still be quite strong. Don't, buddy. Liu Xian reached out his hand to stop the people who had gathered around him, and pointed to the road they had come from. "Brothers, you are here to arrest someone, right? I just saw an injured woman squatting behind a big tree over there. You guys arrest your people, this has nothing to do with me, I just want to take a shit." Several men in black who were approaching turned around and looked inquiringly. "Come on, two people, follow me over there and take a look. As for this guy, just kill him." The masked woman spoke at this time, and her eyes, which originally had a hint of inquiry, suddenly became inexplicably cold, and she looked at Liu Xian as if she was looking at a dead person. She took the two people beside her and headed in the direction Liu Xian pointed, and they moved away in a few steps. The remaining few men in black all looked stern at this moment, and leaped up, as if they had discussed beforehand, and suddenly pounced forward to kill. A dagger flashing with a faint green light was aimed at Liu Xian's neck like an antelope's horn, and a long sword, with its sharp edge, stabbed straight into his lower abdomen at a tricky angle. There were also two arrows formed by the condensation of soul power that cut through the air and attacked the eyes. These people attacked without showing any mercy. They all used killing moves to kill people. Liu Xian was angry. Good, that's how you play it, right? You just don't want to listen to me when I talk to you nicely, right? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Do you understand the value of the hook? From now on, this place is called Liu Benway Square." Two platinum-colored soul rings rose from under his feet in an instant. In this usually deserted deep mountain forest, an outrageous song suddenly rang out at this moment, full of sexiness, almost overflowing the screen. How lonely it is to be invincible. Invincibility is so empty. Alone at the summit. The cold wind kept blowing. Clang. The four attacks came almost simultaneously with the sound of the sexy BGM, but when they were half a meter away from Liu Xian, they were blocked by a layer of transparent white shield and could not advance even an inch. First soul skill, I am invincible, with my BGM, I am invincible. What a hot man! He faced his first battle in life with this sexy BGM. You created an abstract scene, which was evaluated as general abstract, and gained an abstract value of 100. Swa. Liu Xian raised his hand and clenched it, the abstract chi of his martial soul flowed, gathered, and compressed. In the blink of an eye, an ancient long sword appeared in his palm. With a casual wave of his hand, the sword energy was cold and leaves flew everywhere, forcing back the 5 surrounding figures. The 5 men in black who had surrounded Lucian and were trying to strangle him all retreated and kept some distance between them, looking with doubt and surprise at the young man who was standing in front of them with a sword in his hand and full of aura. At the same time, a big appeared in my mind. What the hell? 2 white soul rings. A mere great soul master, but how can a defensive spirit skill that lasts no more than 99 years be able to withstand the combined attack of 5 of them without breaking? Among them, there are 4 great soul masters and 1 soul master. The opponent's defensive soul skills should be shattered with ease. Could it be because of the singing that kept coming from this boy? It turns out I'm really that strong. Lucian raised the ancient long sword, and the last trace of tension in his eyes disappeared completely. What a magical power! It's my turn to fight back. Lucian grinned, revealing a row of big white teeth. The next second, the long sword above his head fell with a swish. Second soul skill. 100% being caught with bare hands, start up. One of the men in black suddenly found that he was out of control. Except for his mouth, which could open and close, the rest of his body seemed to be controlled by an unknown force. Swa! He rushed forward, slid and knelt in front of Lucian, his knees plowing 2 deep marks on the ground. The man in black's eyes became increasingly terrified. He saw a sword coming towards his head, but he couldn't move at all. My life is over. The black-clothed man's pupils widened. Suddenly, the man in black found that his hands moved miraculously, and he snapped them together above his head, clamping the long sword that was about to fall down. It was a standard bare-handed attack. You created an abstract scene, which was evaluated as relatively abstract, and gained an abstract value of 500. I'm saved. But now, what is going on? The man in black just breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes gradually became confused, dull, puzzled, and humiliated. He wanted to stand up. But he found that except for his mouth, the rest of his body seemed paralyzed and it was difficult for him to even move his little finger. What are you looking at? Save me! The man in black saw that his companions were looking at him in astonishment, as if they were meeting their colleague for the first time, and he could not help but urge them loudly in shock and anxiety. Save your mother! You dare to peek at my pretty buttocks, don't you? Lucian cursed and kicked him hard in the face. After a slight crisp crack sound, the man in black flew more than 20 meters away with a crooked nose and squinting eyes. He hit a big tree and fell down, unable to get up again. Looking closely, it is not difficult to find that the skull of the man in black is severely deformed and he is probably dead. Lucian was stunned. It seemed like he didn't use much strength in his kick, it was just an ordinary kick. But how could it have such a heavy impact? Am I too strong now, or is the legend that all the people in Douluo continent are hydrogen people true? Before Lucian had time to think, the other figures pounced on him again, but their attacks were ineffective. They couldn't even tickle Lucian. They were all blocked by the shield half a meter away, with a series of clanging sounds. Lucian used the same trick again and chopped down with the sword again. Second soul skill, 100% chance of catching a blade with bare hands. You created an abstract scene, which was evaluated as relatively abstract, and gained an abstract value of 500. The second victim appeared and also did not escape the fate of being kicked to death. What kind of evil soul skill is this? This little ghost with evil all over his body must be an evil soul master. One of the men in black stepped back with a look of fear, not wanting to fight any further. This kid can make a sexy and weird singing voice from his body, and he has a tortoise-shell shield that is impossible to break. Whenever he strikes with his sword, someone will slide down and kneel down to receive the blade, and then be kicked to death. It's like an assembly line, kicking the job to death. Unusual, how abnormal, this little devil exudes an evil nature from head to toe. If you're not an evil soul master, even dogs won't believe you. Who the hell are you? A man in black boldly asked loudly. In troubled times, those who can go against the waves are the bad guys. Even if they are fighting with tens of millions of people, they still live in the face of death. Liu Xian's face was serious, and he said in a resounding voice, I am the bad man, the beast star, Tang San. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Mutual Aid Chat Group. Chapter 3 Mutual Aid Chat Group. What bad guy? What is Tiang's star? It sounds like he is not a serious person. He is indeed an evil soul master. It is said that this kind of soul master has strange methods and is hard to guard against. It is indeed true. Nothing can be done. Tang San. I'll remember you, retreat quickly. There was a man in black who seemed to be the leader of the group, with 3 spirit rings lingering under his feet. He shouted urgently and fled in the direction where the masked woman was. The other men in black also fled in fear, not wanting to confront this evil little devil again. He, you dare to threaten me, Tang San, you are seeking death. Liu Xian smiled sinisterly and chopped down with his sword again. The man in black who ran the farthest, the 3-ring soul master, suddenly changed direction and knelt down with a plop. Under his horrified gaze, he slid for dozens of meters and plowed the ground in front of Liu Xian. Another perfect bare-handed catch. You created an abstract scene, which was evaluated as relatively abstract, and gained an abstract value of 500. This weird and evil scene almost scared the rest of the men in black to death. They didn't expect that even though the captain had run so far away, he could still be controlled by the evil kid's soul skills. Now they ran even faster, and they really hated their parents for giving them 2 less legs. Do you have the qualifications to speak harshly to me, Tang San? He. Liu Xian also kicked this soul master 42 in the face. What he meant was fairness and justice. The ending was still that he was kicked to death. His body hit the tree and his brains flew out. Case solved, it's really the hydrogen man. A soul master can be easily kicked to death with 1 kick. My body density seems to be much higher than theirs. I don't know if it's because of the clothes I wear, or if it's because the million-year spirit ring has strengthened my body. Liu Xian muttered to himself, glanced at the broken skull of the man in black, and his face suddenly twitched twice. You! He turned around instantly, held onto a big tree and vomited all over the ground. He didn't pay much attention to these things during the battle just now. Now the enemies had all fled and he no longer felt a sense of crisis. His state of mind was different. When he looked at the corpses again, he instantly felt his stomach churning and stomach acid rushed up his throat. It's the first time I've seen a dead person. I didn't expect it to be so disgusting. Liu Xian spat out a few mouthfuls of acid, wiped the corners of his mouth, and his face turned pale and blue, looking a little ugly. This world is full of cannibalism. I have to adapt to this. It's just a dead person. Just treat him as a dead pig. It's no big deal. Dead pigs, all dead pigs. Liu Xian took a deep breath and made some simple adjustments. After calming down a little, he chased in the direction where the men in black were fleeing. His speed was very fast, but his control over strength was not good. He could not stop the car from time to time and almost hit a tree. His physical strength increased too much in a short period of time. He was a little uncomfortable and needed some time to adjust. Liu Xian came to the place where he first met the girl. There was no one here, only some scratches engraved on the big tree, like the claw marks left by a cheetah. Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyun, a plot about sisters killing each other. Liu Xian had guessed the identities of the 2 people before. After all, their clothes and figures were very recognizable. But at that time, he was too lazy to care about all these. He just wanted to say OLEGE and wipe his butt to avoid social embarrassment. Unexpectedly, he did not wipe his butt fast enough and was caught by 3 people in this embarrassing scene. Now he has his hands free. These are all abstract values. There's also a guy who ran away after seeing my pretty butt. He must be turned into an abstract value of justice. Dang dang dang! From afar, there was a faint sound of iron hammering. And the halo of the soul skill could be seen flickering in the darkness. Liu Xian's face lit up with joy, he finally found it. Come live! He walked slowly towards the direction of the battle, letting the bullets fly for a while he went to take advantage of any loopholes. Boom! A figure was knocked flying, hit the tree and rolled down. 100 Claws of Hell, Netherworld Stab. Zhu Zuyun, at this moment, do you still need to hide your identity? Zhu Zuqing lay on the ground. She had exhausted all her soul power and had lost too much blood. She was now exhausted and could only raise her head with difficulty to express her unwillingness to surrender. Her eyes were full of cold mockery. Until now, he is still unwilling to take off the mask on his face. He dares to do it but not to admit it. How hypocritical! Zhu Zuyun remained silent, and was not at all moved by Zhu Zuqing's sarcasm. It was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. Behind her, there were 4 figures standing. Miss, the night is long and dreams are many. We should quickly resolve the issue and leave. That evil little ghost is a difficult evil soul master with strange methods. He may come over. By then, there was a man in black who had escaped from the attempt to kill Liu Xian. He spoke in a muffled voice. He was really scared and just wanted to leave here quickly. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Zhu Zuyun turned his head slightly, with murderous intent in the corner of his eyes, and shouted coldly. My subordinates dare not. The man in black lowered his head. At this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank and he found that he could not move. The next second, he knelt on the ground with a thump and slid in one direction. Save me! Save me! The man in black already knew what was happening, that evil little devil had come. He screamed in fear, his voice hoarse. Boom! He hit a big tree on his way to slide, and his mouth was crooked, his eyes were squinting, and he saw stars. But the next second he turned a corner, went around the tree, and continued to slide on his knees. When the burly man in black beside Zhu Zuyun saw this scene, he immediately rushed forward and grabbed the unlucky guy who was sliding. However, no matter how hard the burly man in black tried, he could not control the speed of the slide and was dragged into the depths of the jungle. The burly man in black was so shocked that he wanted to let go and step back, but the next moment he also knelt down with a thump and started sliding forward to tackle. The man in black, who was sliding and already in despair, suddenly felt that he could move. He was overjoyed, got up and wanted to run, and just turned around. Thump! Man in black, the burly man in black was overjoyed, and just stood up and turned around to run. Thump! The burly man in black and the other man in black were playing like whack-a-mole at this moment. As soon as one of them stood up, the other one would kneel down and slide to tackle. As soon as the one who stood up made any move to stand up and run, his body would be out of control. The two of them took turns kneeling down and sliding. How lonely it is to be invincible. Invincibility is so empty. The sexy singing voice came from the dense forest, getting closer and closer. It should have been a song that made people happy, but to the ears of everyone present, it sounded so eerie and frightening. This weird scene made the remaining men in black who were not affected by the evil spirit skill feel their scalps tingling and their backs chilled. Zhu Zuyun was also a little frightened. He originally thought that it was an excuse for his subordinates not completing the task. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that such a strange soul skill really existed. It's so weird. She glanced at Zhu Zuqing with a veiled look in her eyes, and suddenly said in a panic, "Retreat! Retreat quickly, go back and get reinforcements, and fire a signal flare to get the rest of the people to gather over." The remaining 2 men in black had been waiting for her to say this. The 3 of them ran away and quickly disappeared into the night. The 2 unlucky guys who were still taking turns kneeling down and sliding were directly abandoned by them. This sudden change and the strange scene left Zhu Zuqing stunned. This, What is this? Am I saved, or not, Russell? A faint white light flickered in the bushes ahead, and then Zhu Zuqing saw the young man who had asked her if he had any paper before, walking towards her leisurely. A layer of translucent white protective shield was faintly visible outside his body, glowing in the dark night. That strange singing seemed to come from him. Liu Xian walked slowly, holding a strangely shaped sword in his hand. This was a new weapon he had just developed, called the Wolf Fang Steel Needle Sword. A sword was swung out. 100% certainty of catching the enemy with bare hands. Start. The burly middle-aged man in black slid down and knelt in front of him in an instant, catching the blade with his bare hands. You created an abstract scene, which was evaluated as relatively abstract, and gained an abstract value of 500. Pfft. Blood spurted out, and the sturdy middle-aged man in black howled in pain. His hands were pierced like a hornet's nest. That's right, this is Liu Xian's new swordsmanship, the ultimate secret. Eat my wolf fang steel needle sword technique. Who says that if it has wolf fangs and steel needles, it can't be a sword? I'm sorry, my young master Lu's sword is so abstract. The three good young people of the 21st century should have this kind of rich imagination. Damn it, you were so arrogant to me before and even wanted to arrest me and torture me, why are you so weak now? Liu Xian cursed as he kicked the burly middle-aged man in black in the face, sending him flying sideways, and he crashed into a pile of rocks with a bang. The powerful soul sect died. The same kick, the last remaining man in black was trembling and trying to beg for mercy, but the next second he followed suit and crashed into the pile of rocks and lay flat on his back. After seeing my beautiful butt, you still want to live? You are so beautiful. Liu Xian took a breath. Those who saw him die in society were all exhausted, but now they finally felt comfortable. Another 1000 abstract value was earned. He checked the balance. Abstract value, 2600. This thing can be used for a lottery. An abstract value of 100 allows for a low-level draw, 1000 for a mid-level draw, and so on. Isn't it going to be a bunch of thanks for your patronage? Liu Xian expressed his doubts about this. He was a man who had read quite a few novels and understood a little about the various system routines. We'll study this later. Liu Xian closed the system interface and walked towards Zhu Zuqing, who was looking at him with dim eyes. The song Invincible ended. The shield disappeared and the surroundings became dark and quiet again. However, this darkness has little effect on Liu Xian now. He is no longer an ordinary person, but a second-ring soul master who can see at night. Big sister, what a coincidence, we meet again. Liu Xian looked down at the little beauty with a baby face and big breasts and said with a smile. Zhu Zuqing was silent for a moment, leaning against the tree, looking up. You just exposed my position, and now you are saving me, what is your purpose? Of course he raped the woman first and then killed her. Is there any need to ask? Liu Xian laughed strangely and made his hands into claws, as if to press down on the mountain. Zhu Zuqing's face, which had been pretending to be calm, suddenly turned purple, and then red in an instant. Her eyes widened and she fainted from anger. No way! Liu Xian was stunned. So easily amused, do not. I was counting on you to lead me out of this forest and to the Tiandu Empire. Don't do that yet. I don't know the way. I don't know any herbs yet, so I don't know how to treat your injuries. Bamboo, my bamboo, if you die, how can I live alone? Ding, you have joined the Mutual Assistance Chat Group. Jishan Yefan, Qin Shi Yan Lingji, and Douluo Liu Xian joined the group chat. Chat group. Liu Xian was stunned. There was actually a cheat? Whose general is this? He is so brave. Give him more punishment, Xiao Yan. Wow, there's a new person here. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, welcome newcomers, please read the group announcement before joining the group, and learn about the chat group and the worldview of the universe. Liu Sweki, welcome. Lu Xian, don't welcome me yet. Friends, I have something to ask you. There is a lowly girl with a baby face and big breasts lying in front of me, and she is at my mercy. What should I do next? My good brothers, please read my new book during its release period. Recommendation is very important for a new book. I will be very grateful. Please also vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Tang Sangui and Enthusiastic Group Members. Chapter 4 Tang Sangui and his enthusiastic group members. Lu Xian simply checked the group files of the chat group. On the heavens and myriad worlds, detailed explanation of the mutual aid group of the heavens, on the roundness of the heaven and the squareness of the earth, on the stars in the constant universe, on. These are all things that introduce the world view, and may be of great use to people in worlds like Lu Sweki and Yan Lingji, making it easier for them to understand the existence of the chat group. But for Lu Xian, it's really useless. Chat group. Lu Xian, don't welcome me yet. Friends, I have something to ask you. There is a lowly girl with a baby face and big breasts lying in front of me, and she is at my mercy. What should I do next? Xiao Yan, brother Lu Xian integrated into the chat group very quickly. Xiao Yan, I have a good suggestion. Xiao Yan, I think you should take off her clothes, her pants, and then her underwear. Xiao Yan, then pull out the rubber band from my underwear, make it into a slingshot, and shoot at her window. Fight to break the world. At the Xiao family in Wuden City, Xiao Yan laughed GGG and a new member finally arrived in the chat group. The girl named Lu Sweki in the group is like an ice cube and can't say a few words all day long. She is not interesting at all. Tang Daxian is good at fortune-telling, but he is too mysterious, so he can't find anyone who can chat with him in the group. It's good now. This guy named Lu Xian is an interesting guy at first glance. He started driving a shared bike as soon as he arrived. As long as he understands the functions of the chat group, he probably won't be so bored in the group in the future. Ye Fan, is this a serious chat group? Why do I see people doing HS as soon as I get here? Is it too late for me to get off now? Cover the world. In an ancient city in the eastern wilderness, Ye Fan was eating supper in an inn. After reading the group file introduction of the chat group, he had basically figured out what this chat group was. Although he didn't know where this chat group came from, he accepted these things very quickly. Especially the familiar penguin chat interface made Ye Fan feel very close. Xiao Yan, the car door has been welded shut. No one can get out of the car today. Ye Fan, brother Xiao Yan is really good at making jokes. Could it be? Xiao Yan, could it be? Ye Fan, Imperial Jade Liquor. Xiao Yan, 180 per cup. Ye Fan, Hammer 80. Xiao Yan, Small Hammer 40. Xiao Yan, it's my turn to ask you. Ye Fan, come on. Xiao Yan, please listen to the question. Xiao Yan, what should I do if my girlfriend has her period? Ye Fan, drink more hot water. Xiao Yan, what should I do if my girlfriend is sick? Ye Fan, drink more hot water. Xiao Yan, what should I do if my girlfriend is angry? Ye Fan, drink more hot water. Xiao Yan, tears well up in my eyes, brother. Ye Fan, tears welled up in my eyes, brother. Lu Sweki, I always feel like what you guys are saying isn't good. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, haha, it seems that the new kid has integrated quickly and is very energetic. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling at Yan Lingji, Baidu Fairy, don't you plan to come out and say hello to everyone? Earth. In a rental house in Shanghai, a thin young man with ordinary looks stared at the chat screen in front of him with the corners of his mouth curled up wildly. Great! A future Ye Fan Yetiandi has come. As long as I can fool him and find a chance to travel back in time and get a Dao seed of the desolate Tiendi, I will have no shortage of cultivation techniques. I still don't need to cultivate Do Qi. Laying the foundation is so difficult that even dogs don't practice. There is also a Qin dynasty Chinese comic goddess Yan Lingji. This chat group really understands me. They are giving away both martial arts techniques and beauties. But what the hell is this Liu Xian from Douluo continent? Is there such a character in Douluo continent? Tang Sangui was a little puzzled, and after a brief thought, he really couldn't remember such a person. It should be just a minor role in Douluo continent. It's just a fantasy tile anyway, it doesn't matter. I have to find a way to figure out their timeline so I can trick them. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang with a message alert. Tang Sangui picked it up and took a look. It was a message from his ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend, Sangui, I regret breaking up with you, let's get back together, okay. Tang Sangui was stunned, then sneered, I am a man who has a chat group plug-in, do you think you are worthy? Forget it, I'll just pretend to please them first. I can't sleep with top beauties like Yan Lingji and Liu Sweki for now, so I have to fool them for a while. This woman is pretty, so I'll get back together with her and sleep with her. When I can fool those beauties in the world, I'll kick her out. Tang Sangui began tapping on the screen, typing away. Tang Sangui, wrong, you promised to be my girlfriend before the new year, but I didn't expect you to break up with me after the new year. Crying expression. JPG Tang Sangui, wrong, was there something I didn't do well enough before? Ex-girlfriend, Sangui, I was impulsive before, let's get back together, I will treat you well in the future. Tang Sangui, great, I'm so happy. Smiley face. JPG ex-girlfriend, yeah, today is Mid-Autumn Festival, Sangui, won't you come to my house to give me some gifts? Ex-girlfriend, remember to bring 10 packs of soft huazi and 10 boxes of Mao Tai for my dad, and also spend 6 yuan each to buy clothes for me and my mom. Ex-girlfriend, you don't need to bring the others. It's not easy for you to make money. Ex-girlfriend, oh, that's right. Ex-girlfriend, I bought 2 boxes of milk for my uncle and aunt, you can take them back when the time comes. Tang Sangui held the phone in silence for a while, stared at the screen and rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he had seen it wrong. However, those words are still those words. The bloody stings hurt people's eyes. Fuck you, you stinky bitch. Tang San threw the phone away in a fit of rage and smashed it against the wall, instantly breaking into pieces. You bastard, you cheated me once and you still want to cheat me again. You really think I'm your fool? When I practice the heaven covering technique, if I don't kill your whole family, I will call you Tang San dog. Tang Sangui was so angry that he was shaking all over. It took me a while to calm down and I started to feel sorry for my phone. Forget it, it's just a cell phone. Once I've mastered the heaven covering technique, I can walk around the world like a madman. Even nuclear bombs can't do anything to me. By then, I'll have nothing to lose. He adjusted his mood and looked at the chat group. Yan Lingji, who are you? Liu Xian, I want to ask too. Douluo world. Liu Xian glanced back and forth at the names of the 6 people in the group. One of them looked obviously wrong. He started to act like a native. Xiao Yan, didn't you read the introduction of the group file? Liu Xian, I read it, but I don't quite understand it. Yeah Fan, this is what stupid people do. Liu Sweki, I was the same as you at the beginning. Don't be impatient. You will understand it slowly. Xiao Yan, you too, just treat the rest of the people in the group as people from another world. Each world is different, with its own characteristics and cultivation systems. It is the chat group that connects us from different worlds. Xiao Yan, if you have any difficulties, you can tell us in the group. If you can't solve them, please find Tang Daxian. I had health problems before, and my cultivation level was regressing instead of improving. It was Tang Daxian who cured me and sealed the evil spirit that was affecting me. Xiao Yan, and Immortal Tang's fortune-telling is really accurate. I have verified it myself. Evil spirit? It can't be Yao Lao. Huo, I'm afraid you have been fooled. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth twitched. Lu Xian, really? Lu Xian, I have a problem right now. I have a friend who is injured and the wound is still bleeding. I feel that if she doesn't get treatment, she will die soon. But I don't know any herbs, so I don't know how to stop the bleeding and heal her wound. Master Tang, do you have any ideas? Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, I only look at destiny and fortune-telling numbers. For such trivial matters, you can ask other group members. Xiao Yan, I have an ointment for treating external injuries. Wait, I'll find it and send you a red envelope. This is the ointment used by mercenaries in our world. It has a very good effect in stopping bleeding. Lu Sweki, I have healing pills that are effective for both external and internal injuries. Xiao Yan sent Lu Xian an exclusive red envelope. Lu Sweki sent Lu Xian an exclusive red envelope. Lu Xian received exclusive red envelope X2. Lu Xian, thank you, brother Xiao Yan and Miss Sweki, for your help. Xiao Yan, it's a small matter. Go and treat your friend's injury. As seniors, it's our duty to take care of you, the later members of the group. Huo is quite kind-hearted. I would rather be Xiao Yan's younger brother than Tang San's brother. The ancients were right. Lu Xian closed the chat interface. First, he took out a white pill with a herbal fragrance from Lu Sweki's red envelope and stuffed it into Zhu Zuking's mouth. Then he took out a black and sticky object from Xiao Yan's red envelope, tore open the leather clothes on Zhu Zuking's wound, and began to apply ointment. The stinging sensation from the ointment touching the wound made Zhu Zuking groan from time to time and her body trembled frequently. Lu Xian had obsessive-compulsive disorder, so he applied the ointment very carefully and evenly. It took him a lot of effort to apply the ointment to all the wounds. I don't know if it was Lu Sweki's elixir or the ointment Xiao Yan gave me that was so effective, but it stopped the bleeding from the wound and the effect was really immediate. It's finally done. I think I can save your life. Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and looked up. Zhu Zuking had woken up at some point and was looking at him with her eyes wide open. Why didn't you tell me you were awake earlier? Lu Xian opened his mouth and complained speechlessly, aren't you affecting my great cause in the water group? Zhu Zuking was silent for a moment, nodded and said softly, thank you. She struggled to get up, swayed a bit and sat down again. Don't move. Don't let the wound bleed again after you've just applied the medicine. I can't stay here. My sister will definitely come with more assassins. If I don't leave now, I may never be able to leave again. You'd better leave quickly. Zhu Zuking stubbornly stood up by holding onto the tree trunk. What you said seems to make sense. Lu Xian touched his chin and squatted down decisively. Come up, you show the way, we'll leave. You. Zhu Zuking hesitated for a moment, then lay on Lu Xian's back, letting him carry her, and asked in a low voice, where are you going? You're talking nonsense. Of course I'm going to the Tiandu Empire. Am I going to the Xingluo Empire with you? End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Rebellion against Tiangang. Chapter 5 Rebellion against Tiangang. Lu Xian ran quickly in the forest carrying Zhu Zuking on his back. Following Zhu Zuking's guidance, they ran for more than an hour and finally walked out of the vast forest. During this period, the messages in the chat group have hardly stopped. Most of them are from Xiao Yan, bragging about how powerful the great fortune-teller Tang Daxian is and praising him highly. Even Lu Sweki, the quiet ice beauty, praised him several times. Lu Xian felt that the two of them were truly a perfect match. He was cheated and still helped others count money. However, during this more than an hour, Lu Xian did not gain nothing. He roughly knew the experiences of Xiao Yan and Lu Sweki, as well as the current timeline. Xiao Yan has already experienced the broken engagement incident, and has now cultivated back to the 6th level of Do Chi from the 3rd level. At this point in the original novel, he should have almost become a Do master, and should have to start solving the threat to the family market and follow Yao Lao to practice in the World of Warcraft mountains. But now he is still in the Xiao family, working hard to break through the 7th level of fighting spirit. He cultivated back the 6th level of fighting spirit entirely by relying on his own talent. As for Yao Lao, the ring containing Yao Lao's soul had been tricked away by Tang Daxian in the name of suppressing evil spirits, and it was probably still lying in the red envelope at this time. Xiao Yan was completely unaware of this and was extremely grateful. Lu Xian didn't know how to complain. As for Lu Sueki, the plot of the 7 clans martial arts competition has not yet begun on her side. Now Lu Sueki is still a little kid. The great fortune teller Tang Daxian had told her before that Zhang Xiaofan was the greatest evil demon in their world. Not only did he have the most precious treasure of the magic world, but he would also be entangled with a witch of the magic world in the future, and finally he would join the magic world and oppose the King Yun sect. Lu Sueki secretly went to Zhang Xiaofan's Dazhua Peak to investigate, and indeed found that there was something wrong with the fire stick that Zhang Xiaofan carried with him. This led to Lu Sueki's complete belief in the mysterious group member Tang Daxian who was able to predict the future. These two are really the combination of Crouching Dragon Xiao Yan and Phoenix Chu Lu Sueki. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, in fact, these are not a big deal, there is no need to publicize them. I am very happy to be able to help everyone in the group. Ye Fan, Great Immortal, could you please tell me when I can go back home and see my family? Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, my dear friend Ye Fan, when you first joined the group, I told you a fortune. You are extraordinary. Ye Fan, but they all say that I am just a useless person. My cultivation is indeed extremely difficult. How can I be extraordinary? Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, you rode on the coffin pulled by 9 dragons, descended from the earth to Baidu, and finally entered the ancient forbidden land, and took the holy fruit and divine spring. This is a kind of great fortune in itself. You are a person with great fortune, and your future achievements are destined to be limitless. You must defeat all enemies in the world, live through 9 lives, become an immortal in the mortal world, and suppress an era. Xiao Yan, wow, this is awesome. Will Brother Ye become such a big shot in the future? Ye Fan. In the world of shrouding the sky, Yanduin. Ye Fan looked confused and shocked. I am confused about whether I will really be that awesome in the future? What was shocking was that this great fortune teller Tang Daxian could tell exactly what he had experienced. We are from different worlds. Is there really someone who can calculate things in another world across one world? This is too mysterious. Ye Fan, Great Immortal, what you said is too accurate. The experience in the first half is really accurate to the point. Great Immortal, when will I have the opportunity to cross the Sea of Stars and return to Earth? Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, I can tell your fortune for you, but you have to tell me about your recent experience first. In addition, fortune-telling requires an introduction. I need an item that you always carry with you, preferably a spiritual item. Ye Fan, experience? My most recent experience should be that I just visited Xiang Cave Heaven and met my ex-girlfriend. As for spiritual items, please let the immortal know. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, said, Bodhi seeds might be worth a try. In the inn-room, Ye Fan took out the Bodhi seeds and hesitated, wondering whether he should give a red envelope and try. He really wanted to go home. Douluo World. The messages in the group really made Lu Xian unable to bear it anymore. You bastard, you never change your bad habits. As soon as a new person comes, you start cheating again, right? Lu Xian, Great Immortal, why do I feel like you are trying to trick Ye Fan? Are you trying to trick him into giving you his Bodhi seeds? Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, ridiculous. How could I be that kind of person? Xiao Yan, that's right, brother Lu, you don't understand the Great Immortal. The Great Immortal is really accurate in his calculations and has been helping us selflessly. He is definitely not the kind of person you are talking about. Lu Xian, maybe I misunderstood the Immortal. Great Immortal Tang, it's all right. You all have only known me for a short time. It's only natural that Mr. Lu has misunderstood me. But since Mr. Lu has just spoken, I will also tell you a fortune. Lu Xian sneered, I want to see what you can say. Lu Xian, Great Immortal, please speak. Great Master Tang, my friend's world is called Douluo continent. What you cultivate is soul power. You need to hunt soul beasts and transform them into soul rings before you can break through the soul master level. Am I right? Lu Xian, the immortal is so powerful. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune telling, hehe, my friend Lu Xian, do you want to know the future of your world? Earth. Tang San looked at the chat group interface in front of him with disdain. Can't I fool you natives? If I didn't need to deepen my character so as to fool Ye Fan, I wouldn't bother to waste my breath on you, a minor role in the fantasy floor tile. Douluo world. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes. Damn thing, you are starting to turn against Tian Gang, right? It's just that you're not in front of me right now, otherwise I'd let you, a piece of shit, know how to write the word kneel. Lu Xian, of course I want to know. Master Tang Daxian, then tell me about your recent experiences and give me a spiritual item you have, and I will start fortune telling. Experience? An evil smile appeared on Lu Xian's lips. Good good, I hope you, kid, won't be afraid after listening to my experience. Lu Xian, what about my recent experience? It may sound a bit magical when I talk about it. I'm afraid of scaring the immortal. Do I really want to tell you? Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune telling, just tell me. Ye Fan, you are somewhat looking down on the immortal. Xiao Yan, that's right, brother Lu Xian, you should still have offer the immortal. Lu Sweki, Lu Xian, you just joined the group, and you don't know the greatness of the Great Immortal, but I believe that the Great Immortal will not care about these small offenses. Since the Great Immortal is willing to tell fortunes for you, you should be grateful, and don't continue to speak without restraint. Yan Lingji, interesting, tell me. Lu Xian, okay. Lu Xian, since everyone is saying this, let me talk about my recent experience. Lu Xian, it's quite bizarre when you think about it. Lu Xian, family members, who understands? The first sentence just emerged. Tang Sangui broke out in sweat on his forehead. Why did these words look so familiar? Lu Xian, I just got out of school and was walking on the road, when suddenly a dump truck came and sent me flying. Lu Xian, when I woke up again, I had traveled to Douluo continent. These two sentences made Tang Sangui's face turn purple. He was the first person to join the chat group, so he had the privilege of changing his name, but that was all. Damn it, why don't I have the privilege to mute or kick people? Lu Xian, I'm so confused. Lu Xian, not only did I travel through time, but I also suddenly joined a chat group. Lu Xian, not only did I join the chat group, but I also saw someone cheating in the chat group. Lu Xian, it's fine to see someone cheating in the chat group, but there are a lot of fools in the group who were fooled. Lu Xian, abstract. It's really too abstract. Lu Xian, Lu Xian, have seen all kinds of scenes. Lu Xian, but I have never seen such an abstract chat group. Lu Xian, joining this kind of chat group, can you imagine how desperate I am? Lu Xian, now I just want to hold a copy of Zhu Xian in my left hand and a copy of Do Po in my right hand, and slap them hard on the faces of Wolong Huo Huo and Feng Chu Neki. Wolong Huo Huo, Feng Chu Neki, Xiao Yan and Lu Sweki's faces turned dark. Lu Xian, if there could be another heaven-shaking demon, so that our Yehe Yetiendi could also wake up his mind, it would be even more perfect. Ye Fan was puzzled. Yehe, Yetiendi, are you talking about me? Will my future be really awesome? But what does Yehe mean? Lu Xian, damn it! There is only one fire girl in the group. Is she considered to be sane? Lu Xian, that doesn't seem right. Firefighter G hasn't been fooled yet. Lu Xian, maybe after being fooled, it will become abstract. The outskirts of Xinjiang, South Korea. Inside an enclosed stone chamber halfway up a mountain, a naked, graceful figure swam like a mermaid in a huge crystal cage filled with water. The soft black hair fluttered in the water, covering the 3 points that violated the law. The looming beauty was simply irresistible. Firefighter! Does this refer to me? Lu Xian, it's so hard for me. Lu Xian, why do you want me to join a chat group with such low IQ? Everyone, you mean, we all have low IQs. Lu Xian's messages almost filled up half of the chat box, and the message alerts kept ringing. Tang Sangui had already collapsed on the ground, his pupils dilated and he was breathing rapidly. It's been revealed, all the secrets have been revealed. Damn it, why is there such a thing in the group? End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Xiao Yan is reckless and Nai Chi is not smart. Chapter 6, Xiao Yan is reckless and Nai Chi is not smart. The chat group was bombarded with Lu Xian's messages. There was a long silence. No one spoke again. For ancient people like Lu Sweki and Yan Lingji, some of the words are incomprehensible, but after careful consideration, one can roughly understand their meaning. As for Xiao Yan and Ye Fan, they were a little dumbfounded at this moment. This melon is quite big. Why doesn't Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, come out to explain? Could it be that everything Lu Xian said was true? Tuki Continent, Xiao family of Wuden City. Xiao Yan had a blank look in his eyes and began to doubt his life. Am I really that stupid that I don't even know I've been cheated? Xiao Yan, Great Immortal, are you there? Xiao Yan, Great Immortal, please speak. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, of course I am here, don't believe his nonsense, he is just throwing dirty water on me. Tang Sangui was a little panicked. He certainly couldn't admit this in the group, otherwise all his previous efforts would be ruined, and he would be hated by Xiao Yan and the others. Lu Xian, throwing dirty water? You are worthy. Lu Xian, you bastard, you still refuse to admit it. Lu Xian, it's fine if you can trick these little cuties, but you dare to trick me. I really give you face. Lu Xian, chat groups usually have the function of traveling through time and space. You bastard, you better pray that you don't run into me when you travel through time and space, or I'll smash your head into a dog's head. Lu Xian's hands are really itching now. If he didn't know how to travel through time, he would have brought his wolf fang steel needle sword and come to the door to provide a one-stop service. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, your world is nothing but a fantasy floor tile. What right do you have to provoke me? You say I am a fraud, do you have any evidence? Tang Sangui's face was gloomy. He had been provoked again and again. Now that his past had been exposed and their relationship had fallen out, he no longer pretended to be a master. The two have become enemies and are bound to confront each other. He now has to make allies, turn black into white, and attack this time traveler from various angles. His group is more advanced than the other parties and he has the advantage of acquaintances. As long as there is no evidence to prove that he is a fraud, there is still room for maneuver. There is still a chance that Xiao Yan and Lu Sweki will stand on his side. Xiao Yan, Great Immortal, what are the mysterious floor tiles? Tang Daxian, who is good at calculating, the fantasy world is generally divided into 3 levels, high, medium and low. If Ye Fan's world is counted as fantasy, it should be considered high-end. Your Duki continent is considered medium-end. As for the Douluo world, it is not even low-end. The strongest God King level in the Douluo world sounds quite intimidating, but in fact, it is hard to say whether it can beat Ye Fan's world, even if it has just started to practice the Will See realm. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling? Haha, everyone should remember to take good care of the friends in this fantasy floor tile world, otherwise he might accidentally disappear at any time. Tang Sangui seemed to be asking group members to take better care of Liu Xian, but in fact he was making sarcastic remarks, madly belittling Liu Xian's world and elevating himself in order to maintain his prestige in the group chat. Liu Xian, my current world is a fantasy floor tile, yes, so what about your world? Liu Xian, let me guess, you probably haven't traveled through time, and are still on Earth, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have tricked Huo into giving you a method to cultivate fighting spirit. Liu Xian, this speculation is very interesting. Liu Xian, you joined the group more than a month earlier than me. You practiced the Do Chi given to you by Huo. It's been more than a month. It's so funny. Have you practiced to the first level of Do Chi? Liu Xian. In theory, you are just a cow or horse from a parallel Earth. Cows can moo, and horses can bray. You are just a little cow or horse. How ridiculous. Liu Xian, you must be having trouble finding a girlfriend, right? Is the reality that he is short, poor, ugly? Or a fat otaku? Liu Xian, can you afford the bride price, little brother? If not, go steal Yehei's Mercedes parked in Mount Tai. Yehei doesn't want it anyway. Ye Fan was drinking water, and when he saw this sentence in the group, he spit it out on the spot. Steal my Mercedes. This is too much. Liu Xian, you said I was a fantasy floor tile, hey? Liu Xian, but I'm having a lot of fun here at the fantasy floor tile. I picked up a seriously injured little beauty at the beginning. What about you? Liu Xian, look at yourself. Liu Xian's tongue is really poisonous. After all, he had been in Zan before, and if he wasn't ruthless enough, he couldn't even save his horse. It's so heartbreaking, old man. These words hit Tang Sangui right in the heart. He was very angry and furious, but he was really like this now, and what he was said was almost right. Liu Xian, by the way, I am wearing it. The fantasy floor tiles you mentioned don't seem to have anything to do with me. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, it doesn't matter if I wear clothes or my soul travels through time, fantasy floor tiles are just fantasy floor tiles. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, after traveling to that low-level world, what future do you think you can have? Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, you are not qualified to go against me. Tang Sangui was really broken down, and was venting his anger by smashing things in the room. If the chat group was not using keyboards but instead using thoughts, he would probably have smashed the keyboards. Liu Sweki, you guys have been arguing for a while now, it's time to calm down. We are all group members, so just stop it. Xiaozua Peak. Liu Sweki was standing on the edge of a cliff, dancing with a sword in the moonlight. Her posture was graceful, her sword skills elegant, and there was a hint of helplessness on her slightly immature face. The constant sound of message alerts in the chat group made her a little annoyed. She was kind-hearted and felt that once they joined the group, they were all friends. If the argument continued like this, no matter who won in the end, it would be awkward to see each other every day in the future. Ye Fan, you are wrong. If what Brother Liu Xian said is true, then it would not have gotten to this point. I, Ye Fan, am not someone who can be easily bullied. In the Yandu Inn, Ye Fan stared at the chat group interface with a frown on his face. Although he looked like a delicate and quiet teenager, his mind was that of a nearly 30-year-old. He had his own thoughts and had been analyzing the words of the two people. Xiao Yan, so is it true or false? They keep arguing about it and I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Ye Fan, I think what Brother Liu Xian said is more true. This charlatan, haven't you noticed that his personality has collapsed? Ye Fan, if you are really an expert, how can you curse at others in the group? Ye Fan, on the contrary, it was Brother Liu Xian. He said that he was a high school student before he traveled through time. Young people are generally young and energetic. I think what he did is quite consistent with his character. I didn't see any flaws, so I think it is more likely that what he said is true. More importantly, Ye Fan felt that this guy named Liu Xian seemed to know the rest of the people in the group very well. Although he had said some unpleasant things before, saying that their IQ was worrying and their mouths were a bit poisonous, he was still very honest and at least he didn't play tricks. Liu Xian, oh, the future Yehe Yetiendi has come to his senses. Liu Xian, huo, I was right to call you Wolong. Even at this point, you still can't tell who is telling the truth and who is lying. Liu Xian, Naki too. Kindness also depends on others, don't you think? You should go down the mountain to experience more of the secular world, to experience the ups and downs of life, and to see the intrigues and deceptions of the world. Liu Xian, I am laughing at the two of you. Huo is reckless and Naichi is not smart enough. When Xiao Yan and Liu Sueki saw this message, their faces turned dark. We even sent you red envelopes before. You actually said that about us. Liu Xian at Xiao Yan, if you want to know whether it is true or not, it is actually very simple. Liu Xian at Xiao Yan, that bastard stole your ring. There is a soul in that ring. That soul belongs to the top 8th grade alchemy master in your world, a Do Zun Peak powerhouse. He absorbed your Do Chi for 3 years. He originally planned to compensate you and take you as his disciple to teach you. In the future, with his help, you will step by step reach the top and become the top powerhouse of the Do Chi continent. But now the ring has been stolen. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Yan, how do you know this? Liu Xian, don't worry about how I know this. You have to understand one thing now, your chance is gone. Liu Xian, if you still don't believe it, it's very simple. Let that swindler return the ring to you. Then you will be able to see the soul and know if what I said is true. Liu Xian, I bet that the ring is definitely still in the red envelope and he has never taken it out. Otherwise, Yao Lao's soul is not a vegetarian and would kill him easily. Liu Xian, in short, once you get the ring back, the truth will be revealed. Liu Xian at Tang Daxian, you are not going to say that the ring is gone, are you? This excuse is a bit untenable. Liu Xian sneered. Don't you want evidence? I don't know how you are going to respond to this fatal move. Tang Sangui's face was as dark as ink at this moment. Liu Xian's move was too cruel and even cut off his retreat. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 We are all the protagonists of our own novels. Chapter 7 We are all the protagonists of our own novels. Liu Xian spoke with such confidence, unraveling the mystery. The balance in Xiao Yan's heart began to tilt, and he immediately started shouting in the chat group. Xiao Yan at Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, Daxian, can you return the ring to me? The group was silent and there was no response for a long while. Xiao Yan, Great Immortal. Xiao Yan, Great Immortal, please speak. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, you dare to cheat me of my ring, don't be afraid to speak. Xiao Yan, where are the Nima people? Xiao Yan, pretending to be dead? Hey! Xiao Yan, fuck your grandma's legs, give my ring back to me. Xiao Yan, damn, don't let me meet you, a dog. Xiao Yan almost got angry. With things having developed to this point, how could he not understand that he had really been fooled? He gave away his opportunity with both hands, yet he was unaware of it and was bragging about it in the group. Thinking about it now, Xiao Yan wanted to slap himself twice. It was so embarrassing. Ye Fan, the case has been solved. It seems that my previous guess was correct. Lu Sweki. Yan Lingji, ha ha ha, I laughed to death, it was such a great show. Xiao Yan, I feel like crying. Lu Xian, pat the dog's head, it will get better. Lu Xian at Tang Daxian, you fooled me with a ring that went off, but you don't dare to take it out to use it. You don't get any benefit and you offend people for nothing. Why bother? Lu Xian, seeing how sad the young man is, why not return the ring to him? Maybe he will get beaten less when we meet next time. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, get lost, I will remember you, just wait and see. Tang Daxian, who is good at calculating, I won't return it, what can you do to me? If you have the guts, come and hit me with a good network cable. Ye Fan, just stop pretending, right? Lu Xian, tisk tisk, he's anxious, look at him, he's anxious. Xiao Yan at Tang Daxian, you are so good at calculating, I will fuck your mother. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, my mother has been buried for a long time, go and dig out the grass. Lu Xian, 6. Ye Fan, bad luck. Don't bother with this kind of person anymore. Ye Fan at Lu Xian, brother Lu Xian, you seem to know something about the world of the rest of us in the group? How did you do it? You can't be able to predict the future, right? Lu Xian, I do have some understanding. As for how it was done, you should know about novels, right? Or dramas. Some of you may not know what novels are, but if I use dramas to describe them, you should all understand. Lu Sweki, what do you mean? Xiao Yan, no way, brother Lu Xian, do you mean that we are all characters in novels and dramas? And have you read our scripts? Xiao Yan's words stunned the rest of the people in the group, and a chill rose in their hearts. Lu Xian, that's right, but that was the script I read several years ago. I only remember the general plot direction and have almost forgotten all the details. Lu Xian, you don't have to worry too much about the novel. After all, you are all alive now, and you are chatting with me in a group, right? How could I not care? Damn it! Lu Sweki, do you have any evidence to prove what you said? Lu Xian, I don't think it's necessary for me to lie to you. If you really need evidence, you should be able to see it when you have the chance to travel to the world of that liar Tang Daxian in the future. Or should I ask him to send you a copy of your novel now? Lu Xian, but this bastard is probably in a state of mental breakdown now, so he won't care about you. Lu Xian, tisk tisk, novels, anime, dramas, etc. are created based on you guys. If you guys go and watch them in person, that scene is quite interesting. Ha 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 ha, I'm looking forward to what's going on. Lu Xian's words were so convincing that everyone in the group fell silent. After a long time, Ye Fan, now I feel like crying too, accepting my incompetence, Xiao Yan, +1, pat the dog's head, and gather together for warmth. They are just characters in dramas and novels, and this answer has a big impact on their hearts. Lu Xian, cheer up, don't let this affect your Dao heart. I will be guilty of a great sin. Lu Xian, humans are too insignificant, the world is too mysterious, and countless parallel worlds overlap. Perhaps, I am just a character in a novel. Who can tell? Lu Xian, maybe everyone lives in their own novel. Lu Xian, we are all the protagonists of our own novels. This sentence made the chat group quiet down temporarily. More than an hour later, Tiandu Empire, a large border city in the kingdom of Barak. Two figures stood in front of the magnificent hotel counter. Deluxe room. Ordinary room. Deluxe room. Ordinary room. Deluxe room. Ordinary room. No, can you two get a room? If you can't afford it, just go to another small hotel. A middle-aged man at the hotel front desk yawned, supporting his chin with his hand. Why are you two performing here so late at night? It affects people's sleep. Why do you have to have a deluxe room? You are also a spirit master, you don't need much sleep. Meditating at night can replenish your energy. A deluxe room is the same as an ordinary room. Zhu Zuoqing frowned. With the help of Lu Sueki's pills and Xiao Yan's ointment, she was recovering quite well. However, their lives were saved, but now the two were troubled by the money. The main reason was that Zhu Zuoqing was escaping for her life, so how could she have any money on her? The only gold soul coin she had on her was a bracelet she had made when she was bored. It was enough for an emergency. As far as Zhu Zuoqing knew, Lu Xian probably had no money. His pockets were empty, and he didn't have any storage soul guides on him. The two of them may need this gold soul coin to get through a period of time. If Lu Xian hadn't carried her into this obviously expensive hotel, she wouldn't have chosen to come in. Because the bed in the deluxe room is soft. Lu Xian said as a matter of course. Since they had traveled through time, they should enjoy themselves as much as possible. Meditation practice? What the hell is cultivation? Purely relying on plugins to mess up. This is my life motto. I want to sleep, Zhu Zuoqing whispered, but it's also more expensive. We still have a long way to go. We can't waste it like this. Otherwise, what will we eat later? As she spoke, she took out the gold soul coin and placed it on the counter. You could see that there was a bracelet tied around the gold soul coin. This was the only gold soul coin she had. Excuse me. I need a regular room. He actually paid the bill with a bracelet made of gold soul coins. This isn't the only money you have. Lu Xian looked at her in surprise. How come she is a little princess from a big family, but she has no money? Zhu Zuoqing felt a little embarrassed about this. After all, Lu Xian was her savior, but he couldn't even meet such a small request. The middle-aged man at the hotel front desk yawned, and when he saw that the two had reached an agreement, he reached out to take the money. Boom! Lu Xian flipped his hand and took out something golden from somewhere and threw it on the back of his outstretched hand. The middle-aged man's mouth was crooked and his eyes were squinting in pain. He opened his mouth and breathed in cold air, making an "oh-oh-oh" sound like a monkey. Lu Xian happened to let go at this time, and golden light shot out. On the back of his hand, there is a piece of gold as big as a fist. Heavy. Zhu Zuoqing had a dazed expression and wanted to curse at the middle-aged man, "Oh, but the mask of pain on her face disappeared and was replaced by a mask of surprise. She couldn't even close her mouth, and her eyes were fixed on the piece of gold as big as a fist. 2 luxurious rooms, plus a banquet table. Lu Xian didn't even turn his head back, he walked away with his head held high. The contract will be signed next Monday. Brothers who want to get some coins can invest. In addition, this is a novel that plays with memes, so the character of the protagonist may be a little funny and a little crazy. I personally feel that the mental state of contemporary netizens is okay. If I were to travel through time, I feel that I would be like this. Of course, you can also mention any suggestions you have. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Chinese Comics Goddess. Chapter 8 Chinese Comics Goddess Lu Xian, hey, do you have any more gold? Give me some more. I almost had to sleep on the street. Fan, it's gone. I just got one by chance. Fan, why do you call me hey? My skin is quite fair. Will I become very dark in the future? Lu Xian, he is quite evil, but he is evil at heart. Lu Xian, hey is a nickname given to you by tens of millions of netizens who have read your novels. Please accept it, hey. Fan, slander, it must be slander. Xiao Yan, so brother Ye is this kind of person. Slanting smile.jpg. Fan was puzzled. He thought he was quite kind-hearted. When someone tried to steal his things before, he didn't kill him. Instead, he let the guy hit his head against a rock and died. My hands are not stained with blood, how can you frame me like this? Xiao Yan at Lu Xian, what about me? Is Huo Huo also a nickname given to me by netizens? What is the meaning? Xiao Yan was so devastated by what Lu Xian had said before, that he was just a character in a novel, that he couldn't sleep, so he came to join in the fun. Lu Xian, you have a good reputation, you value friendship and loyalty, but you always like to save people at the right time, which is often complained by netizens. Xiao Yan, rescue people at a certain time, what does this mean? Lu Xian, literally, as the protagonist of a cool novel, you will save your friends whenever they are in danger, but it is always at the moment when your friends are about to die, and then you miraculously rush to save them, creating a climax, so it is also called saving people at the right moment. Xiao Yan, slander, it must be slander. Ye Fan, so brother Xiao is this kind of person slanting smile.jpg. This Ye Fan is indeed Ye He, the nickname was not wrong, and his retribution came too quickly in this life. Xiao Yan muttered to himself and at the same time began to doubt his life. Was he really like what Lu Xian said? Impossible, absolutely impossible, there is no way I, Xiao Yan, would get stuck. Lu Sweki, what about me? Why did the netizens you mentioned give me the nickname Naki? It doesn't sound like a good nickname. Lu Xian, oh, Naki hasn't slept either? Lu Sweki, I usually meditate, sleeping is not necessary. Lu Xian, I see. So you are all the kings of the game. Lu Xian, since you asked, I'll tell you. Lu Xian, names like Ye He and Huo Huo are actually funny nicknames given by netizens. There will be other nicknames later, such as Just Lucky, Brother Lucky, and Ye Tiandi who overpowers all opponents. Lu Xian, but you are different, Naki. This is actually a real nickname, a pure nickname that will last throughout your life. Lu Sweki, oh? Is there any meaning? Lu Xian, of course. Lu Xian, to you now, the word means young, cute, and rare. Lu Xian, in the future, when you grow up, the word milk means something big, something majestic, a thin branch with big fruits, which makes it even more precious. Lu Xian, haven't you heard that if you can't see your toes when you lower your head, you are the most beautiful person in the world? Lu Xian, your nickname Naki will last throughout your life. Xiao Yan, in some aspects, it is very big. Be detailed. Ye Fan, very big in some aspect. Be detailed. Lu Sweki, bah. Shameless. Lu Sweki's fair face turned bright red. She glanced at her ordinary little chest and felt that the guys in the chat group looked like hooligans. How could they joke like that? Xiao Yan, what about firefighting princess? Curious, let's eat some melons. Ye Fan, curious, eating melon, +1. Lu Sweki, +1. Yan Lingji glanced at the chat group, and a hint of interest appeared on her charming and flawless face as she observed silently. Lu Xian, speaking of firefighter, she is incredible. She was a figure that dominated an entire era. Xiao Yan, WTF, so awesome. Ye Fan, WTF, so awesome. Yan Lingji was a little confused about this. How could he dominate an entire era? How come I don't know? Lu Xian, let's first talk about how the nickname Firefighter Girl came about. Lu Xian, Yan Lingji has practiced a kind of fire magic, and is very good at playing with fire. Usually, a small flame will appear from her fingertips, which is very similar to the lighters on our earth. This is the origin of her nickname. Ye Fan, it sounds pretty ordinary, hey. Xiao Yan, tell me in detail how he dominated an era. If you tell me well, I will give you a reward. Lu Xian, stop talking, send the red envelope first. Xiao Yan sent an exclusive red envelope to Lu Xian. Lu Xian received an exclusive red envelope in the hotel box. Lu Xian was eating a big meal while taking out a purse from the red envelope and weighing it. It was not light. I opened the purse and took a look. It was full of shiny gold coins, probably hundreds of them. Can the gold coins from Dupa world be used in Douluo world? Isn't it going to be mistaken for counterfeit money? Lu Xian took out a gold coin and looked at it, then fell into deep thought. Is it illegal to use counterfeit currency in Douluo world? Where did you get the gold souls, gold coins? Zhu Zuqing saw Lu Xian flip his hands and a purse appeared in his hand. He also took out a golden soul coin from it. He leaned over to take a look. It was about the same size as a soul coin, but it didn't seem to be a soul coin. Don't worry about where I got it from. Just see if this thing can be used first. I think I can. They are all gold. Xiao Yan, where are the people? Where are the people? Xiao Yan, you won't take the money and run away, will you? Lu Xian, thank you boss Huo for the tip, you are so generous. Lu Xian, let's continue with what we were talking about last time. Ye Fan, why are you telling stories like this? Grab a small stool first. Xiao Yan, small stool +1. Lu Xian, the fire-fighting princess dominated an era, not because of her strength, but because of her beauty. Xiao Yan, holy crap! Shocked. How beautiful does one have to be to dominate an entire era with her beauty? Could she be a fairy? Ye Fan, what you said makes me curious too. Lu Sueki, is Sister Yan Lingji so beautiful? Lu Xian, of course she is beautiful. She was once the fire-fighting girl, but she is regarded by netizens as the only goddess of Chinese comics. No one can surpass her. She has dominated the entire network for several years, and her ranking has never been shaken. She has been rated as the #1 goddess of Chinese comics many times. Yan Lingji, once upon a time. Lu Xian, oh, Fire Lady hasn't slept yet? Now everyone is here. Xiao Yan, we are all here, except for a dog. Tang Sangui, who was secretly peeking at the screen, was almost so angry at Xiao Yan's words that he started smashing things again. Yan Lingji, why was it so in the past, but not now? Yan Lingji blinked her narrow phoenix eyes. She was very confident about her appearance, but now she was also a little curious. She wanted to know who surpassed her. Lu Xian, it is indeed not the case now. The times are progressing, more and more Chinese comics and novels are coming out, goddesses are emerging, and 100 flowers are blooming. The Chinese comics that belonged to you, Firefighter, have become a thing of the past. There are too few people watching now, and your popularity has been attracted by other goddesses. So you naturally fell out of the ranking of the #1 goddess. Lu Xian, like Naichi, she is one of the new goddesses of Chinese comics. Compared with you, she should be considered a rising star. Lu Sueki, who was named, was a little surprised that she was selected as the goddess of Chinese comics, but also a little shy. She was not as bold as Yan Lingji and was still just a young girl, so she couldn't stand such praise. Lu Xian, but the only thing you lack here is popularity. In terms of beauty alone, you, Firefighter, are still one of the top ones in the first echelon of Chinese comics, there is no doubt about that. Xiao Yan, is Naichi also one of the Chinese comics goddesses? When I traveled from Earth, it was 2009. At that time, Chinese comics were pretty average. The ones that left a deep impression on me were King Kong Calabash Brothers and Black Cat Sheriff. It was hard to imagine what a Chinese comics goddess would be like. Is she like the snake spirit in Calabash Brothers? What a snake spirit! Ye Fan, I left Earth and came to the Big Dipper in 2010. So Huo and I are quite close in age. How about you, brother Lu Xian? Lu Xian, traveling to Douluo continent in 2024. Ye Fan, so, brother Lu Xian is from the future timeline of Earth. Lu Xian, we are not necessarily from the same Earth. We are probably from a parallel universe. Otherwise, I would not have seen any novels based on you. Xiao Yan, talking about this makes my heart broken, stop. Xiao Yan, from this perspective, it seems that everyone is from Earth, including Naichi and Dahuoji. Lu Xian, fire-fighting princess she is from the ancient Earth, and her era was before Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng conquered the world. Xiao Yan, what the hell? If we convert it, wouldn't that be half of my ancestor? Ye Fan, the generation, is indeed a bit high. Yan Lingji, interesting, I have several more juniors out of nowhere. Lu Xian, I can't continue chatting. Lu Xian, I was backstabbed by 2 idiots. Lu Xian, goodbye. Ye Fan, no, brother, I want to ask you something else. Ye Fan, where are the people? End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Lottery Breakthrough, Third Soul Skill. Chapter 9, Lottery Breakthrough, Third Soul Skill. After having supper with Zhu Zuqing, Lu Xian yawned, closed the chat interface, and the two returned to their respective rooms. There were a lot of things that happened tonight, including time travel, fighting, and then a battle of wits and courage with the charlatan in the chat group. He also ran for most of the night carrying Zhu Zuqing on his back. Lu Xian felt a little tired, the kind of tiredness that was both physically and mentally exhausted. He even felt that everything that happened today was a little unreal and too bizarre. He wondered if it was just his imagination before he was hit to death by the dump truck. Fortunately, the comfort of soaking in the bathtub and the relaxation of all the cells in his body allowed Lu Xian to regain a sense of the real world. He opened the system's lottery interface. Draw a prize before bed. Have sweet dreams tonight. The lottery interface is a square pattern, which is divided into 4 horizontal and vertical rows with a total of 100 grids, connected end to end. There is a question mark on each grid, which looks a bit like the slot machine that Lu Xian played when he was a child. Lottery rules: among the 100 unknown squares there must be 1 golden legendary flash grand prize, 9 silver flash small prizes, and 90 non-flash consolation prizes. When all 100 grids are drawn, the prize pool will be refreshed, or when the golden flash of the current prize pool is drawn, the prize pool will be refreshed. The lottery rules look so familiar. Lu Xian was too tired to complain. So if you draw 10 times, you might get a silver flash, but if you draw all the flashes, you will definitely get a gold legend. I seem to feel the fear of being dominated by Nongpi and Yuanpi again. Lu Xian silently pressed the intermediate lottery button. 1000 abstract value is deducted. A halo of light began to jump on each square in sequence. Let's start the train. Lu Xian. It's the taste of slot machines from childhood, for sure. Since there was a question mark in each square, no one knew what the reward was, but Lu Xian was very calm. It was his first time drawing a lottery, so he didn't have much hope and just treated it as a pastime. The halo went from slow to fast, and then from fast to slow. The little train went around and around on the 100 grids, and finally stopped in a small grid in a corner. The small grid hit by the halo suddenly enlarged, occupying half of the screen, expanding and shrinking, back and forth for several times, but no reward was given. Keep people in suspense and arouse their emotions. Lu Xian had a blank expression on his face and even felt like laughing. What kind of abstract system was this? Can you hurry up? These tricks are just leftovers from the penguins. You still want to provoke me? I've been abused so many times that I've already learned to remain calm. Shit. The lottery interface burst into golden light. Fireworks exploded on the screen, golden legend. Lu Xian widened his eyes. 100 draws, 1 shot to the target. Lu Xian was stunned for a long time, then came back to his senses and talked to himself. Am I the European Emperor? Congratulations on winning the Golden Flash Grand Prize in the current prize pool and receiving a 10-level soul power increase reward. Intermediate prize pool has been refreshed. Forward. Golden legend. That's it. The excitement that had just risen in his heart was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, and the excited expression on Liu Xian's face froze. At this moment, a soul power much stronger than before suddenly surged out from the lower abdomen and flowed into the meridians of the limbs and bones. A tingling and numb feeling came from all parts of the body. The feeling of having a strengthened body is so refreshing that it is indescribable. All the fatigue in the body is swept away at this moment, as if every cell is filled with energy. The host's soul power has been detected to have reached level 30. The third soul ring reward has been issued. The third million-year-old and above concept soul skills are being automatically generated. Third soul skill, yay, generation completed. As expected, it is impossible to practice, and the best way is to be bad. You see, I won a prize by playing badly and increased my level by 10. Now I have become a soul master. Cultivation is so easy. 2.5 years of hard training is far less satisfying than a single deep blue point. Liu Xian checked the ability of the third soul skill. The third soul skill, Yashalol. Designate a target within 100 meters and shout the soul spell, Ashit La Le. The designated person will refresh the Oligay in his mouth. For every additional soul ring, the influence distance of the third soul skill will increase by 100 meters. When shouting out the soul spell, you can add an extra ya in front of the soul spell. For every additional ya added, Oligay will be strengthened once, increasing the size of Oligay by twice. When it reaches 3 soul rings, shout out the soul spell and the designated object will definitely make chewing movements. When 6 soul rings are reached, shout the soul spell Shidalol, and the designated target will definitely make chewing and swallowing movements. Liu Xian. What a shocking soul skill! The introduction to soul skills is quite long, but it is actually very easy to understand. To sum up, he can now make people eat Oligay within 300 meters. Every time he shouts the soul spell, if he adds an ah, the size of the Oligay will double. When he shouts ah 3 times, the designated person will definitely make the action of chewing Oligay. System, are you serious? What kind of abstract soul skill is this? Liu Xian almost vomited just thinking about that disgusting scene. That's not right. I'm not the one in trouble. Why should I care about them? Liu Xian realized it. This soul skill is amazing. He is now invincible in defense and has no shortage of defensive abilities. As for physical attacks, you can use the second soul skill to catch the blade with bare hands, and then make up for it with the big footprint on the face. In terms of spiritual attack, which was lacking, now we have it, don't we? Let me ask you, he is fighting with the enemy, and then a piece of sugar is suddenly stuffed into the enemy's mouth. Can the enemy still maintain his sanity? If such a great person really exists, Liu Xian is willing to admit defeat and call him the strongest. Okay, now all I need is an area attack skill, and I'll be complete. I hope that the fourth soul skill can provide a group attack. Liu Xian continued to draw the lottery. I'm so lucky today, there's no reason not to continue. With 1000 abstraction value is deducted. Let's start the train. Congratulations on winning the consolation prize, a large box of Durex. Liu Xian looked at the large box of Durex that appeared in front of him with a dazed expression. There must be tens of thousands of them? Fuck, what's the use of giving me this thing? Give me so much. Liu Xianren was numb. Wait, it seems to be useful. As a good citizen with excellent mental state in the 21st century, Liu Xian discovered a business opportunity. I can just give all these Durex to Huo. This kid has a market at home and a distribution channel. I am contributing to the family planning of Dupa world. It has been happily decided. I will throw it to Huo-san tomorrow. There are only 600 abstract points left, which is not enough to continue the intermediate lottery. Liu Xian clicked on the primary lottery. Let's start the train. This sound feels so abstract no matter how many times I hear it. Lu Xian stared at the lottery interface speechlessly. The small squares hit by the halo enlarged, jumped, and suddenly lit up with golden light. Golden Legend. Another round of cannon salutes rang out on the screen. Congratulations on winning the Golden Flash Grand Prize in the current prize pool and obtaining the Tianling Yunshan. The primary prize pool has been refreshed. What the hell? Another withdrawal. Am I really the Emperor of Europe? Lu Xian was surprised and confused. It seemed that his luck in the past was just average. He had never picked up money very often since he was a child. Could it be that the first draw of each tier of the prize pool will reveal a golden legend? The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. Even if he was European Emperor, he still knew who he was. The first draws for the intermediate and elementary levels were all golden legends. This kind of low probability event was okay if it happened once, as it could be said that it was a blind cat catching a dead mouse, but it was a bit abnormal if it happened twice in a row. It seems I have to save up some abstract points. If I save up 10,000 abstract points and then draw a high-level lottery, I can verify whether this conjecture is correct. Glancing at the remaining 500 abstract values, Lu Xian decided to save them first and closed the system lottery interface. He took out the reward he had just received and examined it. The appearance is a red silk ribbon that is 3 fingers wide and more than 1 meter long. Tianling Yunshan, a magical weapon that has lost its divinity. If it is nurtured with energy for a long time, it may revive its divinity. Long-term wearing has the effect of nurturing the body and can be transformed into clothing. Magic weapon. In the Douluo world, this is really a rare thing. The red ribbon was glowing faintly, having already recognized its owner. When it was taken out, it automatically wrapped around Lu Xian's palm. Lu Xian stood up, stepped out of the bathtub, and had an idea. The Tianling spirit on his palm danced around him like a dragon, and in the halo of light, it had transformed into a black sportswear. This function is great. It makes it easy to put on clothes. I don't have to buy new clothes anymore. I can wear whatever I want. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Ye Fan, you want to catch me making medicine? Chapter 10 Ye Fan, you want to catch me making medicine. The next day. The sun rises, and golden light covers the earth. Lu Xian went out to get an identity certificate, and then went to the Wuhan branch hall with Zhu Zuqing to collect the Soul Master subsidy. With money in their pockets, they were not in a hurry to do things, and the two of them finally became more confident. Lu Xian rented a carriage, slowly drove out of the border city, and slowly drove towards the inland of the Tiandu Empire. Tuqi Continent, the back mountain of Xiao family in Wudin City. This place has now become Xiao Yan's private base. It is surrounded by lush vegetation and beautiful scenery. It is also quiet enough and undisturbed. Xiao Yan would come here whenever he had nothing to do, as it would be convenient for him to practice his fighting spirit and to play with the group at the same time. When he is in the group chat, some messages make it easy for him to lose control of his facial expressions. Here he can let himself go without worrying about being suspected by his family of having a mental problem. Xiao Yan, good morning, everyone. Xiao Yan, this is a new day that I am looking forward to. From today on, I will have fellow villagers to chat with me in the group. It's so comfortable. Ye Fan, Brother Kadayan, good morning. Xiao Yan was stabbed as soon as he came online and he immediately fought back. Xiao Yan, Brother Ye, good morning. Lu Xian, are you two starting now? Ye Fan at Lu Xian, Brother Lu, I finally waited for you. Ye Fan, do you know how I spent last night? Lu Xian, did you direct it all night? Yanduin. Ye Fan was eating his breakfast in big mouthfuls, and he blurted out when he saw this sentence. What the hell, you've been directing me all night, can you be serious? There are girls in the group, is this really okay with you? Xiao Yan, boys need to know how to control themselves. Squinting smile.jpg. Xiao Yan is professional when it comes to finishing off the enemy, especially finishing off Yehei's enemies. Lu Sweki, what are you talking about? Lu Xian, this is Yetiendi's private secret, little girl, stop asking about adults' affairs. Ye Fan's face turned dark. Now you are not calling me Yehei anymore, but Yetiendi instead? Tiendi directs one night, which is more interesting, right? Fortunately, the two girls in the group probably didn't understand what this meant. Lu Sweki, fellow deist Lu Xian, you don't seem to be much older than me. Lu Xian, to be honest, although I am not very old, I can still be very wealthy. Yan Lingji, interesting, take it out and let me see. Xiao Yan, I'm still a child. Ye Fan, can we be human beings? Lu Xian, no more joking, let's talk business. I also had some questions I didn't ask last night. This fire starter girl is a bit fierce, and Lu Xian can hardly handle it. Ye Fan, then why did you log off and run away in one go? Lu Xian, I am not like you and Huo, one is being chased and running around every day, and the other has to work hard for the 3-year agreement. I came here to enjoy life, sleep when I need to, and I don't have any pressure. Xiao Yan, I feel jealous. Ye Fan, I feel jealous. At this moment, Ye Fan and Xiao Yan both felt like they had eaten a huge lemon and felt a little uncomfortable. This is what we call time travel. Lu Xian, before we get down to business, Huo, let's do some business. It's something good that you don't have over there. Xiao Yan, what good stuff? Lu Xian sent an exclusive red envelope to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan received an exclusive red envelope. At the back mountain of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan looked at the large cardboard box in front of him, which was filled with Durex. He immediately took a breath of cold air. It was so terrifying. Xiao Yan, what the hell? Why are there so many condoms? Your family doesn't produce these, does it? No, this is something from Earth. Where did you get it? Lu Xian, don't worry about it. Just tell me if this thing can be exchanged for a storage ring. Xiao Yan, it's no problem to change to a storage ring. If the space doesn't need to be very large, I think there will be a lot of extra space left. Lu Xian, just the normal size will do, the extra is yours. Xiao Yan, the boss is generous. Ye Fan, what condom? What ring? Xiao Yan, ahem. Keep it a secret. Lu Xian, stop, let's talk business next. Lu Xian and Xiao Yan couldn't afford to lose face with that person, so they talked about selling condoms in the group, one supplying and the other selling. It was too abstract, and the two of them had a tacit understanding and didn't need to say more. Lu Xian at Xiao Yan, you joined this mutual aid chat group quite early. Have you ever performed any tasks in the chat group? Xiao Yan, mission? I haven't received one. As of now, the chat group seems to only have a chat function. Lu Xian, something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Lu Xian, as far as I know, as long as the chat group has the word mutual assistance in it, it must require group members to go to each other's world to perform various tasks, such as helping in battle. Ye Fan's eyes lit up. There was such a good thing? He was being hunted by the Zhang family's knights all over the world and had to hide in a city with a large flow of people. If he could get help from the group, could he come back and kill them? So the question is, can the people in the group defeat the Zhang family knights? Lu Xian, I see. Maybe your script is still at the beginning of the plot, and there are no decent problems or crises, so the chat group task cannot be triggered. Ye Fan, are you kidding me? I am being chased all over the world. Is this not considered a crisis? Lu Xian, maybe it's not a life or death crisis yet. Lu Xian, how about Yehei? why don't you try to die in front of those guys who are chasing you, and see if you can trigger the mutual assistance task in the chat group? Is this any different from asking me to die? Ye Fan, thank you so much for your suggestion. Lu Xian, it doesn't matter if you don't go. Anyway, you will definitely encounter a great opportunity in the near future. Maybe then you can verify the truth of my guess. Big opportunity, verify authenticity? Are you sure it's not a life or death crisis? Ye Fan, I want to ask, is this opportunity to verify the truth serious? Lu Xian, quite serious. You will be caught by an old immortal, and then used as the main medicine. He will lock you in a cauldron and refine a great medicine for prolonging life with other spiritual medicines. Ye Fan. Lu Sweki, there is actually a demon who uses living people to make medicine? This is truly a heinous crime. Xiao Yan, is this true? This makes my hair stand on end. I even start to sympathize with brother Ye He. Ye Fan, really? Ye Fan, it really couldn't be more true. Ye Fan, damn it, there really is an old immortal in front of me now, brother Lu, you are such a bad-mouthed person. Yan Duin. Ye Fan looked at Elder Han who suddenly appeared across the table and was so shocked that he almost overturned the dining table. It's true that we meet everywhere in life. Elder Han of Lingxia Dongtian, who was skinny and had long grey hair covering his face, smiled grimly. It seems we are destined to be together. I am looking for you. Elder Han's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, his flesh and blood had dried up, and only a little old skin remained, which looked very scary. Ye Fan pretended to be calm and said, I wonder what Elder Han wants to see me about. Ye Fan at Lu Xian, help. Xiao Yan, what is the other party's cultivation level? Is he very powerful? Lu Sweki, it is our duty to eliminate demons and defend the Dao. It is a pity that I cannot reach Daoist Ye Fan's world, otherwise Sweki would definitely help me. I have prepared endless elixirs for you, but I have never been able to find you. Do you not want to meet you again here? Elder Han smiled sinisterly, making Ye Fan's scalp tingle. This old immortal is really planning to catch me to make medicine. Ye Fan at Lu Xian, brother Lu, this old immortal really wants to use me to make medicine. Ye Fan, save me. Lu Xian, look at what you have accomplished. Lu Xian, why panic? Just be at ease when he captures you. You won't die anyway. Instead, you can take advantage of the time when you are locked in the cauldron to make medicine and eat all the spiritual medicines that old immortal has collected with great difficulty. Then you can kill him with a surprise attack and break through the life fountain. I remember the plot is like this. Ye Fan. Ye Fan, even if you say that, I'm still very panicked. Tang Daxian, who is good at predicting things, are you sure that the plot will develop as planned? Who knows, if something unexpected happens, Ye Fan will really be refined. He. Xiao Yan, you bastard, you are still talking nonsense here, you better pray that I don't run into you, or I will skin you alive. Lu Xian, not only is he a dog, he also has no brains. Lu Xian, do you really think that Ye Fan's future incarnation in the sacrificial way is a vegetarian? A mere cultivator of the Will Sea Bridge, even if he is wiped out across the long river of time, will not cause any impact. Ye Fan, the future body of the sacrificial Dao? What does this mean? Lu Xian, anyway, everyone in the group has died, and you can't die either. In the future, you will surpass the great Emperor of Humanity and the immortal Emperor of Immortal Dao, standing at the end of the long river of time, overlooking eternity, and can make a move on the past timeline, so the future you will not let the present you get into trouble. If there is a real crisis, the future you will take action, and at most you will suffer a little. Xiao Yan, the long river of time, overlooking eternity, what kind of existence is that? It's a bit hard to understand. Lu Xian, with just one look, your Duqi continent will collapse completely, without leaving even a single piece of debris. Xiao Yan. Lu Xian at Yafan, even if your future incarnation doesn't take action, it doesn't matter. In fact, there is still an unparalleled emperor in the world who has a close relationship with you. She won't let you die easily. Lu Xian, that unparalleled emperor is now sleeping in the ancient forbidden land. You are a flower similar to her brother hundreds of thousands of years later. You can understand similar flowers as reincarnations. Although there is no reincarnation in your world, you are not actually a reincarnation, but that emperor thinks you might be one, which is something you can use. Lu Xian, in addition, you will take the 9 dragons coffin from Earth to Baidu, which is also the masterpiece of the unparalleled emperor in the ancient forbidden land. She wanted to find her brother, so she sent you on the bus of the 9 dragons coffin. Yafan. Yafan, the news is too explosive, please let me take it easy. In the inn, Yafan's expression changed continuously, from panic to confusion, realization, surprise, and finally he became extremely calm and calmly finished the last meat bun on the table. It turns out that I have such a strong backing, then what on earth do I have to be afraid of? After knowing many things, Yafan was not so panicked. He even had his eyes on Elder Han's elixir in his mind, hoping to use it to break through the fountain of life. I heard that you wanted to catch me making medicine. Do you understand the value of my background? I, Yafan, am the future incarnation of the immortal emperor and the peerless emperor. I am protected by these 2 big guys together. Do you understand? You want to catch me making medicine, right? Come on, torture me. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, No Sensationalism in the Group. Chapter 11, No Sensationalism in the Group. The sinister smile on Elder Han's face froze. At this moment, I was a little confused. This kid was obviously panicking just now, why is he suddenly so calm now, looking so fearless? Judging from his expression, he seems a little impatient, frightened, or is there any backup plan? Elder Han was somewhat confused and doubtful. Are you going to leave or not? Yafan urged, and instead of retreating, he moved forward and wanted to grab Elder Han's arm to tell him to hurry up. He couldn't wait to get into the cauldron and eat the elixir, so why were you still hesitating? Elder Han was frightened by Yafan's action, and his figure retreated more than 10 meters away. Yafan. It turns out that when I am not panicking, it is others who are panicking. Yafan, you may not believe me, but I scared that old man. Lu Xian? Lu Xian, no, what did you do? Yafan, I asked him to capture me and make medicine. Lu Xian, just say it directly. Yafan, what else? Xiao Yan. Lu Sweki. Ji Yanling. Lu Xian, not a buddy? Lu Xian, isn't that too purposeful? Lu Xian, even if you really want to take the elixir to break through, you should still pretend to be scared. Yafan, I didn't expect him to be so timid. After all, there is such a huge gap between his and my strength. Who knew he would be so cowardly? Yafan, it's okay, it can still be saved, time to play the emperor. In the restaurant, Yafan and Elder Han looked at each other for a moment, then Yafan suddenly kicked the dining table away and threw it towards Elder Han. He then flipped over and jumped out of the window, trying to escape into the distance. Humph! Elder Han's eyes turned cold, and he shattered the wooden table into sawdust with a wave of his hand. He stretched out his dry palm like a chicken claw, and just as Yafan jumped off the restaurant and had not run a few steps, he was forcibly detained back, his shoulders were held down, and his power was sealed. I was so thoughtful. I almost got fooled by you. It's a pity that the strength is still a little lacking. A sinister smile returned to Elder Han's wrinkled face. Damn it, you old bastard, you old immortal, you dare to use living people as medicine, even your fellow disciples will never tolerate you, you will definitely be punished by heaven. Yafan struggled hard and cursed loudly. Elder Han narrowed his eyes in satisfaction upon seeing this. Yes, yes, that's it, this is the right taste, I was pretending before and almost scared him. No one will know this. It's time for us to get going. Elder Han lifted Ye Fan's shoulders and flew away on a rainbow in an instant. Ye Fan, what a pity, no one gave me an Oscar. Ye Fan, with a little trick, the mission is accomplished. I have been successfully captured by the old immortal. The old immortal is taking me to get spiritual medicine from an old friend of his. I should be able to enjoy a spiritual medicine feast soon. Lu Xian, 666. Xiao Yan, brother Ye, you are really gambling with your life just to improve your strength. Ye Fan, I can't escape anyway, so why not give it a try? Besides, didn't brother Lu Xian say that I have a strong backstage? Of course I have to make good use of it. After all, the amount of resources I need for cultivation is ridiculous. Ye Fan, speaking of which, compared to the me in the drama and novel, I am lucky now, right? Not only do I have brother Lu Xian to help me with my plans, but I also have all of you. Although I can't see you, I'm not too lonely. Ye Fan, haha, if it was me in the novel, isolated and helpless, I would probably be scared to death at this moment. Ye Fan at Lu Xian, brother Lu Xian, it's great to have you. Lu Xian, no more sensationalism. I'm about to vomit. Lu Sweki, according to what Deist Ye Fan said, it seems that I am also quite lucky. I can know my future in advance, and I can have a good idea of everything. Yan Lingji, lucky +1. Xiao Yan, so you are all lucky, and I am the only unlucky one in the group. I was tricked out of my ring at the beginning. Xiao Yan at Lu Xian, why didn't you come earlier? I'm about to cry. Crying expression.jpg. Xiao Yan felt a little depressed, and cursed the great fortune teller Tang Daxian hundreds of times in his heart. Lu Xian, come earlier, maybe I will be the second Tang Daxian. Who knows, I might see that there are two people in the group, one is a crouching dragon and the other is a phoenix chick, their IQs are so low, so I'll just cheat for an opportunity first. Xiao Yan, okay, okay. So my ring is bound to be cheated, right? I'm done with it. Ye Fan, happy. Ye Fan, brother Lu Xian, since you have read my script novel, can you tell me whether I in the novel found the way home? Lu Xian, I did find them, but by the time you returned home, your parents had been sick from missing you and had passed away for several years. Is that so? Ye Fan's eyes dimmed. Did he not get to see his parents for the last time? Lu Xian, but that was the original plot, it has nothing to do with you. In the original plot, it took you 20 years to find a way to go home. If you can return home in 15 years, or even 10 years, and help your parents improve their physical condition, then you can easily live 1,000 years, not to mention 100 years. Ye Fan, you scared me. Can you talk without panting? Ye Fan reacted, breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes sparkling. Yes. That was just the original plot, he was not Ye Fan in the original plot. Within 10 years, I must go home. In the other world, since I am the protagonist of the novel, I must have received countless opportunities to cultivate to that supreme realm with my ancient waste body. If I want to return home earlier, I must speed up my cultivation. Brother Lu Xian has read my novel script and should know what opportunities Baidu has. If I can get those opportunities earlier than the other me, my cultivation speed will definitely be greatly improved. Ye Fan thought quickly in his mind. Ye Fan, brother Lu Xian, you should know what opportunities there are in the Big Dipper, right? Lu Xian, do you want to get those opportunities earlier than in the original novel? Ye Fan, yes. I have to go home. I want to change my parents' fate. I won't take the information for nothing. I am willing to give you half of the resources I get. Tang Daxian. Who is good at calculating at Yefan? I only want 30% of the resources. I will point out your subsequent opportunities one by one and teach you until you learn them. Yefan, you unlucky thing, get out of here as far as you can. Lu Xian, come out to see the clown. Xiao Yan, happy. Lu Sweki, happy. Yan Lingji, happy. Lu Xian at Yefan, split it in half, what an attractive proposal, I'm tempted. Lu Xian, it's a pity that I can't do such a sinister thing to my friend. If you want to continuously break through the realm of your ancient saint body, you need too many resources. You should keep the resources for yourself. Lu Xian, I just provided some information so that you can get the resources that belong to you earlier. It can't be considered a big help. Lu Xian, of course, if I really need help in the future, I won't be polite to you. Damn, what a brother. Yefan was moved. This is the bond between me and my group members. Yefan, no problem. Yefan, only when we ask for something directly from each other can we be true brothers. I was too narrow-minded before. I shouldn't have used a transaction to measure Brother Lu's sincerity. I really tarnished the pure friendship between us. Lu Xian, no more sentimental talk, bastard. There are two beauties in the group, top Chinese comic goddesses, both are so pretty, I really won't choose your Yezi. Yefan, you don't even call me Yehei, is it because I didn't do something evil enough? Xiao Yan, ha ha ha. Xiao Yan at Yefan, good brothers should just ask for it directly. I am Qin Shi Huang. Actually, I am not dead. I am just sealed. Transfer 200 to me to break the seal, and I will make you the chief steward. Lu Xian at Yefan, tomorrow is Crazy Thursday, please V me for 50 and have a meal at KFC, please. Yefan, I've already arrived in Baidu, why are there still people cheating me for food and drinks? Lu Sweki, why can't I join in your conversation? Yan Lingji, my younger generation seem to be quite childish, The contract has been signed and you can vote for the monthly ticket. Please vote, brothers. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Inviting the First Victim of the Third Soul Skill. Chapter 12 Inviting the First Victim of the Third Soul Skill. Lu Xian at Yefan, I will recall the information about your world and give you news later. Yefan, okay, I'm not in a hurry for now. I'll seize the opportunity in front of me first. Xiao Yan, then I will also deal with the matter of the storage ring. Without the three talkative people, the group became quiet for a while. The carriage was swaying along the official road, and before we knew it, we had left the jurisdiction of the border city of the Barak Kingdom. There were green trees on both sides of the road. Inside the carriage, Zhu Zuqing was meditating to recover from his injuries. Lu Xian was thinking and organizing the plot of The Great Ruler. The Great Ruler was a novel he read a few years ago. Lu Xian only remembered the general plot now. Although he had not forgotten all the minor details, his memory was vague. Outside the carriage, on both sides of the bumpy official road, there were lush trees and overgrown weeds. Some small animals that could be seen occasionally had now disappeared and it was very quiet. The silence seemed a little abnormal. Zhu Zuqing, who was originally meditating, opened her eyes at this moment. Her clear and bright pupils suddenly turned cold. She looked quietly at Lu Xian, who was sitting next to her with a relaxed look. You feel it too. Your perception is quite sharp. Lu Xian's eyes were calm and he praised with a faint smile. My martial soul is the netherworld spirit cat, and I am naturally sensitive to these things. Zhu Zuqing responded in a low voice, then gently lifted a corner of the carriage curtain and looked towards the dense forest outside the car. There's a figure following us in the woods. She frowned, lowered a corner of the car curtain and said in a deep voice, it is very likely that my sister brought people to chase us. Before, when we were in the city, they might not dare to make a move. Now they are ready to make a move but are not in a hurry to do so. Maybe they have set an ambush ahead. Your sister is quite capable. She even crossed the border of the Tiandu Empire to hunt him down. You two sisters are really interesting. Lu Xian sighed. He was not panicked, he was even quite surprised about it. The abstract value had just hit the bottom, and now someone came to deliver it. It's just the fate of the family. Zhu Zuqing's eyes dimmed and there was bitterness at the corners of her lips. There is no war between the two empires now, and the border guards are not as strict as imagined. There are many small paths used by merchants for smuggling, so they can take a detour to get in. I'm sorry, I got you into trouble. If you want to leave now, it may be too late. She lowered her head with some guilt and whispered, I originally thought that they would not dare to act recklessly in the Tiandu Empire, but I didn't expect them to be so bold and reckless in broad daylight. Don't blame yourself. I don't blame you. Life is too quiet, it needs some spice to be interesting. Lu Xian interrupted with a nonchalant look on his face, lifted the car curtain and looked out. He could vaguely see several dark shadows moving quickly through the woods. It's too late to leave now. We're surrounded. There are people around us. It seems like a lot of people are coming. After he finished speaking, he turned around and joked, who knows, we may end up being a pair of desperate mandarin ducks. It seems I am not at a disadvantage to have a little beauty accompany me. At this moment, how can you still be in the mood to joke? Zhu Zuqing rolled her eyes and turned her head away, feeling a little shy and helpless after being teased. Lu Xian teased, oh? Doesn't that mean I can tease you as much as I want at this time? You. I can't argue with you. How indecent, Zhu Zuqing glared at Lu Xian fiercely. What are your martial spirit and spirit skills? We need to work together to get out. In order to cooperate better, we need to get to know each other. Lu Xian nodded when he heard this, and said in agreement, I think we need to get to know each other more than just simply in-depth understanding. Zhu Zuqing was slightly startled, and after a brief moment of confusion, her cheeks flushed. If you continue to be so frivolous, I'll be angry. She said angrily, now a little angry. Seeing this, Lu Xian stopped teasing her. This little kitten was very thin-skinned, and he was afraid that something bad might happen to her, just like last night, so he put away the playful smile on his face. Okay, your injuries haven't healed yet, stay in the car, I'll take care of those guys. As he spoke, Lu Xian lifted the curtain, walked out of the carriage, stood on the carriage, and looked forward. About 100 meters ahead was a team of 7 men in black. They stood on both sides of the road in a swaggering manner, looking over here from afar with cold eyes. You are so confident, do you think you have it all figured out? I can do it. Your healing medicine is very effective. I can fight now. Zhu Zuqing stood up stubbornly, got out of the carriage, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Xian. She looked around, and her pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The 7 people in front are our family's Soul Sect Secret Guard Squad. They are an elite combat team led by a Soul Sect member and assisted by 6 Soul Lords. There are 2 people in the woods on the left and right, and 3 people in the back. It should be a 7-person reconnaissance team, usually led by a Soul Master and followed by 6 Great Soul Masters. The combat effectiveness of the reconnaissance team may not be strong, but their martial spirits are very good at tracking. My sister doesn't seem to be here. This is good news, otherwise the situation would be even worse. Zhu Zuqing conveyed the message with a serious expression. That's it. Lu Xian was speechless. He thought there would be a few experts coming, but he didn't expect there wasn't even a Soul King. I know you are very strong, but don't be careless. The Secret Guard team is different from the reconnaissance team you dealt with last night. Each Secret Guard team has been baptized by blood and fire, and their strengths are very different. Seeing that he didn't take it seriously, Zhu Zuqing reminded him anxiously. Lu Xian didn't care. He jumped off the carriage, grabbed the horse reins, stopped the carriage, and clenched his hands. The wolf-fang steel needle sword instantly condensed in his right hand. 3 platinum-colored soul rings appeared and rhythmically moved under his feet. At the same time, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings also appeared on Zhu Zuking's body. Be careful yourself. Liu Xian left a word and strode towards the Dark Guard team. His steps became faster and faster, and his eyes searched for the figure of the soul sect leader among the 7 people. To catch a thief, one must first catch the leader. 3 10-year spirit rings, boss. This evil spirit master kid named Tang San doesn't seem to match what the information says. Isn't it 2 spirit rings? A man in black looked at Liu Xian, who was striding towards him with a strange-shaped martial spirit in his hand. He just asked a question and suddenly felt something extra in his mouth. A foul stench rushed straight to the top of my head, and I subconsciously felt nauseous. You! The man in black glared, immediately took off his mask and lay on the ground vomiting violently. He vomited out everything he had eaten in the morning, including a large lump of food. This scene immediately shocked the other men in black. What's the situation? How come he suddenly vomited while talking, and vomited out a bunch of shit? Can this thing be spit out? The remaining 6 secret guards felt a little nauseous just thinking about that scene. It's pouring out of my throat. It's so disgusting. Stay away from us, asshole. At the same time, on Liu Xian's side, you created an abstract scene, which was rated as very abstract, and gained an abstract value of 1000. The third soul skill can actually create 1000 points of abstract value. Liu Xian was immediately surprised. Today is going to be a great harvest. Abstract values, all come into my arms. The second chapter has been blocked. I have to wait till dawn to find an editor. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. A weapon stabbed me. Chapter 13. A weapon stabbed me. Second soul skill. 100% of the time, I was caught with a knife with my bare hands. Liu Xian swung his wolf-fang steel needle sword, and the secret guard who was lying on the ground with his hand grasped by the throat suddenly straightened his body and began to slide towards Liu Xian from a distance. The secret guard was sliding and spitting at the same time, spitting acid all over his face. The scene was too abstract. The other 6 secret guards were shocked for a moment, but their good combat skills brought them back to their senses suddenly. It's that evil soul skill that requires you to kneel down and slide when swinging a weapon. Save him, surround and kill that evil little devil. He has a turtle shell soul skill, which has strong defense, but with so many of us, we can wear him down. One of the secret guards who was suspected to be the leader let out a low shout. The secret guard team indeed cooperated very well. They didn't need any instructions. 4 black shadows rushed towards Liu Xian on the spot, and the remaining 2 went to rescue the unlucky guy who was sliding. The division of labor was clear. However, in front of Liu Xian, no matter how good the cooperation was, it was useless. Instead, he found the guy who gave orders. Leader, I found you. Jajaja. Liu Xian let out an evil laugh and pointed his finger at the black-clothed man who was rapidly approaching from 60 to 70 meters away. The man who had just given the order and had 4 soul rings under his feet had set him as the designated target of his soul skill. It's our first meeting, so I don't have much to offer. I'll just treat you to a big meal. Aw shit! Liu Xian smiled evilly and chanted the soul spell. What is that? The soul sect's secret guard was stunned for a moment, and the next moment he suddenly felt something extra in his mouth, almost filling it up, and his teeth couldn't help chewing for several times. In an instant, the sour and foul smell went straight to the top of my head. The soul sect's secret guard couldn't hold on any longer. He no longer cared about attacking the target of the mission. He knelt on the ground, took off his mask, and vomited violently, almost vomiting bile. The vomit was mixed with chewed-up pieces of chocolate. You! Damn you, you evil little devil! I must kill you! You! The soul sect's secret guard spat and cursed. Boss! Boss! The other 3 secret guards who had rushed over stopped. Kill him! Go kill him! You! The soul sect's secret guard roared in pain, almost going crazy. You created an abstract scene, which was rated as very abstract, and gained an abstract value of 1000. Liu Xian felt so happy when he saw that another 1000 abstract values had been credited to his account. You want to kill me? Then I'll treat you to a good meal. Aw shit! Liu Xian chanted the soul spell again. The soul sect's secret guard's face turned purple, and he once again felt the fear of being dominated by the evil soul skill. His gums chewed uncontrollably on the foreign object that suddenly appeared in his mouth. A wave of unrest, a wave of up again. The mask of pain was put on his face again. You! He knelt on the ground, vomiting violently, and poked his throat frantically with his fingers, making his eyes roll back and his whole body almost convulsed. Why is there no abstract value this time? Liu Xian was puzzled. Could it be that a person could only refresh the abstract value once? He changed the target to the one closest to him. Oh shit! Plop! Another secret guard knelt on the ground, lifted his mask and vomited violently, his entire face distorted. The mask of pain is contagious. You created an abstract scene, which was rated as very abstract, and gained an abstract value of 1000. Sure enough. Liu Xian understood that it seemed that a person could only refresh the abstract value once. At least, this was the case based on the current analysis. The remaining secret guards could no longer understand what was going on. This evil little devil actually has an evil soul skill that can make people die. Their faces turned green. What kind of disgusting soul skill is this? Are all evil soul masters so evil? Damn evil soul master, so despicable and guilty of heinous crimes. Retreat! Retreat! Tang San, we will never let you go. The secret guards ran away after making harsh remarks. Whoever falls in love with this kind of opponent can do it. Anyway, I won't serve him anymore. The secret guards would rather die than have a taste of that evil soul skill. The unlucky guy who was still kneeling on the ground and sliding was directly abandoned. A group of them rushed over, but they couldn't even get within 50 meters of Liu Xian. They all turned around and left on the spot as if they were running for their lives. Even the captain of the secret guards, who had vomited so much that his whole body was convulsing and his eyes were rolling, and who was shouting that he must kill Liu Xian, now staggered and ran away. Except for the unlucky guy who was immobilized by Liu Xian's second soul skill and was still sliding, the other 6 people simply wished their parents had not given them 2 more legs. Liu Xian's third soul skill has an impact range of 300 meters, so he will naturally not let them go easily. No one will be left behind, and the captain of the secret guard is given special care. 6 figures were running and vomiting at the same time. The scene was so beautiful that people couldn't bear to look at it directly. It was so terrifying. It was not until this moment that the last unlucky guy slid in front of Liu Xian and performed a standard move of catching the wolf-tooth steel needle with his bare hands. The unfortunate guy's hands were covered in blood, his face was distorted as he wailed and vomited, looking extremely miserable. You created an abstract scene, which was evaluated as relatively abstract, and gained an abstract value of 500. It's a bit disgusting. I even feel disgusted by myself. Liu Xian kicked him in the face and sent him to the west to see the Buddha. This guy took over my third soul skill, and then took over my second soul skill, and he actually has an abstract value. Liu Xian thought for a moment. Very good. I found another little trick to increase the abstract value. It seems that there is no conflict in increasing the abstract value between different soul skills. Abstract value balance, 8000. This second soul skill is 100% effective at catching a blade with bare hands. It's not bad, but the sliding is too slow. It takes a long time to slide meters. It's not as fast as a great soul master. It's not efficient enough. It's fine if there are only a few opponents, but when there are more, it won't be that useful. Liu Xian was not satisfied with this. He turned around and went to support Zhu Zuqing. The little cat was besieged by 7 people and was beaten badly. His old wounds had not healed yet and new injuries were incurred. The carriage was now completely broken into pieces, with only one wheel left and the horse gone. If Liu Xian hadn't dealt with his opponent so quickly, and had delayed a little longer, the kitten probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Get out! Obviously, everyone on this battlefield was paying attention to what was happening over there with Liu Xian. Their professional combat team had been treated so badly, and if their reconnaissance team didn't run away, they would be waiting to die. One by one, before Liu Xian could come back to kill them, they ran faster than rabbits and rushed nearly 100 meters away in a blink of an eye. Are you guys running faster, or am I chanting the soul spell faster? GGG. You already know how to eat shit. Oh shit. After a few breaths. In the distance, there were 7 more figures running and vomiting. The scene was so cruel that Zhu Zuqing, who was half kneeling on the ground, was stunned. Abstract value balance, 15,000. Liu Xian ran back quickly, helped Zhu Zuqing up, and checked her injuries. Fortunately, although there are many wounds, the muscles and bones are not broken and it is not too serious. At least his life will not be lost. However, the black leather jacket, which already had many holes, is now even more tattered and can hardly cover the spring scenery. Her old wounds had not yet healed and she had new wounds, but she didn't say a word. She was a strong little kitty. Even Liu Xian admired her a little. Are you okay? Zhu Zuqing gritted her teeth and stood up with the help of others. The joy of surviving the disaster made her smile rarely. She pulled the corners of her mouth and said, I thought I was dead this time. Seeing this, Liu Xian's lips curled up slightly. I thought you couldn't smile. Smile more, it's pretty. The little kitten has too much to bear, and it seems that she has never smiled in the anime. Liu Xian's teasing made her silent again, and the smile on her lips was hidden. Wait for me a moment. Liu Xian at Liu Sueki at Xiao Yan, good brother, good sister, please prepare some healing medicine, the one from last time will do. Liu Sueki sent Liu Xian an exclusive red envelope. Xiao Yan sent Liu Xian an exclusive red envelope. Liu Xian received exclusive red envelope X2. Xiao Yan, okay, when you need us, we are good brothers and good sisters. When you don't need us, we are Wolong Huo and Feng Chu Naki. Xiao Yan, Haman. Liu Sueki, Ha-Hamen. Liu Xian, write down your name in the notebook first. Xiao Yan, why don't you remember Naichi and only remember me? Liu Xian flipped his palm, took out the healing pill from the red envelope, stuffed it into Zhu Zuqing's mouth, and applied ointment on Zhu Zuqing's wound. One is born, the second is cooked. Liu Xian's technique gradually became more proficient. What is that round thing you just gave me to eat? The healing effect is even better than that of a healing auxiliary spirit master. It is constantly healing the wounds. Zhu Zuqing felt the coolness, numbness, and itchiness on the wound, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Secret? Your soul ring? Secret? That, soul skill just now? It's a secret too. Zhu Zuqing rolled her eyes, forget it. Kitten, when you become curious about a man, you are not far from falling, do you understand? Wrong idea. Zhu Zuqing curled her lips in disdain. Liu Xian did not refute. He smiled and carried her on his back to chase the escaped horse. The road ahead was still long and they could not do without a horse. Liu Xian wanted to be a man with a horse. 10 minutes later, 2 figures rode out of the forest on a horse and galloped towards the province of Fastino. Liu Xian had never ridden a horse before, but with his current strength as a soul master, he could do it after a little adaptation. The kitten was held in his arms and sat in front of him. As the horses galloped, the wastes were slender and the fruits were large, the mountains gathered, and the waves were raging. Move back a little, a weapon is poking me. The character bar is now online, brothers can start posting their private goods. In addition, at the request of a brother, the setting of the second soul skill that has a 100% chance of being caught with a sword by bare hands was changed, and a setting was added that if the designated person cannot catch the sword, he will be killed instantly on the spot. It feels quite interesting. If you don't understand it, you can go to the first chapter to take a look. End of this chapter. Chapter 14. This chapter is closely connected to the ground. Chapter 14. This way home is close to the earth. Evening. Lucien and the little cat passed by a small town and planned to stop there to rest and find a hotel to spend the night. The carriage is gone, and we only have the horse left. I'm afraid the deposit is gone too. Lucien shook his head and Bao sighed. The 100 gold soul coin Soul Master subsidy he had just received was about to run out. He found that he seemed to be spending money a little too quickly. If he didn't ask his group members for help, he would have to live off the kitten. Xiao Yan at Lucien, I have a friend who is very interested in the product you provided, Brother Lu. Do you have any more in stock? Lucien, maybe. Lucien glanced at the remaining 15,000 abstract points. He was not sure if he could still draw them out. Xiao Yan sent Lucien an exclusive red envelope. Xiao Yan, this is the storage ring that we agreed on. My friend made it for you. The internal space is quite large and should be enough for daily use. Also, my friend asked me to say hello to you and said that he is looking forward to working with Brother Lu next time. Lucien received an exclusive red envelope. Lucien took out a silver storage ring from the red envelope and put it on his index finger. The size was just right, and there was about 30 cubic meters of storage space inside, which was pretty good. Lucien was quite satisfied. A box of useless Durex can be exchanged for a storage equipment, which he thinks is a good deal. Lucien at Xiao Yan, don't worry, if there is something good, I will find you first. It is not convenient for me to deal with these things here, so I am counting on your help. Ye Fan, you are treating the chat group as a smuggling business channel. Ye Fan, they are also working on long-term cooperation. They really know how to have fun. Lucien, the Chinese people have always been quick-witted and keep up with the times. Isn't this a business trick that comes naturally to us? Lucien at Ye Fan, how are you doing now? In a stone chamber in a barren mountain in Yan area. Ye Fan looked at Elder Han in front of him, who was laughing hoarsely and showing off the spiritual herbs to him one by one. His face was ashen and he gritted his teeth, but in fact he was already beaming with joy in his heart. Ye Fan, I'm tired. Ye Fan, I had a small incident. When the old immortal took me to find my old friend, we met the Zhang family knights. The old immortal was almost killed by the Zhang family knights. Fortunately, the old immortal only broke one hand, and let his old friend take the blame. He successfully escaped, otherwise my cultivation resources would be gone. Ye Fan, it's been a roller coaster ride. Ye Fan, now the old man is showing off to me the magical medicines he collected. I want to laugh, but I have to pretend to be angry and helpless. To be honest, it's a bit painful to hold it back. Lucien, tisk tisk, Elder Han went through so much trouble to have the hope of prolonging his life, but he ended up meeting you, kid. If he knew what you were thinking, he would probably be so angry that he would die on the spot. Ye Fan, you gave me a nickname. I thought about it and got some idea. In this world, only those with a ruthless heart and ruthless means can live a comfortable life. Lucien, let me make it clear that I didn't come up with this name. Don't throw dirty water on me, or I'll sue you for defamation. Xiao Yan, it seems that Brother Yehe has realized it. Ye Fan, I should be proud if you praise me like this. Lu Sweki, this abominable demon who captured living people to make medicine deserves to be pissed off to death. There is no such thing as being evil or not. Little Naki is still so dignified and upright. Lu Xian at Yefan, I sorted out the plot of your novel today. Based on your current situation, I have a few thoughts. Yefan, brother Lu, please speak. Lu Xian, what you want to do most right now should be to go home, right? Cultivation can only be ranked second? Yefan, yes. Lu Xian, in that case, let me analyze it for you. Lu Xian, since you want to go home, you now have two options. The first option is to find someone to help you go home. The second option is to cultivate yourself to a certain level and then go home by yourself. Lu Xian, for this second path, even if I help you plan various opportunities, you will still need to spend a long time, perhaps more than 10 years in the blink of an eye. Let's focus on the first path here. Lu Xian. Since you are looking for someone to help, I now have two candidates. They can do this and send you back home easily. Yefan was delighted. It's good enough to find one, but there are actually two candidates? Yefan, brother Lu, who are these two? Lu Xian, as for the first one, the method I thought of might be a bit explosive, and I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it. I don't know whether I should mention it or not. Yefan, I said it's not appropriate to say it, brother Lu, you can also say it, right? Lu Xian, that's right. Yefan, please don't ask me next time. Yefan was speechless. He already had a rough idea of Brother Lu's character. He was somewhat sinister. Lu Xian, then I'll be frank. Lu Xian, do you still remember what I told you before, about the unparalleled emperor who brought you to Baidu? Yefan, of course. Lu Xian, actually, you just need to move a large tripod, run to the abyss of the ancient forbidden land, and then drill into the tripod yourself. Lu Xian, after that, let your limbs bleed. Lu Xian, remember to shout loudly. Lu Xian, I'm going to die, who will help me take care of my sister? Lu Xian, I just can't bear to leave my sister behind. Lu Xian, remember to shout these two sentences over and over again, and that unparalleled emperor will definitely be defeated. Lu Xian, then, you will be able to see the peerless emperor I told you about before, breaking the seal from the abyss, planning for you and protecting you from behind the scenes, and stepping onto the stage in person, with an unrivaled figure, ruling the Big Dipper for you, fighting for you, and going to the ends of the earth to send you home. Yefan. Yefan, brother Lu, are you asking me to deceive an unparalleled emperor? Or to deceive him as the emperor's dead brother? Yefan, I feel like this isn't sending me home, it's sending me to heaven. Xiao Yan, indeed, awesome. Xiao Yan, this method is very down to earth and very down to earth. Lu Sweki, isn't this method just rubbing salt into the wounds of the unparalleled emperor? Is it really advisable? Yan Lingji, I also think this is a bad idea. Lu Xian, so I said that this method might be quite explosive when put into practice. Lu Xian, but this method is still worth a try. That great emperor will never kill Ye. If you win the bet with Ye, you will have a great emperor by your side at all times, protecting you personally. You will also have no shortage of resources and people to feed you directly. Yefan, what if you lost the bet? Lu Xian, the plan does have some risks. The benefits are great, but the risks are certainly great. It's a gamble, so there are naturally winners and losers. Isn't this reasonable? Lu Xian, even if he loses the bet and the Wushuan Emperor feels that his intelligence has been insulted, the most he can do is erase your memory and put his brother's memory into your brain. You will definitely not die. Yefan, am I still me then? What's the difference between being dead and Lu Xian, although your consciousness is dead, your soul and body will be immortal. On the Qingming festival, I will lead everyone in the group to burn more paper for you. Your sister, you are so wicked, I think the bad idea you came up with, brother Lu, is even worse than that of the unscrupulous Taoist priest. Ye Fan had a dark face and was muttering to himself. Ye Fan, brother Lu, I want to live a few more years. How about you tell me about the second candidate? Lu Xian, is that so? That's such a pity, I was originally looking forward to watching a good show. You really want to see a good show? Lu Xian, why don't you think about it again? This method is indeed the fastest way for you to get home. You are not far from the ancient Forbidden Land now. After killing Elder Han, you can go straight to the ancient Forbidden Land and implement this plan. Lu Xian, if you win the bet, you can have everything. Ye Fan, brother Lu, I really can't afford the gamble, please let me go. Seeing this, Lu Xian sighed, feeling a little regretful. If the scene he had imagined could happen, it would be so exciting. Lu Xian, okay. Lu Xian, but the second candidate is not in the East Desert, but in Zhongzhou. His name is Gai Jiu. He was a peerless genius in Zhongzhou 9,000 years ago. He was the strongest person in the human race at that time and a genuine quasi-emperor. If it weren't for the fact that King Di became enlightened first and the two of them were active in such a close time, he would definitely be able to achieve the position of the great emperor. Why are they all such powerful characters? Ye Fan's heart twitched, couldn't it be a bit more normal? Ye Fan, brother Lu, are you sure that people would pay attention to a small person like me? I'm afraid they won't even see me. Lu Xian, therefore, if you want to get this person's help, you need to make some plans. It may take 1 or 2 years at the shortest, or 5 or 6 years at the longest. Ye Fan, brother Lu, please teach me. Lu Xian, Gai Jiu failed to prove his Dao and was injured, and his lifespan is about to end. If you can change this situation, then all problems will naturally be solved. It will not be a problem to let him take you home. Besides, this old man is relatively easy to talk to. Lu Xian, but Dao injuries are not that easy to heal. Perhaps one of the 9 secrets, the Zhe secret, can be a try. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Learn the Eucharist congenitally. Chapter 15, Learn the Eucharist congenitally. 9 secrets? What is the secret of word Zhe? What is that? Ye Fan wondered. Ye Fan, brother Lu, if you don't know the secret of the word Zhe, how can you obtain it? Lu Xian, the secret of the word Zhe cannot be obtained by yourself in Ziwei Star region, but if you rely on some ancient families, such as the ancient great emperor family like the Zhang family, then you have a chance. Lu Xian, the Zhang family has an old god king who was trapped in the Purple Mountain in the Northern Territory. In the original plot, you saved him, and he protected you, collected 10 million jin of energy for you, and helped you successfully break into the 4 extreme secret realm, shocking the world. He is a very loyal character in the novel, and a character that I remember deeply. 10 million jin of source? What is that number? Ye Fan began to doubt his life. Did he actually consume so much energy just by breaking into the 4 extremes? Lu Xian, who in the world is worthy of wearing white clothes? Only my divine king Zhang Taixu. So domineering, those who watched this silently in the group were all imagining in their minds what kind of extraordinary person that was. Lu Xian at Ye Fan, you just need to rescue this old god king, and then have him take the Zhang family's extreme imperial weapon and use the Zhang family's ancient teleportation array text to go to Ziwei Emperor Star, and you will almost get the word Zhe secret. An ancient family like the Zhang family is likely to have the teleportation array text of Ziwei Emperor Star. Lu Xian, even if you don't have it, you can still use the name of the God King to visit Gai Jiu and bring him the news of the word Zhe secret. Lu Xian, with the God King behind you, you barely have the capital to talk to Gai Jiu. However, I am not sure whether the word Zhe is useful to a person like Gai Jiu. I can only rely on guessing. Liu Xian, I personally speculate that since the word zhe is a sacred art for healing, it should be effective. In the past, the ruthless emperor created 9 sacred arts to counter the 9 secrets, which is enough to show that even a genius like the emperor-level strongman attaches great importance to the 9 secrets. After Ye Fan read all the news, he thought in his heart. I didn't expect that the Zhang family was chasing me, and I have to save an old god king from their family later. But seeing how much Brother Liu praises the old god king of the Zhang family, this old god king must be a very upright person. The method Brother Liu mentioned sounds a bit troublesome, but it is undoubtedly much more reliable to implement than the first method of going out of his way to deceive the emperor. Ye Fan, that's the only way. Ye Fan, when we start to implement the plan, please give me some more thoughts and guidance, Brother Liu. There are still many things I don't understand in the plan. Liu Xian, okay, to implement this general plan, there are indeed many details that need to be perfected. For the time being, you should just deal with the things in front of you. Liu Xian smiled slightly, Yehey, yehey, you have to know that the debt of favor is the hardest to repay. Just keep owing as much as you can. You will have to pay back the debt someday. Why are you smiling so happily? Zhu Zuqing ate the food in small bites and asked in confusion. Liu Xian smiled even brighter when he heard this. Shouldn't I be happy to have this little beauty by my side? Glib tongue. I'm stuffed. Zhu Zuqing got up in a panic and ran away with a red face. She had been riding a horse all day today, and Liu Xian had touched her all over with all kinds of poor excuses. Now that she saw Liu Xian starting to act inappropriately again, she felt lost. The kitten is so thin-skinned, it doesn't stand being teased at all. Liu Xian withdrew his gaze from her hurriedly running back. After taking 2 bites of food, the system lottery interface popped up. Abstract value balance, 15,000. That's enough for a high-level lottery. I don't know, will it be like what I guessed before? The first draw will definitely be a golden legend. Bring it on. With the abstract value 10,000 being deducted. Let's start the train. The halo kept jumping in the squares, and finally hit a question mark square with a ding sound. The grid enlarges, taking up half the screen, expanding and shrinking. It is a familiar process, a familiar taste. Liu Xian stared closely. The lottery interface burst into golden light at this moment, fireworks exploded on the screen, golden legend. Okay, it's just as I guessed. Every prize pool will definitely be a big winner in the first draw. Liu Xian was excited. This was the highest prize pool except for the special prize pool. If a golden legend appeared, how could the reward be any worse? Congratulations on winning the Golden Flash Grand Prize in the current prize pool, and receiving the reward, Innate Learning Holy Body. Advanced prize pool has been refreshed. The smile on Liu Xian's face just bloomed, but he froze when he saw the reward. What the hell? His eyes widened. He rubbed it again, not believing it. Learn the Eucharist innately. Advanced prize pool. Why the hell do you want to come up with this? Are you kidding me? Liu Xian was so angry that he laughed. Okay, you dog system, you're playing abstract games with me, right? At worst, if you produce an ancient useless body, I can accept that. What the hell is this physique that allows me to learn the holy body from birth? You're planning on sending me back to college, right? Whether to receive Innate Learning Holy Eucharist. Liu Xian gritted his teeth and said, receive it. Received successfully. Liu Xian felt his eyes go white and his head seemed to be about to explode. Got it. It seems like he's going to grow a brain. Liu Xian held his head and groaned in pain. It took him a long time to recover. He opened his eyes in a daze. It seems, nothing has changed. Liu Xian pulled up the information on the innate learning of the holy body from the system and took a look at it, and his face twitched. Innate learning body, a physique that is able to learn anything quickly. Liu Xian. No. Gone, just an introduction. Lu Xian was dumbfounded. This. Soon. How fast is it? Could you please describe it in detail? 10,000 abstract value, and a golden legend from the high-level prize pool was wasted, just to get such a thing. Lu Xian felt a little upset and wanted to hit someone. What a mess! Lu Xian couldn't eat any more. He had no appetite. He felt that today might be his unlucky day and didn't want to touch the remaining 5,000 abstract values. I walked back to my room with a hopeless feeling, lay down on the soft big bed, opened the chat group, and wanted to complain bitterly. Ye Fan, damn it, I was sealed by the old immortal, thrown into the cauldron, and stabbed 5 times in a row. It hurts so much. In my current state, can I really succeed in counterattacking? Ye Fan at Lu Xian, I feel like I'm about to burst. Inside the empty stone chamber, Ye Fan looked at the lid of the tripod above his head and panicked. This old immortal was too cruel. He couldn't even move, and he was going to stab him in the limbs and chest. He felt his life slipping away, his body was getting weaker and weaker, and his consciousness was almost blurred. Death is knocking at the door. Xiao Yan, how could this happen? Didn't you look like you had him in your grasp before? Lu Sweki at Lu Xian, is your plan really okay? Yan Lingji, sometimes plans cannot keep up with changes. Lu Xian at Ye Fan, hold on, eat the elixir in his cauldron. Ye Fan, I've been sealed, and I can't move now. Those spiritual medicines are floating in front of me, and I can't eat them at all. I can only drink my own bath soup. I'm really going to die. Ye Fan, it's so frustrating to die like this. Ye Fan, it's so hot in the cauldron. I feel so tired. Ye Fan, no more, Lu Xian, Ye He? Xiao Yan, no way. Brother Ye He, hold on. Lu Sweki at Lu Xian, don't you understand very well? Come up with a solution quickly. Lu Xian at Ye Fan, Ye He, are you still alive? Lu Xian, speak. Lu Xian sat up suddenly. The changes in the group made him frown. In the original novel, Ye Fan was refined but nothing happened. It seemed that the ancient scripture of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin saved him. Since nothing happened to Ye Fan in the original novel, it is unlikely that anything would happen to Ye Fan in this world, right? If something really happens, his future self probably won't just sit there and do nothing, right? Besides, there is also the Empress. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, I say, is there a possibility that the original Ye Fan and the Ye Fan in our group have different experiences and different personalities? Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, when a butterfly's wings are flapped, they are quite powerful. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, are you really 100% sure that the Ye Fan we know must have that illusory future body? Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, are you really sure that the ruthless emperor is always paying attention to him? Tang Daxian, who is good at calculating, your bad idea may very well kill a group member. Can you bear the blame, Lu Xian? Tang Daxian, who is good at calculating, it is true that I cheated on opportunities, but at least I won't be like you, making random suggestions and endangering their lives. Lu Xian was already a little annoyed because of the unfavorable lottery result, and now this bastard came out to fan the flames, making Lu Xian even more furious. Lu Xian, damn it, get lost. The mutual aid chat group of all heavens, it has been detected that Ye Fan, a member of the Zushan world, is facing a life and death crisis. The emergency protection mechanism of the mutual aid chat group of all heavens has been activated, and the channel to the Zushan world has been opened. Mutual aid chat group, now issuing an emergency mutual aid task to save Ye Fan. Task reward, 10,000 chat group points, contribution value distribution. All Heavens Mutual Aid Chat Group, all group members who accept the task will immediately travel through time. Lu Xian looked at the message appearing in the chat group and clicked the button to accept the task without hesitation, while not forgetting to remind everyone in the group. Lu Xian, if you are not strong enough, don't accept the mission. You might die. There will be an Easter egg at the end of the chapter tomorrow night. How come my milestone of 1 monthly ticket has disappeared? It has directly jumped to 30 monthly tickets. Did the damn system eat me? And who the hell is reporting me all the time? The first chapter described a trivial little thing like a cup size, but I was reported and deleted. I changed several chapters. Are you immoral? End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Nickname 37. Chapter 16 Nicknames in the chat group. Xiao Yan, who was originally excited and wanted to accept the mission to provide support, felt as if a bucket of cold well water was poured over his head after seeing Lu Xian's message. He was a rookie at the 6th level of fighting spirit. When he went to a high-risk world like Ye Fan's, let alone rescue, it would be considered good enough if he was not the one being rescued. The world of Qin Dynasty. Yan Lingji stared at the chat group interface, blinking her beautiful eyes, and her graceful figure swayed in the crystal cage like a nimble mermaid. She glanced at her naked appearance and thought about her own strength. She sighed in her heart and, like Xiao Yan, gave up the idea of going to another world to take a look. Although Xiao Yan and Yan Lingji still don't fully understand the power division in the world of Zushan, they understand one thing. The affairs of that world are not something they can interfere with their current strength. The world of Zuxian. Lu Sueki did not hesitate at all. She saw the news about Lu Xian, but she didn't care at all. It was not because she was confident in her own abilities. But Lu Sueki is just that kind of person. She is just and kind, and takes it as her duty to slay demons, protect the righteous path, and help the people. She is even a little stubborn about this. When faced with a friend in danger, even if the road ahead is filled with crises, Xiao Naki will not hesitate at all, putting her own safety behind her and drawing her sword to go forward. This is the righteous Naki. Lu Sueki from Zhu Xian world and Lu Xian from Douluo world have accepted the mutual assistance mission from group members and started the cross-world transmission. Did Naki also accept the mission? Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Thinking of Nike personality, it was unexpected, yet seemed reasonable. 10,000 chat group points. Is this a lot or a little? Does it have something to do with the difficulty of the mission? Lu Xian was thinking in his mind, but he was not too nervous about the upcoming journey. As a portal opened before his eyes, Lu Xian strode into it, and the next moment he disappeared into the portal. Xiao Yan at Lu Xian at Lu Sueki, be careful, I'm counting on you. Yan Lingji, don't die. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, ha ha ha, this is an unexpected surprise. I am laughing to death. The fantasy floor tile actually dares to accept the cross-world rescue mission of the fantasy ceiling. If he doesn't die, who will die? Tang Daxian, who is good at calculating, how foolish. You really think that the world of shrouding the heavens is playing a joke on you? Elder Han has the cultivation of the Wheel of Sea God Bridge, and can fly into the sky and hide in the ground, and his magic weapon can shatter mountains. Just relying on the two of them, they dare to overestimate their own abilities and provoke him. I am not sure whether Ye Fan will live or die, but the two of them will definitely die if they go. Tang Daxian, who is good at calculating, you should be prepared to lose 2 members in the group. Lu Xian, that bastard, ruined my plan. I just want to say that his death is a good thing and it is worth celebrating with champagne. It's a pity for the beauty Lu Sueki. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling at Xiao Yan, you should listen to me obediently from now on. When I am in a good mood, I can also give you some advice on opportunities, and ensure that you will be prosperous in the Duqi continent in the future. At Yan Lingji, as for you, just be my woman obediently, and I will ensure that you will be rich and prosperous. When I become an emperor one day, I will allow you to be the empress. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, otherwise, one day, you will probably end up like this, ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that Lu Xian would be so stupid as to go to the world of shrouding heaven to seek death. Tang San was very happy. From now on, he would be the only one in the group who knew the future of the group members. Xiao Yan, fuck you, you bastard. I fucked all the women in your family, and you still want me to listen to you? I think you are dreaming. Yan Lingji, how disgusting. Somewhere in Yan. Inside the empty stone chamber. Several luminous pearls hang above the stone chamber. At the edge of the stone chamber are some bookcases and medicine cabinets, as well as some stone tables, copper tripods, and other miscellaneous items. In the middle is a large bronze tripod. Silver flames rise from under the tripod, continuously pouring out from the ground, emitting a soft glow, illuminating the entire stone chamber with brilliance and spiritual energy. Silver fire is a kind of fire evil with spiritual energy. It can dissolve herbs, gather life essence, and condense into pills. At this time, when the bronze cauldron is being calcined, wisps of holy light continuously sink into the cauldron. Elder Han sat quietly beside the bronze cauldron with his eyes closed, guarding the cauldron and waiting for the elixir to be formed in 7 days and 7 nights. Suddenly, 2 glowing portals opened in the stone chamber. No one knew where the portals led to. The interior was filled with mist, like a chaotic scene. Okay. Elder Han suddenly opened his eyes, and his originally cloudy pupils burst into brilliance. He had carved countless patterns on this stone chamber in Yandi, which was considered his private secret base. That glowing portal was clearly a means of crossing space. There is actually someone who can ignore the countless patterns he has carved and step into the deepest part of the stone chamber. Elder Han was horrified and his hunched figure stood up hastily. 12 green wooden swords rushed out from the sea of suffering and hung in front of him, sharp and ready to strike. Could it be the Zhang family? This kid said before that he has a history with the Zhang family. Is that true? Or is it that the Zhang family came to take someone away? At this moment, Elder Han thought a lot and felt a little flustered. The one who could open the portal across space and bring it directly to him must be a powerful person from the Zhang family who came in person. That kind of existence is not someone a cultivator like him from the Wheel Sea can afford to offend. The 2 teleportation portals rippled at this moment. From the left door, a petite figure in white stepped out, sword in hand. In the right door, the sound arrived before the person. Being invincible is so lonely. Invincibility is, so empty. Elder Han and Lu Sweki were both stunned when they heard this voice. What was going on? What an arrogant song. Who is saying invincible? A drop of cold sweat slid down Elder Han's forehead. Is this the strong man from the ancient Zhang family, the oppressive feeling he brings to people when he appears? He really has the ambition to conquer the world. The portal rippled, and a leg stepped out first. Black sportswear pants and a pair of white shoes. It's a material that I've never seen before, and a brand new version of clothing that I've never seen before. Is this the foundation of the ancient Zhang family? Even the clothes he wore were beyond his knowledge. Elder Han was shocked and his expression became even more solemn. The next second, a tall, handsome young man with short hair walked out of the portal with 3 platinum-colored soul rings slowly rotating under his feet. What is this circular ring beside his feet? Could it be the supreme sacred law of the ancient Zhang family? Is it a manifestation of divine magic? Elder Han was shocked and confused. Lu Xian, with his first soul skill, the invincible shield, swaggered out of the teleportation portal and glanced around. About 10 meters ahead, there stood a hunchbacked old man with disheveled hair and a haggard body. 12 long swords emitting green light were floating beside him. He was looking at him with a look of surprise. Beside him was a young girl. The girl was wearing a conservative white long dress, with her long black hair slightly tied up. Her face was ethereal and revealed a hint of girlish innocence, her eyes were clear and sparkling, and her temperament was cold and extraordinary. He holds a gorgeous sky blue sword in his left hand, with a chivalrous demeanor, as if he has walked out of a story. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. Little Naki. Are you fellow Daoist Lu Xian? The two spoke at the same time, and then they both understood each other's identity. Don't call me Xiao Naki. Lu Sweki glared at Lu Xian unhappily. It was fine if he just called me that in the group, but why was he so rude when they met? Oh. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. What should I call her? Big Milk Chi. The problem is that you haven't grown up yet. How disingenuous it is to say that. Clang. The Tianya sword was unsheathed half an inch, the sword body was translucent, and there was a faint flowing light. Lu Sweki's fair and cold face turned red at this moment, and she felt ashamed and angry. What kind of name was this? She had never been teased like this before. It was so rude and bold. She placed one hand on the sword, frowning, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will chop you down too. Do not. We are all chosen group members after all. Shouldn't we make more contributions to the cultural exchange between the two worlds? Don't you want to see the status of your world change as a whole? Cultural exchange? Personality transition? Yes, for the healthy development of both worlds, the two of us, as the bridge connecting the group, should make great sacrifices. The two of them were communicating as if no one was around. To be precise, Lu Xian was lying, teasing, and making fun of a young and naive girl. When it comes to language art, how could little Naki be Lu Xian's opponent? She was soon confused by all kinds of strange metaphors and words, and couldn't understand a word. She was completely unaware that she was being taken advantage of. Elder Han's face twitched. Do you really think I'm dead? Just ask yourself, if someone suddenly breaks into his cave, flirts with him in front of him, treats him like a dog to be killed, and directly ignores his master and says some incomprehensible words, can he still endure it? Elder Han will tell you. He can bear it. Which noble family or sect do you two distinguished guests come from? What are your names? Elder Han's voice was hoarse. Seeing that the young man was talking endlessly, he had to interrupt and ask in a deep voice. He wanted to find out the identities of these two people first before deciding whether to take action. If he acted rashly, he was afraid that he would suffer the consequences. If someone dared to come, there might be protectors behind them to guard him. Lu Xian turned around and glanced at him. He was having so much fun teasing little Naki that he almost forgot about Lao Deng. Elder Han, right? Lu Xian raised his head proudly. Listen carefully, I'm from the Fengling Yueying sect, my last name is Lu Xian, and people call me Sang Kikai. Fengling Yueying sect, Elder Han wondered what kind of sect the Fengling Yueying sect was and why he had never heard of it. But looking at his arrogant look, he seems very powerful. Could it be that I am ignorant? Which hidden sect is this from? It turns out you have a nickname too. From now on, no one should talk about anyone else in the group. Lu Sweki felt like he had caught Lu Xian's trick, and asked curiously, Sang Kikai, your nickname, what does it mean? Yes, I have. Lu Xian smiled and said the implication is, no matter who my opponent is, I will only use 3 moves, and the opponent will be torn apart on the spot within 7 seconds. End of this chapter. Chapter 17. How about I add a chapter? Chapter 17. How about I put it back in? Are you bragging? Lu Sweki looked strange. After a brief contact, she felt that Lu Xian was a bit of a two-sided person. When he was serious, he was quite serious and would help his friends in the group to make plans and strategize. But once he was out of that serious state, he was a bit like a slacker in the mud alley. What a strange person! Elder Han also twitched his face. What was the point of saying that 3 moves could break the opponent's skin? He was so shameless that he wasn't even afraid of getting his tongue blown away by the strong wind. Xiao Yan at Lu Xian at Lu Sweki, how are you guys doing? Xiao Yan, where are you? Hurry up and reply. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune telling, what else can I do? I guess I'm going to die soon, he he he. Lu Xian, I am sorry to disappoint you. Lu Xian at Xiao Yan, don't panic, it's not a big problem, watch me take down the old immortal dog in 3 moves. Lu Sweki. Xiao Yan, great, you are all fine. How are you doing now? Lu Xian, we were just rescuing Ye Fan, and we died first. Lu Xian and Lu Sweki looked at each other and looked away at the same time, feeling a little awkward. It seemed like they came here to rescue Ye Fan, but before they could rescue him, they started chatting and almost forgot about Ye Fan. Clang! All the Tianya swords were unsheathed, and Lu Sweki's eyes instantly became cold and righteous. Demon, how dare you use a living person to make medicine? Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and restore the dignity of heaven and earth. When Elder Han saw this, his eyes narrowed and he looked past Lu Sweki and towards Lu Xian. He felt that Lu Xian was the one in charge and that little girl didn't look smart at first glance. Look at me, what she means is what I mean. Lu Xian clenched his hands, and the abstract chi of his martial soul gathered in his palm. The next second, a sky-blue sword appeared in his palm. Tianya sword. Lu Sweki widened her eyes in surprise, looked at the sword in her hand, then looked at the identical sword in Lu Xian's hand, her eyes a little confused. Laugh. At this moment, 12 green rays of light shot out from tricky angles. Elder Han was very experienced in combat. Since these 2 men had already made their intention clear and wanted to kill him, and had no intention of negotiating, he would not care about their background or whether they were loyal to the way or not. He would strike first. In his opinion, shouting slogans of justice before a battle is simply foolish behavior. Dang dang dang! 11 green wooden swords hit Lu Xian's first soul skill, the invincible shield, making a crisp collision sound, and another green wooden sword attacked Lu Sweki's chest like a poisonous tongue. Lu Sweki is not very old, but she has some combat experience. She feels that she is being underestimated as this monster only gave her 1 sword to deal with. She turned her feet, dodged the sword light, and passed by it, her figure as light as a swallow. Old Deng is so shameless that he actually attacked 2 young people like us. Elder Han's eyes were grim, and he was unmoved by Lu Xian's words. He sneered and said in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, I want to see how you can make 3 moves to make me split on the spot. He quickly made sword gestures in his hand, and the 11 green wooden swords that surrounded Lu Xian chopped wildly, and the invincible shield made clanging sounds and sparks flew. At the same time, the green wooden sword that had passed by Lu Sweki turned around and slashed horizontally. Lu Sweki responded calmly, countering the moves and using the Tianya sword to block in front of her. Lu Xian didn't tolerate old people at all, and he swung his sword down immediately. Second soul skill. 100% being caught with bare hands, start up. Thump. Elder Han suddenly knelt down on the ground in confusion, feeling that he could no longer control his body. He began to slide forward on his knees inside the stone chamber. Clang! Just at this moment, the sound of collision between the green wooden sword and the Tianya sword was heard. Lu Sweki's face turned pale, and she felt an irresistible force passing through the Tianya sword and crashing into her body. She immediately flew out and hit the wall of the stone chamber more than 10 meters away. There was bright red blood flowing down the corners of his mouth and dripping onto his white clothes, like red plum blossoms falling on the white snow, bright red and dazzling. Her right hand holding the sword was shaking uncontrollably. Only then did she realize how terrifying the power was contained in that inconspicuous green wooden sword. Just 1 strike, even one that she blocked with her sword, was enough to cause her internal injuries. If it weren't for the Tianya sword, a 9 heavens divine weapon handed down from generation to generation, which could have resisted and shared some of the force of the impact, she would have been in great danger of death. Fuck, how dare you hurt our little Naki? Aw shit! Liu Xian cursed angrily, and his third soul skill took effect instantly as he chanted the soul spell. Elder Han's cheeks, which had originally been shriveled and sunken, suddenly bulged outwards. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he chewed with his mouth wide open. An indescribable stench surged straight to the top of his head. You created an abstract scene, which was rated as very abstract, and gained an abstract value of 1000. What? Elder Han opened his eyes wide and wanted to vomit, but he was controlled by Liu Xian's second soul skill at this time. He couldn't bend down or move at all. He could only tilt his head slightly, with a big mouthful of oleg in his mouth, watching a long sword chopping down on his head. His palm moved at this moment, raised upward, trying to catch the blade with his bare hands, but he only had one hand, and the other hand had already been chopped off by the Zhang family knight. Elder Han took the sword in his stride, the sword passed through his palm, and with a puff, it chopped straight into his head. The second soul skill activates the instant death effect if one cannot receive the sword. Elder Han died instantly, and even his soul was destroyed by this sword. 12 green wooden swords fell to the ground with a clanging sound. You have created an abstract scene, which has reached the highest level. Congratulations on successfully abstracting and killing a powerful enemy, and obtaining an abstract value of 10,000. Abstract value balance, 16,000. Considering the powerful vitality of the Zishan monk, Liu Xian's attack could at most seriously injure Elder Han, but Liu Xian was a cheater with a lot of conceptual skills. Even if the emperor came today, he would be killed by a sword if he couldn't block the blade, let alone a monk from the We'll See. Elder Han knelt on the ground, his head tilted back, with a big mouthful of oleg in his mouth. His pupils were dilated and his eyes were dim. He really died with his eyes open. Liu Xian let go, his martial spirit disappeared, and he spat at his kneeling corpse. I've never seen such a request. I'm just asking if you can split it in 3 moves. The first soul skill is 1 move, the second soul skill is 1 move. And the third soul skill is 1 move. When all 3 moves are completed, Elder Han's head splits apart within 7 seconds. 30:70, reasonable, Elder Han could no longer answer him at this time. His death was too miserable. Are you okay? Liu Xian walked over to Xiao Naki and asked with concern. Liu Sweki shook her head, took out a healing pill and swallowed it. After a while, her pale face turned slightly red and she responded. I'm fine. I was a little careless before. I didn't expect the power of the green sword to be so terrifying. If I had known in advance, I would not have taken it head on. Little Naki was a little annoyed about this, and she now looked at Liu Xian with admiration. Liu Xian was able to carry 11 green wooden swords and chop without changing his expression, but she herself could not withstand even a single one. Liu Xian actually killed that terrifying enemy in an instant. It turns out that he was not bragging, the nickname Sankai is well deserved, seeing that she had recovered and returned to her original nature. Liu Xian teased, yeah, yes, our little Naki is still very capable. She was just careless before and didn't dodge. I need to heal my wounds. Seeing that he began to tease her in a nonchalant manner again, Liu Sweki retracted her gaze, turned cold, and didn't want to pay any attention to Liu Xian anymore, so she closed her eyes and meditated on the spot. Why are you like a kitten? They do look alike. They're both cold and icy. Liu Xian muttered to himself, walked around the bronze cauldron, and saw that there was no movement inside. He ran to Elder Han's body and kicked it, sending it flying out of the cave. It smelled a bit stinky, but in this closed environment, it was necessary to deal with it. What the hell is this? Liu Xian picked up a small seal at the place where Elder Han died, and there were some scattered things around it. Is this equipment dropped by killing monsters? Liu Xian thought about it and realized that the small seal seemed to be a magical weapon. The rubbish spiritual tool that appeared in the early stages of shading heaven. Liu Xian casually threw the green wooden swords that fell everywhere into the storage ring, and Liu Xian also collected them. Even if he didn't need them, he could ask Huo to deal with them and see if he could exchange them for something else. Liu Xian began to explore and wander around in the cave. He found some ancient animal skin books on the bookshelf. There were some Taoist patterns that looked like ghostly talismans, as well as notes left by Elder Han. Liu Xian had never learned the Zhuxian system, so he could not understand it very well. The font seemed to be quite similar to the ancient Chinese bronze inscriptions and small seal characters. He only recognized part of it. But I wrote them all down. Perhaps it was because of his innate knowledge of the Eucharist, but now he could remember things immediately after reading them once, and it was difficult for him to forget them. This innate learning of the holy body seemed to have some merit. Perhaps it was not as useless as he had expected. Its various magical powers might only be revealed at the right time. Why don't you open the lid of the cauldron and rescue fellow Daoist Ye Fan? While Liu Xian was still observing the ancient books, Liu Xueqi finished regulating her breathing and came over to ask. Maybe he is practicing. Liu Xian shrugged, not wanting to interfere. Liu Xueqi was worried and said, what if he is not practicing? I think it is necessary to check it out. Seeing is believing. Just guessing may not be accurate. Okay, as you wish. Liu Xian walked towards the big cauldron, grabbed the hot lid and opened it. Inside the cauldron, green liquid was bubbling, hot steam was rising, and a rich and refreshing fragrance was emanating. On the wall of the tripod, there was a quiet young man with his eyes slightly closed, who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. His face was so pale that no blood could be seen, his breathing was weak, and there was a short blade stuck in his chest. He's still breathing, so I said he's fine. Liu Xian threw down the lid of the tripod and said. There's a short blade stuck in your chest and you're being stewed in a big cauldron, and you tell me it's okay. Liu Xueqi's eyelids twitched, and she quickly took out a healing pill and stuffed it into Ye Fan's mouth. Do you want to carry him out? Don't. Liu Xian hurriedly stopped him, he has a special physique. Only by stewing him in there can he recover faster. If we take him out, it will really kill him. Liu Xueqi seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing that Ye Fan's breathing had become more stable as Liu Xian said, she felt relieved and looked down at him. He is so young. I never thought that my group member would be a child. He ate a holy fruit and regained his youth. His real age should be over 25, much older than you. I see. Then what should we do with the short blade on his chest? Just pull it out. This kid has a very strong physique. With this pot of powerful medicine stewing, the essence of life will continue to flow into his body to keep him alive. Whatever the injury is, it will heal after stewing for a while. As he spoke, Liu Xian stretched out his hand and pulled out the short blade from Ye Fan's chest with a whoosh. Chat group, the mission of saving Ye Fan has been completed. Points rewards are distributed according to contribution value. Calculation is in progress. Calculation is completed. Liu Xian, 9,000, Liu Xueqi, 1,000. Chat group, points rewards have been issued. The chat group has enabled the points sign-in and points redemption functions, and has opened a private mutual aid task publishing section. The chat group's reminder sounds rang one after another in the minds of everyone in the group. Liu Xian and Liu Xueqi were slightly stunned. They received more notification sounds. In addition to the notifications for all members in the group, there were also personal notifications. The task was completed, the points were successfully distributed, and the countdown for the stay time in the current world began. After an hour, the two will be forcibly teleported away and return to their respective worlds. A cry of pain brought the two back to consciousness. What? Ye Fan absorbed a large amount of life essence from the elixir and spiritual liquid, and although he lost too much blood, he was still able to hang on to his life. He was originally maintaining a delicate balance. With the help of Lu Sueki's healing pills, this balance was directly broken. His condition recovered a little, and his consciousness was actually on the verge of waking up. As a result, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and was awakened by the pain. He couldn't help but scream. If he wasn't so weak, he would have jumped up. He looked towards the mouth of the cauldron with a somewhat dazed look, while at the same time two pairs of eyes were looking down at him. Does it hurt to pull it out? How about I put it back in for you? Lu Xian was playing with the short blade in his hand. When he saw Ye Fan wake up, an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Put it back in there. Ye Fan and Lu Sueki's faces turned dark. You are... Ye Fan had just woken up and his mind was still a little confused. I'm your father and she's your mother. My poor child, how could she have lost her memory? In a word, both of them get the advantage together. Ye Fan covered his chest, his mouth twitched, and his mind became clear. He knew who this was. You are Lu Xian. Ye Fan held onto the scalding wall of the cauldron and staggered to his feet. Green liquid dripped down. After he saw clearly what the two people were wearing, he became more certain. Lu Xian pushed him back and made him sit down, and continued to stew the food, so that his chest injury could heal faster. How did you know it was mine? Lu Xian asked doubtfully, isn't this guy unconscious until now? He should not have seen the messages in the group, nor has he seen his appearance. How could he have guessed it right at once? Do you think I'm blind? How could someone from my world wear the sportswear you're wearing from Earth? You two are wearing such incompatible outfits, your styles don't match, and yet you're standing together. You can tell at a glance that you're from the same group. That guy Huo in the group may sound mean, but he's actually not that evil at all. It can only be you. Ye Fan finished his complaints in silence and blinked his eyes. At this time, he also discovered the benefits of stewing in the big cauldron. The wound on his chest was healing quickly. He understood Lu Xian's intention of pushing him back into the cauldron and continuing to stew. Forward. It seems, that's what happened, ha ha ha. I didn't expect it was my clothes that gave me away. Lu Xian gently wiped his palm, and the black sportswear on his body instantly changed into a set of ancient black slim-fitting clothes. This move stunned Lu Sueki and Ye Fan. Okay, now let's start over. Ye Zai, I'm your father and she's your mother. Ye Fan. Today's 2 chapters have been updated to almost 8,000 words, come and praise me. There is an Easter egg in the back flip. I didn't see the Easter egg, it's still under review, it's definitely not because I didn't post it. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Tang Sangui, it's over. Chapter 18 Tang Sangui, it's over. Xiao Yan, the prompt for completing the task has appeared. Xiao Yan at Lu Xian at Lu Sueki, big brother and big sister are awesome. Thumbs up. JPG. Xiao Yan at Ye Fan, Dongguai is calling Ye He, Dongguai is calling Ye He, please answer if you get it, please answer if you get it. Ye Fan, stop messing around, I'm checking the group messages. Yan Lingji, it seems the matter has been resolved. Xiao Yan, great, everyone is fine. Champagne celebration. JPG. Ye Fan finally showed up in the group. In their respective worlds, Xiao Yan and Yan Lingji, who were always paying attention to the group chat, both breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yan, it turns out that brother Lu and Naichi are the real bosses in the group. They can actually get rid of a strong man who can fly into the sky and blast the mountains. It's really amazing. Xiao Yan at Lu Xian at Lu Sueki, are you two in need of accessories? I beg for your protection. Faced with Xiao Yan's shameless flattery, Lu Sueki felt a little embarrassed and responded in the group. Lu Sueki, actually, I didn't help much, and I'm not a big shot. The mission was completed thanks to fellow deist Lu Xian. He killed the monster with just one move. If it weren't for fellow deist Liu Xian, I'm afraid I wouldn't be the monster's opponent at all. In fellow deist Ye Fan's world, the power of the cultivators seems to be exceptionally strong. Yan Lingji, one move. Liu Sweki, yes, I only saw deist fellow Liu Xian use one move, a somewhat strange one, and the demon died. Liu Sweki, by the way, fellow deist Liu Xian has the same nickname as everyone else, called 3:7, which means that he only uses 3 moves and the enemy will be torn apart on the spot within 7 seconds. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing fellow deist Liu Xian take action, I had to believe it. Fellow deist Liu Xian is indeed very powerful. Liu Sweki is a very serious person, and everyone in the group knows this. If she says she is very powerful, then she must be very powerful. Xiao Yan, what a cool nickname. Xiao Yan at Liu Xian, brother Liu, you actually hid so deeply, please give me the location of the pendant, please. Liu Xian, what do you mean by 30:70? I just said it casually for fun. It was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. His strength is fake, but his abstract strength is real. Wherever he goes, he becomes abstract, and it is the same in all the heavens and worlds. Earth. Tang Sangui looked at the constantly updated messages in the group chat and stumbled to the floor. How can it be? How could the fantasy floor tiles kill the fantasy ceiling's Shenxia realm? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Tang Sangui was in a state of disarray, his eyes were blank and frightened, and he kept repeating the 4 words "I don't believe it" in his mouth. He couldn't accept this result. When he was prompted in the chat group that points exchange was open, he had already looked at the points exchange list. The time travel talisman in the list was priced at 100 points, which was so eye-catching. He knew that once this function was released, he would be doomed. Everyone in the group would want to kill him. Especially Xiao Yan and Liu Xian, they will definitely not let him go. As a result, he now dares not speak in the group at all. He wants to be an invisible person and pray that his group members can forget his existence. The world of shade in a stone chamber in Yan. Liu Xian and Liu Sweki were huddled together by the bookshelf, flipping through ancient books. Unlike Liu Sweki, who was curiously pondering a page of Taoist patterns, Liu Xian was much more casual. I flipped through ancient books one after another before my eyes. I could read a whole page at a glance and still remember it clearly. I realized the benefits of studying the holy body innately. In the large bronze tripod, Ye Fan's injuries are no longer serious, and he also learned from the historical messages in the chat group what happened during the time he was unconscious. I didn't expect that the chat group really did what Brother Liu said, and issued a mutual assistance task for group members when I was in danger. Ye Fan sighed in his heart, Brother Liu really understands the nature of the chat group. Reliable. At the same time, knowing the whole story, Ye Fan was grateful that someone could cross the world and risk his life to come to the rescue. He had to accept this favor from Liu Xian and Liu Sweki no matter what. Ye Fan climbed out of the cauldron and walked towards the 2 people gathered around the bookshelf. Brother Liu, Naki, thank you. Don't call me Naki. Liu Sweki moved her eyes away from the ancient book and glanced at the skinny little Ye Fan, interrupting him with a fierce look. Slip of the tongue. Ye Fan smiled awkwardly, Sister Sweki. Call sister. Sister Sweki. Ye Fan said with a sad face, don't look at me because I am short now, I am actually older than you. Of course Liu Sweki knew this, but seeing a little kid of 11 or 12 calling her sister felt weird and she had to raise her generational status. When she heard Ye Fan call her sister Sweki, she finally smiled and felt relaxed both physically and mentally. Seeing Ye Fan suffer defeats one after another and his seniority being demoted, Liu Xian was gloating and almost laughed out loud. You are not allowed to call me by a nickname anymore. Liu Sweki glared at Liu Xian fiercely. It was you who started this trend. Now everyone in the group calls her Naki. Okay, Naki. Lu Xian nodded seriously, indicating that he would dare to do it again in the future. Lu Sueki was angry and was about to hit Lu Xian with the Tianya sword. Hey, I can't knock it! Lu Xian dodged happily. Clang! The Tianya sword is unsheathed. Lu Xian's eyes widened and he ran away on the spot. Damn it, are you serious? Don't run! Bang clang boom. One was chasing the other and the other was fleeing, causing chaos in the not-so-big stone chamber. Ye Fan rubbed his forehead as he looked at this scene and sighed. Forget about the words of thanks. These two didn't seem to want to hear it. It was indeed a bit hypocritical to say it. He should just remember this kindness. Don't chase me, the time is almost up. Lu Xian stopped Lu Sueki from chasing him and took out a smartphone. This is our first offline gathering in the group, we must take a picture to commemorate it. Cell phone. Ye Fan twitched his lips and complained, why can you travel through time with your phone? I'm wearing it, so isn't it reasonable for me to have a cell phone? Come here, come closer, I'll count to 3 and then laugh. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. In the photo, there are 2 smiling faces and 1 puzzled face. Inside the hotel, a portal opened. Lu Xian came back rubbing his butt and breathing out cold air. Before leaving, he was attacked by Nai Chi. Damn it! He swore that he would take revenge next time they met. Where have you been? The kitten's cold voice came from the side. Seeing her here, Lu Xian asked in surprise, why are you in my room? Zhu Zuqing frowned, I couldn't sense your presence next door, so I came over to see what that light door was. Since you've seen it, it's okay to tell you. Lu Xian threw himself on the big bed and said lazily, that is the door to another world. I went to another very distant world and saved a friend. Then you are really busy, having to go to another world to save people late at night. Zhu Zuqing rolled her eyes, obviously not believing it. Since Lu Xian didn't want to say anything, she didn't bother to ask more. Everyone has their own secrets. She came to check on him only because she was worried about his safety. Now that Lu Xian was fine, she opened the door and left. You don't believe me even if I tell you the truth, Lu Xian was helpless. Lying on the big bed, he began to sort out his harvest, first opening the abstract system to check it out. Abstract value balance, 16,000. I didn't expect that the 10,000 balance I spent would be earned back by going to the world of Shade of Heaven. What a pity. It's easy to earn abstract value, but it's hard to get the first chance to draw gold. Lu Xian sighed. He now only had one chance to win the first prize from the special prize pool, which required 10 abstract points. After that, any subsequent draws would really depend on luck. Save it first. Save up 10 yuan and then take part in the special lottery and get the top prize. After closing the abstract system interface, Lu Xian opened the chat group interface again. There was a group points sign-in in the upper right corner of the group. Lu Xian clicked it and signed in that day to get 6 group points. Very good. I randomly drew numbers from 1 to 100 and the result was a single digit. That's incredible. I am indeed an un-African. Lu Xian simply set it to automatically sign in every day, out of sight, out of mind. Chat group points balance, 9006. Lu Xian opened the group points redemption list. Crossing talisman, 100 points per piece. One crossing talisman can last for hours. Okay. Lu Xian was stunned, and then laughed. He immediately bought 10 time travel talismans generously, then took a screenshot and sent it to the group. Lu Xian at Tang Daxian who can calculate. Travel talisman.jpg. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, I would rather leave regrets for morality than leave hidden dangers for life. Chapter 19, I would rather leave regrets for morality than leave hidden dangers for life. Xiao Yan, tisk tisk tisk, this time travel talisman is interesting. Xiao Yan at Tang Daxian, who is good at calculating, guess who will be the most miserable in the group later. Ye Fan at Tang Daxian, who can calculate, guess who will be the most miserable in the group later. Yan Lingji at Tang Daxian, who is good at calculating, guess who will be the most miserable in the group later. Lu Sweki at Tang Daxian, who is good at calculating, guess who will be the most miserable in the group later. Lu Xian, break the formation, strictly prohibit repeating behavior. Lu Xian, I just tried it, the time travel talisman can be stuffed into a red envelope. When Xiao Yan heard this sentence in the group, his eyes lit up on the spot. Ye Fan was also eager to try, and murderous intent burst out of Yan Lingji's gentle eyes. Lu Xian, it's time to beat up the dog charlatan. Friends who are good at the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty will be given priority. Xiao Yan, brother, I have never begged anyone in my life, please, give me a chance. Xiao Yan, can trade with Pai, known as a warm-hearted stock trader in Jianghu. Lu Xian, forget about being so kind-hearted, my good brother, I can forget anyone but you. Lu Xian sent an exclusive red envelope to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan received an exclusive red envelope. Xiao Yan, I am your good brother in my heart. I won't say anything more. Come to my place in the future and I will provide you with plenty of good wine. As long as I can fulfill any request, brother Lu, feel free to ask. Ye Fan, brother Lu, please take me with you. I have been enduring this bastard for a long time. Lu Xian, no problem, I'm so poor that all I have left is group points. Lu Xian sent Ye Fan an exclusive red envelope. Ye Fan received an exclusive red envelope. Lu Xian at Yan Lingji at Lu Sweki, the following scene may be too cruel, you two girls should not go, I am afraid you can't bear it. Lu Sweki, I'm not interested. Yan Lingji, are you looking down on me? Lu Xian, how could that be? I was mainly afraid that the scene would be too disgusting, like suppressing the dog charlatan in a cesspool or something like that. Ji Yanling. Yan Lingji, I have something to do, so I can't get away for the time being. Lu Sweki, killing people is not the right path. Xiao Yan, Nai Chi, stop caring. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he can't stop me, Xiao Yan. I said it. Xiao Yan, it's a good thing for him to suppress the cesspool. If I don't torture him to my heart's content tonight, I, Xiao Yan, will write my name upside down. Ye Fan, suppressing a cesspool is indeed a bit vicious. However, I also want to see what that kind of scene is like, he. Lu Xian, I would rather leave regrets for morality than leave hidden dangers for life. Ye Fan, brother Lu's summary is brilliant. Xiao Yan, insight +1, this bastard must not be allowed to stay. Lu Xian, stop talking nonsense, let's go. Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, damn, don't come over here. Earth. Tang Sangui looked at the group messages, his face turned green, and he shivered in his rental house. Oh, right, let's go to the police station. There are uncles there with guns. Maybe they can protect me. Tang Sangui's legs were so weak with fear that he staggered to his feet, holding on to the wall, and staggered towards the door, trembling with every step. Shhhhh. 3 portals opened in front of the room at this moment, blocking the door. This scene made Tang Sangui despair. He collapsed on the ground and almost peed himself on the spot. It came so fast. It's over, it's all over now. The portal rippled, and 3 figures walked out of their respective portals. After glancing at the surrounding environment, they looked at each other. Lu Xian had met Ye Fan before, but this was the first time he had seen Xiao Yan. He looked young, about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a black suit and a small ponytail on his head. Compared with Ye Fan's quiet and delicate appearance, Xiao Yan's face was a little more resolute. He looks like a funny guy in the group, but when we meet in person, Huo seems quite calm and composed. You too. Xiao Yan looked back and forth between the two of them, analyzing the identities of Lu Xian and Ye Fan. Brother Kadian, nice to meet you. Ye Fan clasped his fists and greeted him with a smile. He also revealed his identity to prevent Xiao Yan from guessing. Xiao Yan looked at Ye Fan, who was a head shorter than him, with a smile on his face. He obviously understood what he meant, and clasped his fists in return. Brother Ye, I have heard of you for a long time. I didn't expect that Brother Ye is so young. The tacit understanding between men is sometimes so simple that they can understand each other's meaning with just one word or one look. Lu Xian smiled and said, you two shouldn't just keep talking about the honor of meeting for a long time. We'll have plenty of time to chat later. Let's get down to business first. Aren't you afraid that Brother Kadian will mistake our identities? Ye Fan explained, then looked at Tang Sangui who was slumped on the ground, and the smile on his face gradually turned cold. Xiao Yan couldn't help himself. In that case, brothers, don't fight with me, let me go first. He clenched his fists and strode forward. Lu Xian and Ye Fan looked at each other and stopped moving forward. If we were to ask who in the group was most resentful of this bastard, Xiao Yan would definitely have the most say. He was fooled so badly. Now is the time to give him a chance to vent his emotions. You bastard, you're taking me for a fool, aren't you? Xiao Yan laughed grimly, grabbed Tang San's ghost coat collar and pulled him up. His resolute and handsome face gradually became ferocious, and he roared in a low voice, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Brother Yan, don't! I was wrong, I was really wrong, let me go. I will return the ring to you, I will return it to you, please don't kill me. Tang Sangui had never seen such a scene before. His crotch was wet. He tremblingly took out a ring from the red envelope. Swa! As soon as the ring came out of the red envelope, it seemed to have its own consciousness. It instantly broke free from his fingers and floated in the air. A white shadow floated out from the ring and condensed into a human figure. The figure was ethereal, with white hair and a childlike face. He was wearing a long robe with wide sleeves and a small white mustache on his chin. Even at his age, his figure is still very handsome and elegant. It can be seen that he must have been a handsome guy when he was young. Yao Chen was locked up in the red envelope space for more than a month. It was a pitch-black space with no concept of time. Although he was not driven crazy, he was very distressed and had been trying to find a way out. Unexpectedly, he suddenly came out today and saw a familiar figure, the little guy whose fighting spirit he had sucked away for 3 years. Xiao Yan relaxed his grip on Tang San's ghost collar a little, and stared at the figure with a slightly startled look in his eyes. He didn't know how to face his former teacher, and his emotions were quite complicated. Is this Huo's teacher? Ye Fan widened his eyes in curiosity, wondering why he looked like a ghost. Master Yao, please come over here and have a chat. I will explain the whole story to you one by one. Please don't disturb Xiao Yan's mood there. Lu Xian smiled and bowed to invite him. You are. Yao Chen moved his gaze away from Xiao Yan and looked at Lu Xian and Ye Fan. He frowned and slowly floated towards Lu Xian and Ye Fan. We are Xiao Yan's friends. We are here to seek revenge today. Saving you is also a pleasant surprise. Lu Xian began to explain the whole thing to Yao Lao. Seeing that he was not needed over there for the time being, Xiao Yan exerted force again, grabbed Tang Sangui's collar tightly, and slowly raised his fist. I have already returned the ring to you. I also know that I was wrong. Please let me go. Tang Sangui was really scared and begged desperately with tears streaming down his face. If I let you go, I'm going to make my heart unstable. Xiao Yan cursed angrily and punched him on the head. He was afraid of being killed by one punch, so he didn't dare to use too much strength. It was agreed that he would be tortured tonight. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Modern Love Story. Chapter 20 Modern Love Story. Xiao Yan's fist that hit Tang Sangui seemed to have hit an invisible barrier. Chat group. Group members cannot intentionally harm each other's body or soul. A prompt sounded in Xiao Yan and Tang Sangui's minds at the same time. This reminder made Xiao Yan's face instantly ugly, but Tang Sangui was overjoyed. He almost forgot that members of a chat group generally cannot intentionally hurt each other. Am I saved? The fear on his face quickly disappeared, and Tang Sangui felt that he was back to normal, and his legs were not so weak anymore. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yan, you can't kill me. Tang San laughed out loud. Clang! Xiao Yan punched hard again, but still to no avail. His face twisted with anger. What happened? The changes that happened to Xiao Yan and the other person attracted Lu Xian's attention. The chat group doesn't let me hurt him, damn it! Xiao Yan cursed. Hearing this, Lu Xian stepped forward and, under Tang Sangui's mocking gaze, also tried to punch out. Clang! The same chat group notification tone as Xiao Yan's rang in his mind. Useless Lu Xian, you can't hurt me, ha 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 ha, I'll piss you off to death. Tang San, the evil villain, became arrogant again. Seeing his dog-like appearance, Xiao Yan and Ye Fan's faces became very gloomy. If this Birdman didn't die, he would become a serious threat in the future. What are you laughing at, you idiot? Lu Xian looked at him with disdain. We can't hurt you. Medicine Master is not a member of the chat group. If he wants you dead, he can do so at any time. Yes. There are more than just 3 of them who can take action here. There is also Master Yao. Xiao Yan and Ye Fan both reacted. Does this require me to take action? Just kill him. Yao Chen asked with a frown. Don't do that. Master Yao, if you take action, he will die too comfortably. Lu Xian glanced at Xiao Yan's hand that was grabbing Tang Sangui's collar, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Xiao Yan grabbed his collar, but was not judged as a malicious attack by the chat group. The boundary of this malicious attack seems to be quite vague. Maybe we can operate in this regard. I think I have a better way. Wait for me, I'm going out to buy some things and will be back soon. Yeah hey, huo, the 2 of you keep an eye on him, and by the way, continue explaining to Master Yao what I didn't finish just now. After saying this, Lu Xian changed his black tights back into modern sportswear, pushed the door open, and left quickly. Outside the house. The smooth roads and neatly arranged street lights are the familiar yet unfamiliar world in my memory. The experience of just 2 days seemed like a lifetime ago. Lu Xian looked at the tall buildings on both sides of the road, his eyes were slightly disturbed, and then quickly disappeared. He strolled casually on the street in the early morning, and then walked into a small supermarket that was still open at night, from which the sound of mahjong tiles colliding could be heard. Lu Xian found a large roll of tape in the corner of the supermarket, put it into his ring, threw a gold soul coin on the spot, and walked out of the supermarket as if nothing had happened. There were not many pedestrians on the street at night. Lu Xian passed by a bar and saw a man and a woman standing at the door of the bar, tug of war. The man was wearing a takeaway uniform and was dark and thin. The woman was no taller than 1 meter and weighed more than 6 kilograms. Yan, please, don't leave me. You're a loser. We've been together for 2 years, and you haven't even had 2 nights of pleasure with my ex-boyfriend. You have no life and no money. I'm still young, and I can easily find a rich man. I can't even hang myself on this crooked tree of yours. I will try my best. I really will. Please give me another year. The man shed tears and made promises again and again, trying to save the relationship. Give it to you, you loser. You only give me 3,000 yuan a month, which is not enough for me to hang out in a bar. Let alone 1 year. You will still be the same in 10 years. Lu Xian, who was passing by here and saw this scene, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Being humiliated like this and still begging, this is too cowardly. Men don't shed tears easily, don't you understand? It's really embarrassing for men. This woman is even more weird. What kind of life values does she have? He couldn't help but say, don't daydream when it's still dark. With your face, you're not only beautiful, but you're also hated by everyone. You still want rich men to chase you, with your age spots that can't be covered by 10 cm thick makeup, and your fat legs that would make an elephant cry? You're an old tank, and you're ugly and troublesome. If someone wants it, why don't you go back and burn incense and secretly rejoice instead of being a monster here? What the hell did you say, you little brat? The woman was so angry that she was furious and wanted to grab Lu Xian's face. Lu Xian kicked her to the ground with a cold face. You son of a bitch, you dare to hit me, I'm going to call the police to arrest you and make you spend the rest of your life in jail. Dude, please leave quickly. There is no surveillance nearby. At this time, the delivery man stepped forward and pushed Lu Xian, telling him to leave quickly and not to get into trouble. He then quickly ran to support the ultimate tank and said nice things. No, buddy, does she have marijuana in her vagina? Can it make you so crazy? Lu Xian was shocked. I am your true love, please stop interfering. Lu Xian was speechless and could only shake his head and leave. Modern love is really hopeless. After walking a few dozen steps, he returned the way he came. A man and a woman appeared in front. This time, the two of them snuggled together, like a loving couple, taking a romantic walk on the street in the early morning. It turns out that there is still true love in modern times. Lu Xian sighed when he saw this. The scene just now should have just been a weird couple he encountered, one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. At this time, a man's voice was heard from the front. Lily, as your best friend, I really have to advise you to divorce your husband as soon as possible and divide the property. Otherwise, if your selling of silver is discovered, the law may not be on your side. Lu Xian's ears moved, and his face twitched when he heard this. Oh well, it turns out I was careless. I won't let him find out. He works so hard every day and goes home to sleep. How can he have the time to find out about my affairs? The man sighed, why don't you do something else? Why do you want to go to work at Tianshang Renjian? How many people have you slept with in this month? Is it because I can't satisfy you? The woman thought for a moment and jokingly replied, I've only slept with you. After all, the others kept me awake all night. The man seemed a little jealous and angry when he heard the joke. Lily, you should quit that job. Why? How can I support you if I quit? Can you please think about it for me? What woman wants to survive in the cracks and make a living under the stick? I am not doing this all for you. Lily, you might as well find a rich man. You are still young and beautiful. It's too early for you to get married. Your husband is not worthy of you. I told you not to settle for that. The woman remained silent, as if she was persuaded. Lu Xian passed by the two people who were talking in a low voice and said coldly, he's right. You shouldn't settle for such good conditions. There was a woman in my village. She was average looking and from the Moonlight clan. She was over 80 years old and had not yet settled down. Guess what? Later, a supreme heavenly emperor named Yehe passed by her grave and fell in love with her. He dug her out, fed her the elixir of immortality and brought her back to life. He gave her 50 kilograms of heavenly palace divine liquid as a betrothal gift and helped her break through to the saint realm. Now they are both living a good life. Don't settle for less. You deserve better. Your husband is really not worthy of you. Go back and divorce him and find someone better. Stop harming him. I think your best friend next to you is pretty good. He's a perfect match for you. Who the hell are you? I'm the one who wants to kill you. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Tang Sangui died of bloating. Chapter 21 Tang San Ghost died of overeating less than 10 minutes after leaving the house. Liu Xian came back with a cold face and a hint of blood on his body. He is really disappointed with this modern world where love is distorted. What kind of life values are these? Are those unforgettable love stories handed down from ancient times all lies? Or is it that the current generation has defiled these two sacred words? I just went out for a short while tonight, and ended up seeing all kinds of monsters and demons. Liu Xian felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he won't have to stay in such a world in the future and can stay away from these disgusting things. After briefly adjusting his mentality at the door, Liu Xian's coldness disappeared from his face and he pushed the door open calmly. 4 pairs of eyes were cast over at this time. Tang Sangui had been tied to the foot of the bed by Xiao Yan, with a smelly sock stuffed in his mouth to prevent him from shouting in the middle of the night and causing unnecessary trouble. Liu Xian nodded to them and took out the large roll of tape from his ring. Tape. Xiao Yan and Ye Fan looked at each other, wondering why Liu Xian brought back such a thing. What's the point of bringing back a piece of tape? Both of them looked confused. Woo woo woo, please let me go, I really know I was wrong. After realizing that Yao Chen could kill him, Tang Sangui became weak again and began to beg desperately, but he could not utter a complete word. As for the tape in Liu Xian's hand, he didn't care at all. He was only afraid of Yao Chen. If he could go back in time, Tang San swore that he would never take the ring containing Yao Chen out of the red envelope. Now he has brought himself to a dead end. No one at the scene paid any attention to Tang Sangui's pleading look. They had already experienced his disgusting face. Liu Xian tore off the tape, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled a little creepy. This tape is a good thing. It can make him die comfortably. Come on, take the socks and help tie them around his mouth. Tie them tightly. Then watch my show. Brother Liu, do you want to suffocate him? Xiao Yan asked puzzledly while holding down Tang Sangui's head and wrapping it with tape. How is that possible? Isn't that too cheap for him? Hey, yeah hey, leave him 2 nostrils to vent, otherwise the chat group might judge it as a malicious attack. Liu Xian commanded the 2 of them. After a while, the whole roll of tape was used up. Tang Sangui's entire head was wrapped in tape, with the exception of his 2 nostrils and eyes which were still exposed. The rest of his head was wrapped 3 times inside and 3 times outside. It's done, what's next? Xiao Yan rubbed his hands. Brother Liu was being mysterious, which made him curious and impatient. Ye Fan also urged, Brother Liu, don't keep us in suspense, tell us how to deal with him. Yao Chen also became interested at this time and watched with great interest. He had already learned from Xiao Yan what had happened during this period of time. Tang Sangui, the culprit, deserved to die. Do it to death. Liu Xian no longer wanted to be a riddle teller. Everything was ready, so he said bluntly, everyone, to be honest, I have the ability to create an oligay in people's mouths. Did I hear it right? Ye Fan picked his ears, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. Liu Xian spread his hands and said, you heard it right. It's what you heard and thought of, making the sound of oligay in your mouth. Ye Fan and Xiao Yan were both a little dumbfounded at this moment. Even Yao Lao's face trembled and he couldn't keep his composure. What kind of extremely perverted ability is this? I asked you to wrap it with tape because I was afraid he would spit it out. It's better now. He can't spit it out. He can only swallow it. I treated my friends to food out of kindness, but the chat group can't judge me as a malicious attack, right? Liu Xian's smile was a bit wicked, and several people present trembled when they heard it. Brother Liu, your idea is really devilish. But we like it. Fortunately, Brother Liu is a friend. If he were an enemy, the scene would be unimaginable. Brother Liu, show it quickly. Ye Fan couldn't wait any longer, and Xiao Yan even laughed gg. If you have this ability, why didn't you tell me earlier, Brother Liu? Beating him up would make him feel good and relieved. As Liu Xian got into position, Xiao Yan and Ye Fan quickly took several steps back, fearing that they would be splashed with shit. Tang Sangui was now begging for mercy Wuo, and Lu Xian's words almost made him sick to death. What kind of crazy ability is this? If that really happens, I might as well just die. What is there to struggle about? Haven't you heard that if you can't resist, just enjoy it? Don't worry, I'll feed you right away. I'll make sure you're well fed tonight. Lu Xian smiled kindly, and 3 platinum spirit rings rose under his feet. The fear in Tang Sangui's eyes deepened, and he struggled and twisted his body. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan tied him to the foot of the solid wooden bed with a rope, and he couldn't get free. Lu Xian stretched out his finger and designated Tang Sangui as the target of the spirit skill. Aw shit! As the soul spell was recited, Tang San's ghost mouth swelled up visibly, and his teeth chewed up and down. The stench that could suffocate a person went straight to the top of his head. He wanted to vomit, but his mouth was tied with tape and he couldn't open it at all. You created an abstract scene, which was rated as very abstract, and gained an abstract value of 1000. Fuck, there really seems to be something in his mouth. Brother Lu's ability is too abnormal. If anyone offends Brother Lu, it would be worse than death. Ye Fan and Xiao Yan were so shocked that they were licking their teeth. This ability was really too terrifying. Very good, the chat group really didn't respond. Lu Xian smiled, which proved that his previous guess was correct. Feeding group members is a good thing, so how could it be considered a malicious attack? As for tying people up with tape, it's just a joke among group members, how can you take it seriously? Just like he was kicked by Naki before, but the group member protection mechanism was not triggered. There is actually a lot of room for maneuver between the upper and lower limits. Aw shit! The third soul skill was activated for the second time. He said that Tang San's ghost must be fed well, so he must be fed well. Lu Xian is a good man who does what he says. Tang Sangui's already swollen cheeks suddenly became round, and his whole face was like a ball. His mouth could no longer hold anything, and the things in his mouth began to squeeze into his throat and come out of his nostrils. Tang Sangui kept rolling his eyes, his face turned blue, and he kept twitching. It was really miserable. A foul odor filled the room. It's confirmed that what comes out of the nostrils is really olige. Xiao Yan and Ye Fan hurried to open the windows for ventilation. Aw shit! 10 minutes later. Lu Xian didn't know how many times he had recited the soul spell. At this time, Tang Sangui's pupils were dilated, and his stomach was swollen like a pregnant woman in her 10th month. He was already dead, and he was starved to death. You have created an abstract scene, which has reached the highest level. Congratulations on successfully abstracting and killing a weak enemy. And obtaining an abstract value of 1000. Abstract value balance, 18,000. Chat group member Tang Daxian, who is good at fortune-telling, has died. The chat group's connection with his world will be cut off soon. Group members currently in his world, please leave immediately, otherwise you will be stranded forever. Lu Xian and the others looked at each other. See you next time, brothers. Don't play so big next time, you. Brother Lu, if I accidentally offend you in the future, you can beat me, scold me, or even cut me a few times to vent your anger, but don't use this ability on me, please. Actually, besides this, I have other pretty good abilities. Ye Fan, Xiao Yan, and Yao Chen who was hiding in the ring. Is it really good, or is it the kind of good similar to this ability? Brother Lu is indeed unfathomable. The room fell silent as 3 portals opened and 3 figures stepped through them. Before Lu Xian left, he threw down the several hundred gold coins that Xiao Yan had given him before, as a small compensation for the soul ring on the house. An unsolved case was born. Thanks to the brothers who gave monthly tickets. As far as I am concerned, the data of this book is twice as strong as the previous one. The collection is increasing very fast, and the follow-up reading is also good. I haven't received any criticism so far, which makes me feel very happy. It seems that the previous book was correctly cut. It was criticized so much because there must be something wrong with the setting. This book will maintain the same state. Thank you brothers for your support, and I will continue to work hard. Later I will find time to make some short videos to add some fun to everyone while reading the book. In addition, I continue to ask for votes, and I will accept all recommended monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Xiao Yan, this is the bond between us. Chapter 22 Xiao Yan, this is the bond between us. Are you going to another world to save your friends again? On the sofa in the room, Zhu Zuqing crossed her legs and sat upright with her arms wrapped around her plump chest, which was tightly wrapped in a black leather jacket. Her eyes were inquiring. Lu Xian went out twice in one night. What on earth was this guy doing? Where does that light gate lead to? No, this time I went to feed an enemy and starve him to death. Lu Xian answered after hesitating for a moment, telling the truth. Feeding an enemy to death, Zhu Zuqing was stunned, her pupils blank. You said you saved someone the first time you went out, so I'll believe you for now. It's not too outrageous. As a result, the second time I went out, you told me that you could kill an enemy? Die from overeating? The excuses are getting more and more ridiculous. There must be something fishy about Zhu Zuqing believing him. He is just talking nonsense. The two stared at each other. As expected, you don't believe me again. Why do you always disbelieve me when I tell you the truth? Lu Xian expressed his exhaustion about this. Please ask them to relax. It's almost dawn and we have to hurry. Zhu Zuqing pinched her brows helplessly, also feeling a little tired. It's dawn, so no one will say anything if you sleep in late. I decided to sleep until noon before setting off again. Lu Xian had just fed the dog Charlatan with some ALGI. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a little smelly and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. There was another guest in the room, and he poked his head out to invite her warmly. Kitty, do you want to take a bath together? Go to hell. A pillow was thrown over, Lu Xian ducked his head and dodged it, then stuck his head out again. You really don't want to wash together? I'm really good at scrubbing people's backs, especially the muddiest ones. Another pillow flew over. Get lost, or I'll strangle you to death. This is my room. Zhu Zuqing was angered by Lu Xian's shameless behavior. Okay, I'll just go away now. She opened the door and left angrily. Following his death, Tang Sangui was kicked out of the group chat. Yan Lingji, disgusting thing, finally get out. Xiao Yan, comfortable, my whole body feels clear. Ye Fan, transparency +1. Yan Lingji, so how did you torture him? Tell me so I can be happy. When Xiao Yan and Ye Fan saw the news, their faces twitched. How could this be torture? She was starved to death by Brother Lu's sugar daddy, her belly was as bloated as a pregnant woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, can you believe it? No matter how imaginative they are, they could never have imagined such an outrageous way of dying. Lu Xian, we are good people. How can you use the word torture, fire girl? Lu Xian, we just stuffed him to death. This way of death should be considered a very happy way of death for a mortal. Isn't dying of starvation a happy enough way? Throughout history, how many prisoners have received such good treatment? It is said that it is easier to start a journey if you are a full ghost, and Tang San's ghost is definitely as full as can be. Lu Xian felt that he was too kind. Yan Lingji, overstuffed to death. Yan Lingji, you guys were so confident before you went there, you said you were going to cook it in such and such a way, but this is the result? It's really disappointing, this kind of disgusting thing deserves to be skinned and tortured. Yan Lingji was upset and felt that dying from gluttony was too easy for that charlatan. If possible, she wanted to drag the man out and whip his corpse. Lu Sweki, I think it's good. No matter how many sins he committed during his lifetime, all grudges will be erased once he dies. Yan Lingji, you were not irritated by his disgusting words. Lu Xian, Naichi is like this. Her thoughts and ideas are deeply influenced by the sect. King Yun sect is the leader of the righteous path in her world. She has been influenced by the righteous thoughts of King Yun sect for many years. Her style of doing things is indeed different from ours. Xiao Yan, actually, I think the death of that dog charlatan is much more miserable than being skinned and having your tendons pulled out. Ye Fan, +1. Seeing him dying of bloating has left me with a psychological trauma. Yan Lingji, youngsters, is this all you have achieved? Is it so scary to die of overeating? Yan Lingji couldn't understand it at all. Xiao Yan, Ye Fan, Brother Kadayan, how about we? Xiao Yan, Brother Ye, you are too evil-minded. You actually want to tell this to our ancestor? Yan Lingji. Lu Xian, stop. Why are you talking about your ancestors again? Want to add another generation? Lu Xian quickly changed the subject. Lu Xian, huo, I got some stuff from killing monsters in Yehe's world before. They are all some rubbish magic weapons from their world. I'm not sure if they can be used in your world, so I'll send them to you first. Lu Xian sent an exclusive red envelope to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, rubbish magic weapon. Lu Xian, it's trash in Yehe's place, but if you can use it, it will be considered a divine weapon, definitely much stronger than ordinary weapons. Xiao Yan, I always feel insulted. Xiao Yan received an exclusive red envelope. Xiao Yan, I'll ask my teacher to research it first, and if it's feasible, we'll put it up for auction. Lu Xian, okay, you can do it yourself. Ye Fan, we just separated. Brother Kadayan, you became my disciple so soon? Xiao Yan, of course, otherwise my 3 years of fighting spirit would not have been sucked away in vain. I must get back what I want from this old guy. Now our Xiao family market is in a precarious situation, being suppressed by the other 2 major families. Now that there is a ready-made strong supporter, I naturally have to hold on to it firmly. Xiao Yan, I can learn alchemy, improve my strength, and solve the family crisis. I kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Next, I, Xiao Yan, will start writing a cool story. 3 years later, I will beat Nalan Yan Ran. Xiao Yan praised himself for his decisiveness. Just now, as soon as he traveled back to the Duqi continent, he bowed his head and kowtowed, leaving even Yao Chen speechless. Ye Fan, it has to be you. I envy those who have big legs to hug. But who is Nalan Yan Ran? It sounds like a girl's name, right? Why do you want to beat her up? Xiao Yan, it's a humiliating past, so let's not talk about it. Ye Fan, stop it, Brother Kadayan. The more you say that, the more curious I become. Lu Xian, Nalan Yan Ran was originally Huohuo's fiancée, but later she went to Huohuo's house to break off the engagement, causing Huohuo's entire family to lose face and become the laughing stock of Wuden City. Huohuo was so angry that he made a 3-year agreement with her. After 3 years, Huohuo will go to Nalan Yan Ran's sect, Yunlin sect, to fight her. Lu Xian, in the original novel, Huohuo won the 3-year agreement, proved herself, proved her fiancé's poor vision, and saved the family's reputation, but it also made the Yunlin sect where Nalan Yan Ran was located lose face, and was besieged by the older generation of the Yunlin sect, so he almost couldn't leave the Yunlin sect. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. How could such a thing actually happen? Can Yunlin sect not afford to lose? Too many older generations have ended up like this, and they are surrounded and killed. How shameless! Xiao Yan cursed in his heart. Ye Fan, 3-year agreement? So exciting! Please take me with you when the time comes. Ye Fan, after 3 years, my strength should have improved. Brother Kadayan, I will go to support you and I will take part in the fight. The Yunlin sect's decisive battle with Emperor Yetian? Lu Xian found it quite interesting. Lu Sweki, 3 years later? I'll be included in that too. Yan Lingji, count me in as well. Lu Xian, huo, I will also go to watch the fun. As far as I remember, the most powerful former leader of the Yunlin sect was a Dozong. If he makes a move, I can help you deal with it. Faced with the support of his group members, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with an emotion called touching. Did you see it? Did you see it? This is the bond between me, Xiao Yan. Yunlin sect, right, as long as you are safe and sound, that's all. How shameless you are! Just wait and see how I, Xiao Yan, will use the power of bondage to overthrow your entire Yunlin sect in 3 years. Xiao Yan, everyone, I, Xiao Yan, will remember this favor. Lu Xian, don't learn Yehei's sentimental ways. Yehei is naturally sentimental. He misses his mother's embrace. Are you also sentimental? Ye Fan, I want to protest. Lu Xian, protest is invalid. Lu Xian, it's late now. I have to travel at dawn. I can't stay awake any longer. Lu Xian, I can't roll it anymore, calm down, you guys chat. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Destiny and Choice. Chapter 23 Destiny and Choice. The next afternoon. It's not a good weather today. The wind was windy and damp, and the sky was dark as ink, like the night, a sign of a coming storm. A black horse galloped on the dirt road, raising a cloud of dust. There was a fork in the road ahead, and at the fork, the horse stopped, stamping its hooves. The road to the left leads to Soto City, which is known as the granary of the Barak Kingdom. Going straight along this road, you will reach the Kingdom of Sylves. Crossing the Fasno province in the middle of the kingdom, you will reach the capital of the Tiandu Empire, Tiandu City. Zhu Zuqing put down the map in her hand, flipped her long legs, and nimbly got off the horse. She raised her head slightly and looked at the young man on horseback and asked, I remember you said before that you wanted to go to Tiandu City. You're going to Soto City? Lu Xian did not answer this question, but looked into her eyes and asked calmly. Zhu Zuqing's eyes flickered when she heard this. I really want to go there and take a look. Is this so? There was a brief silence between the two. Lu Xian forced a smile and spoke first to break the silence. Since you have made your decision, we will not be on the same route later. I do need to go to Tiandu City. That's not close. Zhu Zuqing hesitated and said, we will meet again in the future, right? Why do you even ask that? We've already met once. What's the meaning of meeting again next time? Do you think it's the joy of reuniting after a long separation, or is it just like this time? Lu Xian no longer had his usual nonchalant look, and was just chuckling lazily. Zhu Zuqing, thank you for accompanying me on this not-so-boring journey. I had a lot of fun along the way. He pulled the reins and turned the horse around, looking into the distance, and said softly, let's go, take care of yourself, I still have a long way to go, I won't let you ride on the pony. Drive. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the reins, the horse neighed, kicked its hooves, and rode away in an instant, with the figure on horseback soon disappearing under the inky clouds. Are you so decisive? Zhu Zuqing stood there and opened her mouth. The look in his eyes when he left was too strange. This turn gave her the feeling that they were now strangers and would never have the chance to meet again. Just like the fork in the road under your feet leading to 2 directions. They each embark on a path, walking on their own way, and the future will only go in their own direction, going further and further away, and the day when the 2 forks in the road will never meet. I don't know what to feel. What is the meaning of meeting? Xiao Yan, brother Lu is such a chatterbox, why aren't you online today? Did you do something bad last night and are you exhausted? He. Ye Fan, brother Kadayan, You are so brave. Have you forgotten Brother Lu's ability? Brother Lu, you are behind me, aren't you afraid that there will be a lump in your mouth someday? Xiao Yan, ahem. Damn it, this is outrageous. Who was it that used the goose soul technique to control me and make me talk nonsense? I, Xiao Yan, will never reconcile with him. Ye Fan, tisk tisk. You are indeed the one. Lu Xian, huo, how come I just came online and saw someone saying bad things about me? Xiao Yan, Brother Lu, if I say that my account was hacked by old man Yao just now, would you believe it? Ye Fan, Le. Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. Lu Xian, tisk, do you think I believe it or not? Next time I must arrange a one-stop service for you. Xiao Yan, Brother Lu, please don't do that. Xiao Yanzhen knows he's wrong. Yan Lingji at Lu Xian, why are you online so late today? Lu Xian, firefighter, are you waiting for me? What? Do you want to talk to me about something? Lu Xian was a little surprised. Firefighter actually took the initiative to find him. Yan Lingji, I originally wanted to find an opportunity to go to that charlatan's world in person to understand my own destiny, but his world is gone. Yan Lingji, now you are the only one who knows my future. Yan Lingji, I want to know what my original fate and ending would be. It seems there is something to eat. The group suddenly became quiet, and everyone was peeking at the screen silently. Lu Xian, before I give you an answer, you might as well guess for yourself whether your ending will be good or bad. Inside the crystal cage, Yan Lingji's charming eyes were filled with a hint of melancholy, and her narrow eyes were full of stories. After a brief thought, she responded. Yan Lingji, the person I am loyal to is from the old era, an outcast of the new era. I think my ending will not be very good. Scattered raindrops began to fall with a patter. Lu Xian looked up and saw dark clouds rolling in the sky. He had to find a place to shelter from the rain. I hope there is a place to shelter from the rain on the side of the road. Lu Xian, since you see everything clearly, why do you still have to be so blindly loyal? Yan Lingji, you should know that I am a citizen of Baiyu. I have no choice. Lu Xian, you have a choice, you just don't want to choose. Lu Xian, thousands of years from now, not to mention the Baiyu, even the Xiongnu grasslands will become one family, and the 56 ethnic groups will form a new China, with no distinction between them. Yan Lingji, I have seen the 19th level of hell in the human world. Yan Lingji, you also said that it is a matter of the future. The remaining people of Baiyu now have their country torn apart, are in dire straits, and have to eat their own children. They cannot see tomorrow, let alone the future. They need a leader to lead them forward. Road ahead. A thatched wooden hut appeared on the side of a low hill. It seemed to be a temporary resting place for nearby villagers who were hunting or chopping wood. What good luck! Lu Xian's face lit up with joy, and he rode his horse forward. Just as he led the horse into the thatched hut which was leaking on all sides, heavy rain began to pour down outside. It was drizzling inside the house, but it was better than getting soaked. At least there was a place to stay. In the corner there were several bundles of dry firewood tied together with vines. It really is a temporary resting place for woodcutters. Lu Xian overturned a bundle of dry firewood to use as a stool and began to reply in the chat group. Lu Xian, Tian's is not the leader you expected. Since you want to know your fate, I will tell you. You can judge for yourself. Lu Xian, your story begins when Han Fei, the 9th prince of the kingdom of Han, returns to Xinzhen. Lu Xian, not long after that, Washuangui will rescue you from the crystal cage. At that time, Tian's will also be released from the dungeon by Sui Aiho. However, he has been poisoned and has become a knife in Sui Aiho's hand, used to deal with Han Fei, the 9th son of Han. Lu Xian, the situation in South Korea is treacherous. The night is represented by the blood-robed Marquis and the General Ji Wei, the quicksand is represented by Han Fei and Gigu Wei Zhuang, and there are also the Qin King Ying Zheng and Gigu Gainai who have joined the game, and the Qin State's Luoang Tianzi first-class assassin, etc. In addition to South Korea, there are also the Qin Iron Cavalry stationed there, who are eyeing South Korea with eager eyes. They only need the name of sending troops to annex the entire South Korea. The national situation is a real hodgepodge. Lu Xian, as Tian's subordinate, your master is under your control. To put it bluntly, you are trapped in this hodgepodge of South Korea, and are just pawns that are constantly used by various parties. You live a life of hiding from others, and in the eyes of other forces, you are just jumping clowns. Lu Xian, the envoy sent by Qin to Han was killed by your master Tian's in revenge. He wanted to provoke Qin to destroy Han. In order to calm Qin's anger and not give Qin an excuse to send troops to Han, Tian's, and Han Fei, the leader of Lai Sha, reached a deal. Lai Sha stole the antidote to cure him, and you became the sacrifice given by Tian's. Lu Xian, you were pushed out by Tian's, charged with murdering the Qin envoy, and accompanied Han Fei to Qin to apologize. Qin was a bigger vortex, and the situation was far more complicated than that of Han. In the end, both you and Han Fei died under the sixth soul curse of the Yin-Yang School Moon Goddess, the Qin State Master. Lu Xian, this is your original destiny. Lu Xian, after listening to this, do you still think Tian's is the person you envisioned who can change the current situation of the Baihu survivors? Lu Xian, Tian's has been imprisoned for so many years that he has gone mad. He may have been a good prince of Baihu before, with ambitions for his country, but now he is no longer the Baihu prince you know. He no longer cares about the people of Baihu, or even Baihu. He only has selfish desires and only wants revenge on South Korea. Lu Xian, that's all I have to say. If you still want to continue on this path and still think that he is the leader who can lead the remaining people of Baihu, I will not persuade you any further. This is a heavy history. Lu Xian closed the chat group interface, feeling a little more emotional. In that era, the victims were displaced and ate grass roots and tree bark. Thousands of years later, people in modern times have disregarded moral principles and have lost all conscience. This period of history led Lu Xian to a conclusion. Some things in modern times that cannot be called human beings are just too full. He thought of the two weirdos that Tang San encountered in the ghost world and shook his head. Outside the hut, the world was pitch black, and muffled thunder was brewing like an electric snake in the thick dark clouds. In the drifting rain, there was a splashing sound of footsteps breaking up puddles of water. Lu Xian's ears twitched, he slowly stood up and walked towards the only broken door of the hut. It's raining so hard, who is the unlucky one who has the same fate as me? He stood at the door of the hut, looking at the figure walking step by step in the dark rain. Boom! Pale lightning cut through the inky clouds, illuminating the sky and the earth for a moment. In the reflection of the rippling puddle in the corner of the house, two fragmented human figures were reflected. A man stood in the house, his eyes calm and composed. A man stood outside the house, letting the heavy rain wash over him. Her black hair was disheveled, and raindrops kept falling on her fair cheeks. Why did you follow me? I don't know what the meaning of our meeting is, but I think it shouldn't be separation. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Secrets to Happiness. Chapter 24, Secrets to Happiness. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows, a little surprised by her answer. So you're not going to Soto City? Are you planning on following me? Zhu Zuqing nodded silently. What's the reason? You're my only friend. She whispered, I used to often think how great it would be if I had not been born into that cold family. But I am powerless to change my fate, let alone my family. All I can do is escape from there. I have fantasized countless times that I could stand in the sun without any burden, and live my life happily like an ordinary person. But I know that's just wishful thinking. Until I escaped from that cold place, I have seen the darkest night. Those who have not experienced despair will never understand how precious hope is. She raised her head and looked directly into Lu Xian's eyes. You saved me. The few days I've been with you have been the most relaxing time of my life. Although you always bully me, you are also my only recognized friend and the most important person to me. No one can compare to you. The meaning of our meeting should not be to turn around and say goodbye at the fork in the road. This beam of light was hard to come by, but once she let go, she would fall into the lonely darkness again and walk alone. She really didn't want to experience that helplessness again. She wants to stand in the sun. Lu Xian listened quietly and smiled. You are so bold today, is it because the rain is confusing your falling tears and giving you this courage? She defended herself with her eyes wide open. I'm not crying. Yet. Lu Xian did not expose her, but made way for her. It's raining heavily outside, let's talk inside. She stood still, but asked in a muffled voice, why are you angry? What? Why were you angry when we parted at the fork in the road? I'm not angry. You have. I do not have. You did. Because I was going to Soto City, and because I didn't choose to follow you, you got mad. Lu Xian did not continue to argue, but smiled faintly and said, do you know the 3 secrets to staying happy? Zhu Zuoqing looked at him quietly, waiting for what to say next. Lu Xian said the 3 secrets to staying happy are, don't care, don't have to, and don't. The happiest person in the world is the one who never needs to be responsible for others, and the second happiest person is the one who never looks back. I can't be the happiest person, so I can only be the second happiest person. I am a traveler and witness of this world. For many things and some people, it's enough to have a clear conscience. As for right and wrong, who in this world dares to say that they have never done anything wrong? Zhu Zuoqing frowned. She didn't quite understand. Lu Xian explained, everyone has the right to make their own choice. It's your choice to go to Soto City. I won't interfere, nor will I be angry. It's just that we are going on different paths. I respect your decision, but I also have my own way of doing things. If you still don't understand, look back and tell me what you see. Zhu Zuoqing looked back and responded blankly, I see the road I came from, and the muddy footprints I walked on. Your experiences have bound your heart and can only let you see these. Lu Xian said seriously. Life should be an endless wilderness, not a track that remains the same, nor a muddy road that you have walked behind. You should look further, farther, to see the forest, the mountain, the sky, and even the boundless world. I consider myself a traveler in this world, while you are a real experiencer of this world. The worlds we see are different. When the choice you make is not mine, I can naturally walk without hesitation, because I don't need to look back at that muddy road. It was the first time that Zhu Zuoqing saw him speak every word so seriously. When he was not being nonchalant, he looked very charming and his words were very philosophical. She nodded as if she understood these remarks. When she followed the other person, it was a responsibility. When she chose to leave, she didn't look back. Just as he said, I can't be the happiest person, so I can only be the second happiest person. His world seems to be very different from that of ordinary people. His mentality is like he is playing with the world. Life should be an endless wilderness, not a consistent trajectory, nor the muddy road you have walked behind. Zhu Zuoqing felt that this sentence made a lot of sense. It was because her vision was too narrow. She was immersed in her own world of pain and did not see far enough or broad enough. It seemed that she still had a lot to learn. She asked softly, I want to follow you, are you willing to take me with you? If you think I am a burden. It's a burden, and it's not. Lu Xian shrugged and interrupted, you are too weak, I need to take care of you, but wandering around the world alone is also very boring. I won't be too boring or lonely if I have a pet cat who can tease and pet me at any time. I'm very happy that you can keep up, little kitty, welcome to join us. It turns out you have always treated me as a pet cat. Zhu Zuqing immediately looked bitter. Seeing her expression, Lu Xian chuckled, pulled her into the house, made her sit on the pile of firewood, and took out a towel from the ring to help her wipe her wet hair. In fact, following me may not be a good choice. Tiandu City is only my temporary destination. I don't know where I will go in the future. Maybe I will have no fixed place to live and travel all over the world. You have to follow me and wander around. Who knows, one day I will go to another world and wander around for months or even years. In this situation, do you still want to follow? She nodded firmly. I've figured it out. The past few days with you are the most reassuring time for me. I don't have to gamble on an unknown future. Besides, traveling around the world together is something I'd love to do. As long as you are willing to take me with you, I'll always follow you. But I have a question, can you really go to another world? Lu Xian shook the storage ring on his finger and replied with a smile, guess where I got the ring that can store things? Besides, do I have to lie to you? What I said before was the truth, and you didn't believe it. Zhu Zuqing was very sure that this soul guide ring did not exist when the two first met. Then can I go with you? There was a hint of anticipation in her eyes, as well as a hint of curiosity about the other world. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment. I haven't tried it yet, so I'm not sure. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I can try it when I have a chance in the future. You've finished drying your hair. Use your soul power to steam your clothes dry. Don't catch a cold. We have to hurry on when the rain stops. It is good. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Everything is under the jurisdiction of my crematorium. Chapter 25, Everything is under the jurisdiction of my crematorium. Yan Lingji at Lu Xian, what do you think I should do? Lu Xian, the fact that you can ask this question shows that you already have your own ideas. I am very pleased that my words were not in vain. Lu Xian, since Tian's is not a qualified leader, why don't you try to be the leader yourself? Be your own leader, Yan Lingji was hesitant. She felt that she didn't have the ability and skills, otherwise she wouldn't have pretended to be caught. She thought she would be locked up with Tian's, but she wasn't. Yan Lingji, I know how much I am capable of. I don't have that kind of ability. Lu Xian, your vision is narrow, you have to understand one thing, you are a cheater now. Yan Lingji, hang up. Lu Xian, it's a chat group. The chat group is a cheat for everyone in our group. Lu Xian, actually, if you just use your brain and think about it, you will understand. You now have that ability. Even if you want, becoming the king of Baiyu is easy. Yan Lingji frowned slightly. Is that so? Lu Xian, are you short of food? There is plenty in Huo's world, enough to feed you to death. Lu Xian, do you need a think tank? Everyone in the group is your backer. Lu Xian, are you in need of thugs? Yehei and Naichi will go to your world. If some great masters of some sects come, they will be beaten to death by them. If Yehei grows up a few years later, he can destroy 7 countries with his bare hands. Ye Fan, protest, I want to protest, I am not that cruel and inhumane. Lu Sweki, shut up, this is just a metaphor, listen to him. Ye Fan, okay, Sister Naki. Lu Sweki, my sword is not bad at all. Ye Fan, okay, Sister Sweki. Lu Xian, what are you doing? Can you let me pretend to be good? Lu Sweki at Lu Xian, please speak seriously. Lu Xian. Lu Xian at Yan Lingji, firefighting Ji, to sum it up, you actually have everything you need. You have money, food, weapons, and unparalleled divine generals. Lu Xian, with this kind of a great start, you can raise an army with just a wave of your hand. In your martial arts world, even if a pig sits in the palace, I feel that he can sweep across the world and be respected by the world. Lu Xian, compared to the rest of the people in the group, you, Fire Girl, have the worst fate, because you are the only one in the group who died young. Lu Xian, but from another perspective, your situation is the most comfortable, because you can easily push forward your own world, which is something that no one else in the group can do. Even if you want to become the first empress of the Warring States period, it is easy for you. Lu Xian, a fire maker who doesn't want to be the queen is not a good fire maker. Yan Lingji, let me take my time. The information provided by Lu Xian was a bit of a shock to Yan Lingji. She had never had such ambition, let alone becoming the first empress. Xiao Yan, why are you still wasting time? If it were me, I would have already started to rise up. The blue sky is dead, the yellow sky should be established. The year is Jiazi, and the world is blessed. Ye Fan, the emperor takes turns. This year it's my turn. We have our world as our backup. You can do whatever you want. You will have enough supplies. You can build high walls, store up food, and slowly become the king. It will take at most 1 year for you to develop. Not only can you sweep across the 7 kingdoms of the Central Plains, you can also defeat the Huns in the north, conquer Rome in the west, cross the ocean to kill America, and unify the entire earth. Lu Xian, it's over, it's over. There was no America at that time. People were still savages then. Lu Sweki, if we really do this, countless people will die in battle, right? Ye Fan, Sister Sweki, I have to say that even if we don't do this, countless people will still die on the battlefield. Ye Fan, we later generations all say that the Russians are a fighting nation. In fact, compared to us Chinese, they are just child's play. We Chinese have been fighting since the generation of Yan and Huang. How many thousands of years have we been fighting without stopping? Xiao Yan, as descendants of the later generations, we are very familiar with the history of that era. The world will eventually unite after a long period of division, and will eventually separate after a long period of unity. If Fire-Fighting Princess could really unify the world during the Warring States period, it would be a great thing. It would lay the foundation for a dynasty that would never end, and there would be no more wars in the world. How many lives could she save in the future? It can be said that her achievements are unparalleled in the history, and the prosperous era will come ahead of time. Ye Fan, damn, you've got me so excited, I can't wait to put on my armor and go into battle. When the time comes, the history books will record that the great general Ye Fan defeated thousands of troops with one blow, and the god from heaven smashed the city wall with one punch. His name will definitely go down in history. Xiao Yan, I am also excited. If I cannot leave my name on my earth, it is the same to leave my name on another earth. If I can be crowned a king of a different surname, it will be even more perfect. I have no other intentions, I just want to experience the happy life of the ancient kings and princes. The two funny guys started to go off track while talking. Ji Yanling. I haven't even made up my mind yet, and you two are already fantasizing. Yan Lingji couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lu Xian, I think you two should stop being generals and kings of different surnames. Places like the East Factory and the West Factory need talents like you more. Lu Xian jumped out and stabbed the two men on the spot. Lu Sweki, what do the East Factory and the West Factory do? This is a very good question. I, Lu Xian, have decided to make you the king of supporting roles. Lu Xian, he is a powerful eunuch. Lu Sweki. Lu Xian originally thought that after he said this, these two guys would calm down, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated their shamelessness and funny nature. Since no one was around in front of them, they just let themselves go. Xiao Yan, East Factory and West Factory? What a great idea! Ye Fan, then it's not impossible for me to be the supervisor of the West Factory with some difficulty. Brother Kadayan, you can take over the East Factory. Xiao Yan, why? I should be in charge of the West Factory. Ye Fan, Brother Kadayan, you can't control the West Factory, so let me do it. Lu Sweki, what's wrong with you two? What's with the East Factory and the West Factory fighting over each other? Aren't they all eunuchs? Ye Fan, you don't understand this. There is a huge difference between the East Factory and the West Factory. Ye Fan, those who the East Factory cannot control, the West Factory can control. Those who the East Factory cannot kill, the West Factory can kill. In a word, I can control what the East Factory can control, and I will control what the East Factory cannot control, Brother Kadayan. We will execute first and report later, with the special permission of the Emperor. This is the West Factory. Is it clear enough? Xiao Yan, damn, Brother Yehei, you want to play like this, right? Xiao Yan, you forced me to do this. Xiao Yan, then my East Factory cannot pay the salary, so will your West Factory pay it or not? Ye Fan. Lu Xian, enough of you two idiots, what's there to argue about? East Factory and West Factory, in the end, they will all be under the control of my crematorium. What a crematorium! Xiao Yan and Ye Fan glared and were killed on the spot. Lu Xian at Yan Lingji, if you have made up your mind, you can always talk to the group and ask for help. Yan Lingji, I have already thought about it. Lu Xian, so fast? Yan Lingji's decisiveness surprised Lu Xian. Yan Lingji, I can wait, but the Baihu survivors can't. Every day, Baihu victims are dying. I want to change all this, of course, the sooner the better. Lu Xian at Ye Fan at Xiao Yan, maybe your two wishes will come true. I seem to see a bright star rising in that war-torn era, and it will soon dominate the entire world. 2,000 years later, the wars will be directly cut off in the Warring States period. Ye Fan, I am looking forward to that scene. Xiao Yan, welcome our Emperor. Ask for a piece of fiefdom first. Lu Sweki, Sister Yan Lingji, have you decided to become the Empress? Yan Lingji, whether she can be the Emperor or not, we will discuss it later. Yan Lingji, according to the three of them, the national blueprint will be to establish the country through military force, to use thunderous means to flatten the central plains, and then to expand the territory outward, unifying the four seas. Yan Lingji, if I want to establish a country through military force, my strength must be enough to convince the people and shock the world. I can't always need you to come and support me. Yan Lingji at Lu Xian, you have a lot of ideas. Do you have any method to quickly improve your strength? Lu Xian, yes. There is, but it is not something that can be learned overnight. It may take some time. It depends mainly on your own talent. Is there really a way? Yan Lingji was quite surprised by this. Ji Yanling, please speak. Lu Xian, we all come from different worlds, and each world has its own cultivation system. If you rely on your own cultivation system, it will be useless even if you practice for 10 or 20 years. So, you can consider the cultivation system of your group friends. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Teacher Lu, The Path to Enlightenment. Chapter 26 Teacher Lu, The Path to Enlightenment. What is the cultivation system of group members? This is indeed a method. Yan Lingji's world is just a martial arts world, with the lowest upper limit in the group, and everyone in the group is very clear about this. For her, changing the cultivation system is indeed the fastest way to improve her strength. The question now is, which cultivation system should she choose? Yan Lingji at Lu Xian, do you have a recommended cultivation system? Xiao Yan, speaking of this, I have something to say. Xiao Yan at Lu Xian, Brother Yehei's world seems to have the highest combat power among our group, right? Does that mean that if we all practice his system, we will have a better future? Xiao Yan also started to think about this. Not only Lu Xian said this, even the Go Shengun had said it before, that Ye Fan's world's combat power was very high, it was the ceiling level of combat power in fantasy, while his Do-Chi continent could only be regarded as intermediate combat power. The gap between them was like a chasm that was insurmountable. Lu Xian, huo, if you think this way, then I must teach you a good lesson. Xiao Yan, teacher Lu's class is about to start. Grab a small bench first. At the back mountain of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan called out Yao Lao, intending to narrate the live broadcast to him in person and help him analyze it together. Ye Fan, small stool +1. Yan Lingji, bench +1. Lu Sueki, stool +1. Lu Xian looked at the screen in the group and the corner of his mouth twitched. Great, great, Fire Girl and Milk Girl are now keeping up with the trend more and more. I used to only be able to repeat what I read, but now I have learned to skim. Since you are so self-aware. Lu Xian got into the role right away. Lu Xian, knock on the blackboard, sit up straight. Lu Xian, let's start the class next. Lu Xian, each world's cultivation system actually has its own characteristics. When I said before that you should consider the cultivation system, I didn't mean that you should just give up your original cultivation system. Lu Xian, if we talk about destructive power, Ye Hei's world does have the highest combat power, there is no doubt about that. However, the cultivation system in the rest of our world is not completely useless. I will briefly analyze it and give you some suggestions. You can refer to it for yourself. Everyone in the group stared at the chat box. This might be related to the path of cultivation they would take in the future, so they had to be cautious and listen to the class attentively. Lu Xian, let's first talk about the cultivation method in Ye Hei's world. Lu Xian, in his world, the cultivation system is called using the body as a seed. It was created by a heavenly emperor named Huang. In the early stages of this cultivation method, people mainly rely on tapping into the essence of their own life wheel to practice. People with special and strong physiques will find it easier to practice, except for Ye Hei, who is an ancient waste. Ye Fan. Lu Xian, don't talk back to the teacher during class. This is a warning from Xiao Hizi. Lu Sueki, teacher Lu, I want to ask a question. Lu Xian, speak. Lu Sueki, teacher Lu, what is the wheel of life? Lu Xian, good question. Look, this is the difference between a top student and a poor student. The key is to speak. Ye Hei, stand in the corridor as punishment. Only the world where Ye Hei was injured has been achieved. Lu Xian, the wheel of life, you can temporarily understand it as something similar to the Qi Si or Danshan, but it is not the Qi Si, nor is it the Danshan, but the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness and the Wheel of Life overlap and complement each other. In Ye Hei's world, there is a saying that all cultivation begins with the Sea of Bitterness. Lu Xian, although the practice of using the body as a cultivation method emphasizes tapping into the potential of one's own blood essence to cultivate, the potential of the essence in the Wheel of Life is limited for most ordinary people. Without auxiliary resources, the progress of the cultivator's cultivation will be very slow. For some people with strong and special physiques, the essence contained in the Wheel of Life is naturally huge. Even without resource assistance in the early stage, they can still make rapid progress, except for Ye Hei's ancient waste body. Lu Xian, that's about it. You can learn the rest later. Next, I will give you some advice. This advice is also the path I have planned for myself and the path I will take in the future. Here comes the real point. Lu Xian, first, we can continue to practice the techniques of our own world, and then practice the ancient immortal techniques of Ye Fan's world as a supplement. We should start with a simple introduction, because the Danshan or Ki that everyone is currently practicing does not conflict with the digging of the Wheel of Life that Ye Hei is practicing. It is theoretically feasible to practice both techniques at the same time. Lu Xian, the reason why we don't let everyone give up the cultivation methods in their own worlds is mainly because of resources. The cultivation methods in Ye Hei's world require a lot of resources to achieve success. Lu Xian, in the early stage, you can simply practice the cultivation method in Yehei's world as a physical training method. The effect of strengthening the body with life essence is very strong, which can make you easily sweep the same level in your own world. As for the future, we will talk about it later. Lu Xian, oh, let me add one more thing. If you want to practice the ancient scriptures and immortal methods of Yehei's world, you need a desolate heaven Emperor Dao seed. People who have not been to Yehei's world do not have the desolate heaven Emperor Dao seed. Without the Dao seed, even if there is an ancient scripture in front of you, you cannot practice the ancient scriptures and immortal methods of his world. However, I can support this problem with the transmigration talisman to help you solve it, so you don't have to worry. You actually need the Dao seed of Emperor Huangtian to practice. This kind of cultivation system is really a bit strange. Many people in the group heard this strange story for the first time. Does Lu Xian mean that by going to Ye Fan's world, one can directly obtain the Dao seed of the Emperor of Desolate Heaven? What kind of existence is Emperor Huangtian? However, they did not ask much at this time. They were more thinking about the feasibility of the main and auxiliary practice methods mentioned by Lu Xian. Lu Sweki, major and minor? Maybe it is indeed a feasible method. I have been to Daoist fellow Ye Fan's world. The cultivators in their world are extremely powerful. One blow can injure me. Maybe this is the reason why they use their body as a kind of practice to continuously tap into the essence and temper the body. Lu Xian, very good, Naki can draw inferences from one example, she is indeed a top student, all her guesses are correct. Xiao Yan, Teacher Lu, my teacher asked me to ask a question. If I practice two systems at the same time, will it be too complicated to be proficient in them? Lu Xian, so I said before that in the early stage, you should just treat the cultivation method of Yehei's world as a method of physical training, and focus on your own system. This can be regarded as leaving you a way out. Lu Xian, when you have the resources in the future, you can slowly advance the cultivation method of Yehei's world, or directly reverse the main and auxiliary. In terms of the upper limit, the cultivation method of his world is indeed the most promising, and it is worth your time to lay a foundation. Yan Lingji at Lu Xian, my world has the lowest upper limit, so I also practice it as a minor? I think it might be more cost-effective to just give up my current practice method and focus on the Wheel of Life C method. Lu Xian, it's a good thing to have your own ideas, but I don't recommend that you give up the cultivation system of your own world. Lu Xian, each world has its own characteristics. Take my world for example. The combat power of the Douluo world I live in is very average. Everyone has something called a martial soul. The martial soul can grow with the soul master. The value of the martial soul itself is not high, but if it is combined with the cultivation system of Yehei's world, the value of the martial soul will be reflected, and there may be various magical changes. Lu Xian at Yan Lingji, you are the same. You can play with fire, right? Combining it with the cultivation method of Ye Fan's world may have unexpected effects. The power of your flames can at least be greatly improved. Yan Lingji, I think I understand. Lu Xian, well, your world limit is low, and the cost-effectiveness of the minor course is far less than the major course. You can try the major course, but it is not advisable to give up your own system directly. Lu Xian, the same goes for the rest of you. Lu Xian, I would rather see that in the future, everyone in the group can combine the two systems, complement each other, learn from each other's strengths and overcome their weaknesses, and play the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2, and be able to walk their own path to enlightenment. Everyone in the chat group who saw this was thoughtful and gained something. After Lu Xian's analysis, he already had a vague idea of the path he would take in the future. I have to say that Lu Xian is a very thoughtful teacher. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Uninvited Guests on a Rainy Night. Chapter 27 Uninvited Guests on a Rainy Night. I'm afraid the rain won't stop today. At the door of the dilapidated hut, Liu Xian leaned against the eaves with his arms folded, looking up at the rolling inky clouds with pale lightning snakes raging in them. The drifting rain has been falling for more than an hour. Calculating the time, it is almost dark now. Under the cover of dark clouds, there is no difference between day and night. Inside the thatched cottage, the little kitten came out of her meditation state. Her wet clothes had already been evaporated dry by her soul power. She walked slowly forward. Are you hungry, or are you attached to your soft bed? Hey, are you the worm in my stomach? Liu Xian turned around and laughed. I don't know you yet. She raised the corner of her lips, and her delicate face also showed a relaxed smile. Don't think about it, there is nothing here. That's not necessarily true. Let me show you. Liu Xian at Xiao Yan, huo, I'm trapped in a shabby hut in the wild during this heavy rain, and I haven't had dinner yet. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Yan, brother Liu, this is no big deal. I'll go to the kitchen and take a look for you. Liu Xian is showing off. Look, this is the correct way to open a chat group. If you need something, ask for it directly. If you are a brother, you will seem distant. After a while, Xiao Yan, there is only some cold rice left. Brother Liu, do you need it? This brother, it doesn't matter. Liu Xian? Liu Xian, no, buddy, is this how you repay the kindness of teaching and guidance just now? Xiao Yan, brother Liu, you know me well. Although I am the third young master of the Xiao family, I seem to be in a good position on the surface, but in fact, I have been wasted for 3 years. People always point fingers at me behind my back. The rules in my family are also very strict. I have to hurry up to eat. If I am late, I can only eat leftovers, or whatever is available in the kitchen. Liu Xian rubbed his head. It seemed that Huo was indeed like this. Liu Xian, where are the others? Ye Fan, brother Liu, you know me well. I am now in the wilderness of Yandi. I soak in the medicine cauldron all day long, absorbing the life essence of the elixir. I am not hungry. If you need it, I can give you a portion of bath water. It is full of life essence and can also fill your stomach. Liu Xian, take a look at yourself and see if what you say is human language. Those who know it is the life essence of the elixir, while those who don't know it may think it is something else. Your uncle. Yan Lingji, brother Liu, you know me well. It's hard for me to even eat, but I have plenty of water for bathing. You can tell me if you're thirsty. Liu Xian, I didn't ask you, firefighter, so you also learned bad things from them, right? Liu Sweki, I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. After seeing this sentence, Liu Xian's twitching heart calmed down a little. Liu Xian, my Naki is the most reliable one. Tears welled up in my eyes. JPG. The kitchen of Xiaozu Feng. Liu Sweki arrived in fluttering white clothes, riding a sword. Candles were still on in the kitchen, and the aroma of food wafted out. She glanced at the message that just popped up in the chat group. Liu Sweki, I just checked, there is nothing in the kitchen. Liu Xian. Liu Sweki, but I can make it for you now. Liu Xian, really? Is this love? Liu Sweki, but I have never cooked before. Liu Xian. Liu Sweki, but I saw my junior sister cook, and I think I can do it too. Liu Xian, is it true or false? Liu Sweki, of course it's fake. Liu Xian. Okay, there is no reliable person in this group. Liu Xian felt a little depressed. Liu Sweki looked at the quiet chat box, and her cold face rarely showed a smile at this time, letting you take advantage of her all day long. Liu Sweki sent Liu Xian an exclusive red envelope. Okay. Liu Xian was stunned and clicked on the red envelope to check. The red envelope contained 3 stacks of vegetarian dishes and a few white steamed buns. He realized that he had been fooled by the seemingly honest little Naki. Lu Xian, good job, Naki. I didn't expect that someone as serious as you could secretly learn bad things. Lu Xian, do you have any meat dishes? One more please. Lu Sweki, eat it if you like. Lu Xian, I want to eat what you made yourself, it must be more delicious. Lu Sweki, you can come over. I will use the Tianya sword to make a table for you. Lu Xian, well, forget it. Old people have bad teeth and only want to eat something soft. They can't handle something so hard. A small table and several dishes were soon placed in the hut. As a candle was lit, a bright yellow light appeared under the dark sky covered by dark clouds. Where did you get these? The kitten looked a little confused. The dishes were still steaming, obviously just out of the pot. I said that a good friend of mine sent me food from another world. Do you believe me? I believe. Hey! Lu Xian was a little surprised. The little kitten took a small bite of the white steamed bun and said, "It can't be that you really made it yourself." The two were having dinner. Amid the sound of rain outside the window, there was suddenly a different kind of movement. It was the sound of footsteps wading through puddles and faint complaints. The two people in the room looked at each other in silence and continued to eat dinner as if nothing had happened. It was easy to distinguish the killer from the others. Now that they have entered the heartland of the Tiandu Empire, no matter how brave the Zhu family's assassins are, they don't have arms that are so long. The footsteps were getting closer, probably attracted by the candlelight at night. Not a moment. A clear girl's voice sounded outside the hut. Is anyone inside? Can we come in and avoid the rain? Seeing that Lu Xian didn't react, Zhu Zuqing stood up and walked to the door and looked out. There was a man and a woman standing under the rain, both of them were very young. She said calmly, "We are just staying here temporarily to avoid the rain. Please come in." Is that so? That's great. Third brother, let's go in and take shelter from the rain. Lu Xian paused in his action of picking up the food. Third brother? It can't be such a coincidence, right? At this time, a girl in a pink miniskirt and white stockings rushed in from outside the door. She had a pair of rabbit ears on her head, a round face, big eyes, and her skin was a healthy pink. Behind the girl, there was a young man in dark blue tights. The boy had an ordinary appearance and a thin build. He seemed not even as tall as the girl who came in at the beginning. He had short hair and looked quite capable. They both looked very disheveled now, having been soaked through by the rain, with mud marks all over their ankles. Lu Xian's eyes swept over the two of them, lingering briefly on the belt around the young man's waist that was inlaid with 24 jade stones. It seems like it's really such a coincidence. Judging from the way they are dressed, there is no need to guess their identities. Tang San and Xiao Wu. The space inside the hut was not big to begin with, and now with 4 people and a horse staying inside, it looked even more crowded. Third brother, they still have hot dishes. Xiao Wu touched her stomach and felt a little greedy. Looking at the 2 people who were eating not far away, Tang San was a little confused. This kind of place looked like a temporary resting place for woodcutters. There was not even a stove next to it. How could they cook? Moreover, the tables and chairs they were using looked very clean, which was out of place with this dilapidated place. It was obvious that they appeared later. There is something wrong with them. They should also be soul masters, and there is a high probability that they have soul guides similar to 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Tang San held back Xiao Wu who wanted to come forward to talk, and shook his head. Everyone should hide from the rain, it is better to have less trouble than more. Xiao Wu, just eat some coarse bread for now. We'll go have a good meal tomorrow when we get to Soto City. All right. The hut was very quiet. Apart from the occasional neigh or snort of the horse, the only sounds were the chewing of food and the crackling of raindrops outside. Slam la. There was the sound of footsteps wading through puddles approaching. What day is it today? Lu Xian was puzzled. Why did people keep coming to this remote place? Could it be that this shabby hut had some magical power? Hey, is there anyone in there? I came in straight away without saying anything. Please give me monthly tickets. Brothers who don't have monthly tickets can also give paragraph rewards with 2 coins. Long press a book paragraph to display the paragraph reward. 2 coins are enough to replenish the number of book friends on the list and help to improve the ranking on the new book list. In addition, if there are problems in the book, you must point them out. Try not to criticize if possible. Just point them out and I will change whatever can be changed. Fun books are meant to make people happy, so don't read the book with resentment. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Poor Chest is Extremely Evil. Chapter 28, Poor Chest is Extremely Evil. Damn it! I'm so pissed off. Why is it raining so hard when we're halfway there? A girl in a sky blue princess dress walked in with the sound of mumbling. The girl had tender skin and a delicate face, but at this moment she had a bitter face and looked very embarrassed. There were mud spots all over her body, and her pair of small boots were oozing out yellow muddy water as she walked. She was holding a clean white handkerchief, wiping her pair of snow-white long legs, and kept complaining. Liu Xian glanced at the girl who came in. Wow, she's still a little beauty. This face is so pretty and charming. He took a bite of the food and took another look. The wet thin skirt was tightly attached to the delicate body. His eyes moved from the girl's delicate face to her chest. It's too early to draw a conclusion. She's not some pretty girl at all. She seems just ordinary. After the girl saw the scene inside the hut clearly in the candlelight, she paused in wiping her legs. It was obvious that she had not expected that there would be so many people in this small hut, and even a horse in the corner. Faced with 4 pairs of eyes, she was a little panicked. She laughed dryly. Hello, my name is Ning Rongrong, I'm from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. It's raining too hard outside, is it okay to take shelter here? Ning Rongrong, Liu Xian paused slightly in his action of picking up the food. He said, why does this girl look so familiar? It turns out to be her. If you think about it carefully, whether it is Ning Rongrong or Tang San and Xiao Wu, they were all preparing to go to Soto City during this period of time. They all came from the inland of the Tiandu Empire, but they were heading inland. It didn't seem to be a very strange thing that they would meet on the way. The main reason is that today's weather is so abnormal and fucked up. It was pitch black and raining heavily. At this time, anyone passing through the wilderness who saw a house with a light on in the distance would come over to take a look to see if they could take shelter from the rain. First it was Tang San and Xiao Wu, and now it's Ning Rongrong. The protagonist group is getting bigger and bigger. Liu Xian muttered to himself, feeling that tonight would not be peaceful. The 7 Treasure Glazed sect, one of the 3 major sects on Douluo continent. After hearing the girl's introduction, Tang San was surprised. His teacher once told him about the 3 major sects. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect's martial spirit, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, had the title of the world's #1 auxiliary martial spirit. He didn't expect to see someone from this sect in a place like this. That's right. My martial soul is the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, and the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda is my father. Ning Rongrong felt relieved to see that Tang San knew her sect. In the wilderness, a little princess of an aristocrat like her was most afraid of meeting idiots. People with more knowledge, on the contrary, would be concerned about her identity and would not dare to have any bad intentions towards her. She would even often meet people who came up to her to try to please her. She brought up Ning Fengzi's name, which was also meant to be a deterrent, so that the people in the room who were looking at her would think twice. Ning Rongrong's deterrence was obviously effective. Zhu Zuqing, who originally had a probing and vigilant look in her eyes, now withdrew her gaze. If the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was really her father, then the girl should try not to provoke him and it would be better to keep a distance. With her status, How could she not have someone protecting her in secret when she travels outside? Maybe he is a strong man. Different from Liu Xian and the other person who had nothing to do with him, Tang San wanted to make friends with them. It was said that the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect was rich enough to rival a country. If this girl was really the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, it would definitely help his future development. If we can get in touch with the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, wouldn't the production line and sales channels of the Tang sect's hidden weapons be secure? Hello, I'm Tang San, this is Xiao Wu. Tang San spread his hands and introduced Xiao Wu, saying, "We are also here to take shelter from the rain, we just got here a step earlier than you, so we are quite predestined." What? So this isn't your house? Tang San. Although I am poor, I don't have to live in a place like this, right? This girl, although she looked approachable, did not seem to be so easy to get along with and her tone of voice was a bit arrogant. However, considering that she came from a big family like the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, and might even be a princess of the family, such a temperament was understandable, and Tang San did not care. "Is this horse yours?" "No." Ning Rongrong looked at the two people who were eating dinner in the corner. Her eyes lingered on the 3 stacks of vegetarian dishes that had been mostly eaten for a while, and she continued to ask, "Are you 4 together?" "No. They were just passing by here to take shelter from the rain, and they came earlier than Xiao Wu and I, so we don't know each other." Tang San shook his head and explained. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding, and ignored the useless Tang San. He walked a few steps to the dining table, picked up the remaining white steamed bun and took a bite, mumbling, "Hello, that horse is yours, right? Do you want to sell it?" Zhu Zuqing glanced at Liu Xian, who now frowned slightly, and said nothing. Liu Xian put down his chopsticks, raised his eyes slightly, and said calmly, 100 gold soul coins. "Sure." Ning Rongrong agreed immediately. It was only 100 gold soul coins. Although the horse was not worth that much, she didn't care. It was raining outside, and even if the rain stopped, the road would still be muddy and puddled. She really didn't want to walk anymore. Liu Xian glanced at her and said, "I said the white steamed bun you ate cost 100 gold soul coins. What the hell?" Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment before she realized that he was not talking about the price of the dark horse. She took a look at the white steamed bun in her hand, which she had taken a bite of, and was a little bit unbelievable. "You want me to pay 100 gold soul coins for this thing? You are taking advantage of me. Even if you have money, you don't have to waste it like that. I'm here to discuss business with you, not to joke with you," she said angrily. "When discussing business, don't we do it over a meal? My father is just like that. Even if we can't come to an agreement, it's as long as the guests have a good time. Why would he ask the other party for money for the meal? Besides, is this your meal money? It's clearly blackmail. You can buy the horse, but pay for the meal first and then we can talk. Your broken steamed bun is only this small, even if it was made of gold it wouldn't be that valuable." Ning Rongrong didn't care about the money, but she couldn't swallow this. "I'm sorry, the steamed buns are indeed not valuable, but my mood is very valuable. I still said 100 gold soul coins are too little." Liu Xian didn't give me any face at all. He just came up and started eating, and he was so arrogant. "Do you think I know you well? Do you really think that everyone is your family member and that everyone treats you like a treasure? I am from the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, my father is Ning Fengzi, and my grandfather Jian and grandfather Gu are both titled Douluo." She stared at Liu Xian and threatened him. "Is this a threat? It's really poor and evil. The bigger the breasts, the better the temper, the smaller the breasts, the worse the temper." The idiom said by the ancients makes sense, and Liu Xian saw it with his own eyes today. "Oh." He responded calmly, with an indifferent expression, "Is your titled Douluo here now?" Ning Rongrong was choked by these words and began to lose confidence. Since it's not here, it's not the original price anymore. It's 200 gold soul coins now. Either I kidnap you and sell you to a shady factory to work to pay off your debts, or you pay me. Lu Xian stood up from the chair with a smile on his face, scaring Ning Rongrong so much that she took several steps back. How dare you do this to me? I tell you, today you have finally gotten the... Dare you threaten? Seeing Lu Xian's smile gradually fading in his indifferent eyes, Ning Rongrong was unable to utter the last few words. She lost her courage and whispered with her lips trembling. I kicked the cotton. She was furious, angry for a moment. This was a fool who was not afraid of her 7 treasures glazed tile sect. To be honest, she was a little scared and afraid that she would really be sold out. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Winning is guaranteed. Chapter 29 Winning is guaranteed. This reversal is a bit funny. Zhu Zuqing had received professional training and normally wouldn't laugh, but at this moment she really couldn't help herself and burst out laughing. She felt that this was not a good thing, but she really couldn't help it. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu twitched their lips at this moment, thinking about the sad things in their lives. Your Excellency, bullying a little girl like this is a bit too much. She is still a child. Are you going to blackmail her while her parents are away? Tang San knew that it was his turn to show his righteousness. This was a good opportunity to get closer to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, so he naturally had to seize it. That's right. I just ate a white steamed bun from you, which cost 2 copper soul coins, and you dared to ask for 200 gold soul coins. You are simply a robber. Xiao Wu also chimed in. Is this a question of money or not? It would be fine if Xiao Wu couldn't see it because she was not smart, but Lu Xian didn't believe that Tang San, a guy with the mind of an adult, couldn't see it either. He was just pretending. He's still a child, but he can say such things. It's really a classic. Tang San, you are a spirit master, right? Help me teach him a lesson, and from now on you will be a friend of my 7 treasures glazed tile sect. When Ning Rongrong saw someone standing up to speak for her, she immediately felt more confident and tough. It was a familiar scene. Why did Lu Xian feel like he had seen it somewhere? Oh, I remembered. It's that dog charlatan. It was like this at the beginning. I once had a friend who was just like you, bouncing back and forth between soft and hard. Ning Rongrong frowned. So what? He died later, and his death was extremely tragic. Lu Xian showed a creepy smile on his face, wondering whether he should use his 3rd soul skill to pay tribute to the dark scene at that time. Once this soul skill is released, it will symbolize a fight to the death with the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. He has a little concern because the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is too big and financially powerful. If they really fight, it may be very troublesome. He himself is not afraid, but the kitten may be in danger. You actually still want to kill someone? Tang San protected Ning Rongrong behind him, 2 yellow spirit rings emerged from under his feet, and a dark blue silver grass appeared in his palm. He said righteously, with me, Tang San, here today, you will never succeed. He was just a young man who looked about the same age as himself, with the 3-ring soul master. Tang San was not afraid. He has many unique skills of the Tang sect, as well as combat experience from his previous life and the assistance of hidden weapons. Even if the opponent is a soul master who is 1 level higher than him, he is confident that he will not lose. What's more, this young man may not necessarily be a young genius soul master. Can you win? Tang San made a casual analysis. It's a guaranteed win. With his means, he could definitely end the battle within 3 breaths. This person can be used to build a closer relationship with the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and lay the foundation for future hidden weapon transactions. 3rd brother, teach him a lesson. Xiao Wu shouted as if she was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Ning Rongrong also hid behind Tang San, raised her chin proudly and snorted. This was the power of her 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Lu Xian was so angry that he laughed, and walked slowly towards Tang San. It takes strength to be a hero and save a beautiful girl. Now the price of white steamed buns has increased again. 400 gold soul coins, I can pretend that nothing happened. You wish? I won't give you a single bronze soul coin today. Ning Rongrong shouted. With Tang San in front of her, she was not afraid. It seems there is no need to talk. The hut was not big to begin with, and as 3 platinum-colored spirit rings rose from under his feet, Lu Xian's face turned completely cold. The figure that was originally walking slowly towards the 3 people suddenly seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button, and rushed out violently, appearing in front of Tang San who was in the front in an instant, and slapped him in the face. So fast! Tang San's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't even have time to think about how a soul master with 3 white rings could be so fast. His fighting instinct made him decisively raise his arms to block his face. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Tang San seemed to hear his bones wailing. A huge force came from his arm, hitting his head with his arm. A figure flew out from the only broken door of the hut and crashed into the mud puddle outside. Yellow muddy water splashed everywhere and Tang San was turned into a mud man in the blink of an eye. It really didn't take even 3 breaths, because it was killed in 1 second with just 1 slap. That's a nice thing to say. Is this the result? Lu Xian looked disdainful. What a piece of crap. Third brother. Xiao Wu's astonished expression turned into anger after she came back to her senses. She took 2 steps forward, leaped lightly, and her legs strangled Lu Xian's neck. Lu Xian remained unmoved. He raised his hand and instantly grabbed one of the legs tightly. He turned around and swung Xiao Wu in the air. With a whoosh, he threw her out of the open door like a cannonball. Tang San just stood up after shaking his head, but was hit by the figure again, and flew backwards with his mouth crooked and eyes tilted. Both of them turned into rolling gourds in the mud. There is no such thing as being gentle and considerate to women. Now you're the only one left. Tell me how I should deal with you, he he he. Lu Xian's strange laughter made Ning Rongrong shrink back, and she stepped back in fear until she bumped into the leaky wooden wall behind her. Watching Lu Xian approaching step by step, her pupils kept trembling and mist rose up in the blink of an eye. I'll give you money, so don't arrest me and sell me. Lu Xian looked at the bag of money she timidly handed over, stopped and raised his eyebrows. The price has increased again, 800 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong made a bitter face and quickly took out a bigger purse from the storage soul guide. Lu Xian took it and weighed it, not bothering to care whether it was enough, and threw it into the ring. For him, as long as the money was enough to spend, it was enough. He actually has a pretty good temper. If Ning Rongrong had discussed it properly, he wouldn't have treated her like that. This kind of tsundere girl just needs to be disciplined. Isn't this pretty good now? The creepy smile on his face disappeared, and just as he was about to speak, a sound of breaking wind came in from the rain outside the door. Lu Xian casually tilted his head and saw an inch-long steel needle flying past his eyes and instantly piercing the wooden wall. Hidden weapon? Lu Xian tilted his head to look into the rain in the dark night, and saw a figure covered in yellow mud. The figure still had his hand raised, maintaining the posture of launching a hidden weapon, and murderous intent was almost overflowing from his pupils. You dare to attack Xiao Wu, you are destined to die. Tang San shouted angrily, and reached for the 24 bridges moonlight on his waist, intending to use his various hidden weapons to take Lu Xian's life. But the next moment... Oh shit! 4 words floated out from the thatched cottage. Tang San stopped moving his hands, his eyes suddenly widened, and something seemed to come out of his mouth. Then, a smell that almost made him faint rushed straight to the top of his head. The smell was really too strong. You asking for a monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. Xiao Wu, don't come over here. Seeking follow-up reading. Chapter 30 Xiao Wu, don't come over here. Seeking follow-up reading. Tang San vomited. Kneeling in the mud and vomiting all over the floor. The whole person was vomiting and felt a little dazed. After finally recovering a little, he wiped his blurry vision, trying to see what had just come out of his mouth and why it smelled so bad. Upon seeing this, Tang San's face turned green. That seems to be, alas, he poked at the lump floating in the mud with his hand, and the stench became even stronger. It's confirmed, this piece of unidentified matter is really something amazing. Tang San felt sick when he thought about the lump of shit that had just been spit out from his own mouth. You! Tang San vomited for the second time. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wu ran up at this time and wanted to help Tang San. Her sensitive nose twitched and she suddenly smelled a foul odor. The Soul Master's eyesight is amazing, and he can see things easily even in the dark. In front of Tang San, there was a lump of dirt mixed in the mud. Xiao Wu had a hard time handling it. Her body was stiff, and she didn't know whether to help or not. A question mark popped up in my mind. The first thought was, oh no, the third brother was beaten so hard that oil came out of his mouth, that must have been a very heavy blow. The second thought was, Oligay was sprayed out of my mouth, so disgusting, should I still want this third brother? You created an abstract scene, which was rated as very abstract, and gained an abstract value of 1000. Abstract value balance, 19,000. Lu Xian looked at the two people, one standing and one kneeling, in the rain from afar and couldn't help but let out a hee laugh. Happiness. You are called Tang San? Do you like to stand out and show off? It's a pity that you found the wrong person to show off to. What I am best at is dealing with those who pretend to be cool. How can this be enough? We must continue to increase our intensity. Xiao Wu, help me up. Tang San felt weak from vomiting, and his legs were shaking a little. He finally recovered a little and felt that the taste in his mouth had faded a lot. Oh, okay. Xiao Wu stepped forward and held Tang San's arm. After 6 years of love, she couldn't just give up on her third brother so easily. She is a very loyal rabbit. Loyal? How loyal? Lu Xian said he wanted to see. Aw shit! Lu Xian once again designated Tang San as the target of the third soul skill, chanted the soul spell, and increased the strength of the soul skill by a bit compared to the first time. This voice sounds familiar. I seem to have heard something similar before. This thought just popped up in Tang San's mind. Then I suddenly realized that my mouth was filled with something. It was the same recipe and the same taste. Tang San's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, veins popped out on his forehead, and he bent his body, wanting to spit out what was in his mouth. But he found that his mouth no longer obeyed his commands and could not be opened at all. His upper and lower rows of teeth began to make crunching sounds as he chewed. Moment. An even more outrageous stench rushed into his entire brain cavity, as if filling every corner of his brain, and then gushed out from all 7 orifices. Tang San suddenly had an urge to die. Third brother, what's wrong with you? What are you eating? Xiao Wu took a trembling step back. Tang San's mouth opened and closed while chewing, emitting a foul smell, and soul juice overflowed from the corners of his mouth, dripping from his chin along with the rain. What you eat? Then it wouldn't be Oligay, right? Xiao Wu felt like she was going crazy, her mind went blank. The control time of the spirit skill finally ended. Tang San immediately lay on the ground and vomited a lot. He stretched out his fingers and stabbed his throat. It seemed that some of it had accidentally flowed down his throat. Really, it's really Oligay. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San transforming into a jet warrior, with things gushing out of his mouth, and she felt like the sky was falling, the sky is falling, and her brain is about to fall with it. Unable to believe it, she kept backing away. Xiao Wu, I am not, listen to my explanation, Xiao Wu, you. Tang San staggered, stretched out a hand and chased after Xiao Wu, who was retreating with a look of fear on her face. Interesting, so interesting. Wonderful, Lu Xian almost clapped his hands in applause. Aw shit! It's that voice again. It's that damn familiar voice again, scored 3 times. Here it comes again, again. The mask of pain was put on his face again. Tang San was about to despair, he couldn't control his mouth again. Xiao Wu, who was moving away, was so frightened when she saw Tang San chewing the cookies again that her face turned pale. She bent her body and vomited with a U sound. Lu Xian, I don't think I used any soul skills on you, the rabbit spirit. Xiao Wu. Tang San chewed the alige in big mouthfuls, called Xiao Wu's name indistinctly, and walked towards her with staggering steps, wading through the turbid yellow water. You, don't come over here. Xiao Wu felt like she was going crazy. She was frightened by Tang San, who was chewing the food in big mouthfuls, walking towards her, and reaching out to grab her. What the hell are you? Get out! Don't come near me! Xiao Wu didn't even look back and ran away like crazy. What third brother? The third time of cutting him off is better. It's better to cut off this relationship as soon as possible. We really don't know each other. Xiao Wu, don't go, listen to my explanation. Tang San's mouth was full of alige, and he limped after Xiao Wu while chewing. The 2 figures quickly disappeared into the rainy night. Lu Xian thought about it and decided to let them go. The main reason was that he was afraid that if Tang San was killed here, Tang Hao would attack without regard for the consequences. He had an invincible skill, so he was not too afraid. However, the little cat would most likely have a narrow escape from death and would be crippled by the pressure of his aura. Since she chose to follow him, he has the responsibility of protecting the kitten. Lu Xian thinks it would be better for him not to act recklessly, as he is not alone now. As Tang San and Xiao Wu left one after another, Lu Xian also withdrew his gaze. He turned and looked back. What? Ning Rongrong screamed, startled by his actions, and stepped back. When Tang San ate the alige just now, she was standing next to Lu Xian and saw it clearly. Every time Lu Xian recited a spell, Tang San ate alige. She was not a fool and it was easy for her to think that Tang San ate the alige. It was probably Lu Xian's doing. She really doesn't want to experience the feeling of eating alige. Ning Rongrong had a sad face. If that were the case, she might as well just die. There is no one here who can help her now. The little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is of no use here. Seeing Lu Xian looking at her, Ning Rongrong tried hard to put on a flattering smile, but that smile looked weird no matter how she looked at it. Why are you shaking? I'm not a devil. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 I read the Spring and Autumn Annals. Seeking follow-up reading. Chapter 31 I read the Spring and Autumn Annals. Seeking follow-up reading. Yes, you are not a devil, the devil is not as scary as you. Ning Rongrong was not reassured by the faint smile on Lu Xian's face. Instead, she became even more afraid, fearing that he would suddenly chant a spell and she would have a lot of olagi in her mouth. Actually, I'm an easy person to talk to. You've already paid for the meal, and from now on we'll keep our distance. Lu Xian smiled faintly and said slowly. Ning Rongrong nodded like a chick pecking at rice when she heard that. She felt a little relieved and thought that the bag of gold soul coins was really worth the money. She didn't want to get involved with such a terrible enemy. Lu Xian's mouth moved, the premise is. Her heart suddenly began to lift again. Don't have any thoughts that could easily make me unhappy, otherwise I can't guarantee that you won't say anything extra. Lu Xian added with a smile. No, everyone who knows me knows that I am usually the best behaved person. She made repeated assurances. Well, that's best. Whether you behave well or not is none of my business, but in front of me, you'd better be really good. Liu Xian smiled. What lawless little witch! Isn't she well trained? Can I stay here all night tonight? Ning Rongrong asked weakly. It's up to you. This is not my home. You can stay for a year, not just one night. Liu Xian shrugged and ignored her. He put away the table and chairs to make room, and took out a recliner from the red envelope space. These were all sent to him by Xiao Yan in red envelopes. If there was only one bed in Xiao Yan's room, maybe he would have sent a bed as well. Zhu Zuqing was no longer surprised by this, so she found a clean place and began to meditate. She was not as fond of enjoying herself as Liu Xian. Ning Rongrong blinked her big eyes curiously, wondering why this person had these space-taking things in his soul guide. However, she did not dare to ask more. She just wanted to wait for the rain to stop and go home quickly. The world outside was really scary. I will never dare to run away from home again. Liu Xian was lying on the recliner and opened the chat group. Liu Xian at Xiao Yan, huo, does your teacher know how to make poison? Xiao Yan, I'll ask for you, but brother Liu, what do you want the poison for? Liu Sweki, what good can come of using poison? This is a crooked way, and the means are too despicable. At Liu Xian, don't go astray. Liu Xian, how could you be so mean and misguided again? In my opinion, no matter whether it is a black cat or a white cat, as long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. Liu Xian, I used poison to kill a bad guy, is that a mean method? Liu Sweki, this is not the right way. Liu Xian thought about his several soul skills and felt that he didn't seem to have much to do with the righteous path. Which righteous person would feed someone a piece of olive before a fight? Ye Fan, I agree with Brother Lu's opinion here. No matter what means are used, as long as our hearts are kind, that is enough. If the evil means can be used in the right way, then there is no question of whether they are mean or not. Liu Xian, my good brother understands me. What you said is so true. Ye Fan, but brother Liu, are you in trouble? With your strength, do you still need to use something like poison? Ye Fan thought about it, isn't Alige the most poisonous poison in the world? The universe is so big, why don't you ask who the father is? Let me ask those who know Brother Lu's abilities, who would offer Brother Liu a cigarette first when seeing him, right? Liu Xian, not yet, I'm just taking precautions. In the original novel, Tang Hao was a bit shameless and protective of his own people. Liu Xian was not sure whether he would come to retaliate against him for beating up Tang San. His main means now are a total of 3 soul skills, which are actually not very many. They are definitely sufficient in terms of control and defense, but they are a bit stretched in terms of lethality. If he was just dealing with minions, then there was no need to say more. After controlling with the second soul skill, he could kick them one by one. But if he was dealing with a titled Douluo, Liu Xian was still a little unsure. He had to prepare some more methods. In his opinion, poison was very good. When combined with the second soul skill, the wolf-tooth steel needle sword, the effect would definitely be just right. First, he would use the wolf-tooth steel needle sword to break the enemy's defense, and then he would pour the poison on the enemy's wound, or simply apply poison on the wolf-tooth steel needle sword. As a good youth in the 21st century, you should have flexible thinking and flexible bottom line. If the lethality is not enough, use poison. Liu Xian, the main reason is that I just beat up a little scoundrel. This little scoundrel has a very powerful backer, and his backer is a shameless and petty person who protects his own people. I have to make some extra preparations in case of emergency. Ye Fan, is that so? It seems that the younger one is the older one, which is exactly the same as what happened to me. If you need help, you can call me. I feel that I am extremely strong now. Ye Fan's sea of suffering is now getting bigger and bigger, and his whole body is filled with a sense of strength. He estimates that he should not be far from breaking through the fountain of life. Lu Xian, it seems that Ye, you have gained a lot in the past few days. Ye Fan, the sea of suffering is getting bigger and bigger, with clouds and mist everywhere, divine patterns appearing in the sky, and I feel like I have endless strength in my body. The elixir prepared by this old immortal is really good. Lu Xian, I remember you lost a piece of source, right? You can find a time to get it back later. The script is that you absorb that piece of source and break through the life fountain. Ye Fan, got it. I'll eat up all the resources left by the old immortal first before I go. Xiao Yan, brother Lu, I just asked. My teacher said, are you looking down on him? A pharmacist refining poison is simply a waste of talent. Lu Xian, what else is there to say? Just ask Yao Lao for a favor. I will be very grateful. Xiao Yan, there are no herbs. Is it too late to wait until dawn? I will go to the market or the auction house to see if I can get some herbs. Lu Xian, okay, I really can't find a place to buy herbs at night. Xiao Yan, wait a minute. My teacher said that he has a powerful ecstasy powder that he can give you for emergency use. This was his first experiment with refining medicine, and he has kept it until now as a souvenir. If used against humans, the effect will not be worse than poison. Lu Xian, ecstasy powder? It sounds like an ecstasy drug, not a poison. Xiao Yan, it is like this, but I personally feel that it is more like an aphrodisiac. I just smelled it and now my whole body is hot. I guess the teacher told me it was a drug because he was concerned about his reputation. Brother Lu, do you need it? I will send it to you. Lu Xian, aphrodisiac? Lu, read the spring and autumn annals, how could I be that kind of person? Lu Xian, huo, it's not safe to keep this kind of thing in your hands. If you can't control it, you should give it to me and I will keep it for you. Ye Fan. Lu Sweki? Yan Lingji. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched and he stuffed a small bottle of ecstasy powder into the red envelope. Xiao Yan sent Lu Xian an exclusive red envelope. Lu Xian received the red envelope. Xiao Yan, take it easy buddy, this medicine is really powerful. I can't stand it after smelling it. I'm going to log off and take a shower first. Just smelling it has such a strong effect, the name of Yao Lao Mihun powder doesn't seem to be wrong. Lu Xian, don't worry, I know what's going on. Lu Xian, I don't know if the effect of the medicine is really that strong. Naki, you have the highest cultivation level and the most stable mind, so maybe you can control it. Do you want to try some to see the effect of the medicine? Lu Sweki, believe it or not, next time we meet, I will stab you to death with one sword. Lu Xian, don't be angry, I'll give you a red envelope and a pat on the head. Lu Xian sent Lu Sweki an exclusive red envelope. Lu Sweki received an exclusive red envelope. Xiaozhu Peak. Lu Sweki looked at the 3 unwashed plates on the stone table in front of her, and a frown popped up on her forehead. They were eating my food, but he didn't even wash the plates. Is this your red envelope? So angry. Lu Sweki, Lu Xian. This is definitely the last time I will bring you food. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Dao Scripture Seeking Follow-up Reading. Chapter 32 Dao Scripture Seeking Follow-up Reading. Harmful, it's your fault that you always like to contradict me in the group. Either this or that. If you don't tease him a little, you might just get into trouble. Looking at the messages in the group, Lu Xian could already imagine how angry little Naki was at the moment. Comfortable. I really want to go and see it with my own eyes. Lu Xian, Naki, hugging thighs.jpg, please forgive me this time, I will dare to do it again next time. Lu Sweki, shameless. If Lu Sweki had not learned how to curse, she would definitely be able to curse this despicable guy to death, and the message would be as long as 60 seconds. Ye Fan, brother Lu, I'm really worried that you'll be killed by Sister Sweki. Why don't we talk about something serious? Lu Xian, well, yeah hey, please upload a copy of the Taoist scriptures first. I have nothing to do now, so I can study and see if I can open a sea of suffering first to find out whether the future of the dual cultivation method is smooth and open. Double cultivation. Shouldn't we use more appropriate words? Ye Fan, brother Lu, are you planning to start practicing the system of my world? Chat group, Ye Fan uploaded the Dao Sutra, we'll see scroll. Ye Fan, brother Lu, I don't mean to attack you. My system has no one to help guide it in the early stage, so it is difficult to sense the existence of the Wheel of Life and the Sea of Bitterness. Ye Fan, with the help of Elder Wu, Pang Bo spent nearly half a month to sense the Wheel of Life and open up the Sea of Bitterness. I was even worse off. The Sea of Bitterness didn't respond at all, and I couldn't even detect it. If I hadn't snatched more than 60 bottles of 100 herb liquid and taken drugs to get into the door, I'm afraid I would still be a useless person in Lingxiu Cave Heaven now. That is because the two of you have just started on the path of spiritual practice and are unable to look inward, so you need others to inject qi into your body and guide you to sense the location of the Wheel of Life below the navel. For those who already have a certain foundation and conditions, these are not difficult. Lu Xian is very confident because he is the strongest abstract holy body throughout the ages. There is no such abstract talent as him in the heavens and all the worlds. Lu Xian, young man, you have never seen a genius, right? Ye Fan, tisk, I've never seen that before. Lu Xian, then you have gained some experience today. Have you ever heard of learning the Eucharist from birth? The Taoist scriptures record not only the methods of cultivation, but also the methods of refining divine patterns, the methods of sacrificial instruments, and detailed explanations of the four realms of the Wheel Sea, etc. It is known as the strongest basic cultivation method of Baidu. As long as there is no conflict between the systems, Lu Xian is confident that he will be able to succeed in his practice. Chat group, Lu Sweki downloaded the Dao Sutra, We'll See volume. Chat group, Yan Lingji downloaded the Dao Sutra, We'll See volume. Chat group, Lu Xian downloaded the Dao Sutra, We'll See volume. The Valley Spirit is immortal, it is called the Mysterious Female. The gate of the Mysterious Female is the root of heaven and earth. It lasts forever and is never exhausted. Mysterious and mysterious, the door to all mysteries. The vast and mysterious voice seemed to have come from the ancient times, breaking through time and space, and finally vibrated in Lu Xian's ears like the sound of a huang zhongdalu, and entered his heart, word by word, and was deeply imprinted in his mind. Preaching in person in the chat group is so terrifying. Lu Xian's understanding of the Wheel of Life and the Sea of Bitterness originally came from novels. He only had a rough surface understanding, which was like rootless duckweed and empty talk. At this moment, the complete version of the Taoist scriptures seemed to have given his rootless duckweed a root system. Many thoughts intersected with each other and were instantly integrated. The terrifying power of the innate learning of the holy body began to emerge at this time. The Daoist scripture only had a few thousand words, but after just one reading, Lu Xian had already understood all the matters that needed to be paid attention to in cultivation. He was blessed with a unique talent for cultivation. He looked inward and quickly found the Wheel of Life according to the guidance in the Daoist scripture. It was crystal clear like a beautiful jade, and the 17 marks on it represented his current age. As for the practice of the Sea of Bitterness, he seemed to be born with the ability to do it, and he could do it effortlessly. As soon as his thought turned, essence was dug out from the Wheel of Life and flowed out, beginning to impact the barrier of the Sea of Bitterness, and the overflowing essence nourished his physical body. This scene seemed to have been rehearsed countless times, and everything went very smoothly and in order. Lu Xian sat cross-legged on a recliner, his body like a pine pavilion in the bright moonlight on a quiet lake. His whole body was surrounded by sparkling light that flowed naturally, and he exuded an aura of transcendence, as if he was ready to ride on the wind and leave at any time. Zhu Zuoqing and Ning Rongrong looked at this scene in astonishment. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be meditating, but how could meditation cause such a strange sight? It seems like his whole style of painting has changed. I wonder if my soul power can contribute to the project of opening up the Sea of Bitterness. Liu Xian was thinking in his heart and ignored what was happening in the outside world. The cultivation method in Ye Fan's world is indeed powerful. He has just begun to tap into the essence in the Wheel of Life, and he has clearly realized the strength of his own body. Under the nourishment of the essence, his body is improving bit by bit. Although the increase is small, it is long-lasting and his whole body is filled with a sense of full power. This feeling is wonderful and makes people nostalgic. I can clearly feel that I am getting stronger. For the first time, Liu Xian felt that cultivation was not so boring after all. He began to mobilize the soul power in his body to hit the solid walls of the Sea of Bitterness, trying to speed up the process of opening up the Sea of Bitterness. However, the soul power seemed to be of no use and the effect was minimal. It seems that we need the help of spiritual medicines like Biko liquid to greatly speed up the process of opening up the Sea of Bitterness. Otherwise, we can only work hard. Liu Xian seemed to be thinking about something. Ye Fan, brother Liu, have you received the message? How do you feel? Do you understand its meaning? Understand the meaning? Are you looking down on me a little? Liu Xian has done more than just receiving the information now. If it weren't for the help of the elixir, the Sea of Suffering might have been about to open. Liu Xian, thank you for the invitation. I am in Douluo. I have sensed the Wheel of Life and have begun to tap into the essence to strengthen my body. However, due to the lack of resources, the progress is slow and I am exhausted. Ye Fan. So fast, Ye Fanren felt a little numb. This is the difference between people. Could it be that brother Liu is really a genius? Liu Sueki, I have also sensed the location of the Wheel of Life, and now I am ready to try to tap and guide the energy within it. Ye Fan felt like he was stabbed in the heart again. Whose generals are you two? How could you be so brave? Liu Xian was also a little surprised. Is Naichi so talented? He himself relied on preaching in the chat group and the innate learning of the holy body to be able to have a smooth journey when he first came into contact with the Zushan system. Naki did not have the innate ability to learn the blessing of the holy body, but her comprehension is truly amazing. She is worthy of being the #1 little genius in King Yun. Yan Lingji, I have no clue and can't find the Wheel of Life. Xiao Yan, +1. Liu Xian, this is normal. Naki and I have both been to Yehei's world and have planted the Dao seeds of Emperor Huangtian. You don't have the Dao seeds now, so naturally you can't sense the Wheel of Life. Liu Xian, let me take you to Yehei's world. I also want to go to Yehei's place to get some elixirs to speed up the process of opening up the Sea of Bitterness. Slowly breaking through is not my style. It consumes too much energy. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, First Meeting with Firefighter Seeking Follow-up Reading. Chapter 33, First Meeting with Firefighter Seeking Follow-up Reading. In the thatched cottage, the dim candle light flickered, and outside the house there was a rustling sound of rain. Liu Xian sat cross-legged on the recliner and opened his eyes. His pupils were clear and deep, with a fleeting gleam of light in them. Zhu Qing, I'm going out for a while. I will be back before dawn at the latest. You wait here for me. You are going to another world again. Zhu Zuoqing was halfway through her words when she remembered that there was a stranger here. She stopped talking and just looked at him silently and nodded. She was very smart and thought that Liu Xian's sudden departure might be related to the meditation-like practice he had just done. If that is the practice method of another world, then everything makes sense. Yes. Liu Xian responded, glanced at Ning Rongrong implicitly, and walked slowly out of the door into the rain under the night. Korea. In a secret cave on the outskirts of Xinzhen. A portal suddenly opened here, and a handsome young man in black tights walked out of it slowly. Lu Xian glanced at the surroundings. The light was not very good. It was dim, dark and damp. This is a stone chamber in a cave. In the middle of the chamber, there is a square crystal cage about 7 or 8 meters long and wide. The crystal cage emits a faint blue light. Water waves are reflected on the walls of the chamber, refracting sparkling light and shadows. Inside the cage, a graceful tall figure danced in the water like a nimble mermaid, with long black hair reaching down to her snow-white legs, clinging tightly to her skin as if it had a consciousness of its own, giving her a soft feeling that was hard to conceal. The graceful figure is naked, and the mysterious triangle area is faintly visible under the cover of thick hair, which is fascinating but difficult to see clearly. Only a pair of delicate jade feet are completely exposed, with beautiful and round feet and slender and delicate toes, which makes people want to hold them in the palm of their hands and play with them. As Lu Xian approached, the figure in the crystal cage seemed to sense his presence, and suddenly stared in this direction across the crystal wall. The pair of beautiful aqua-blue eyes, set against the faint fluorescent light of the cage, were dreamy and seemed to lead people to sink into it. The woman had a beautiful face shape, and her facial features were extremely beautiful, alluring and charming, seductive but not vulgar, so perfect that it made people marvel at the magic of the creator. Meeting her staring eyes, Lu Xian felt slightly dizzy, but quickly came to his senses. Fire charm? You walked so lightly, did you notice me? You look so fierce, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Lu Xian didn't care. The fire charm couldn't hurt him. He walked to the crystal cage with a smile and stopped to sigh. It's not like he had never seen a beauties before, but this kind of beauty that can astound people at first sight and has no flaws is the first time he has seen one. It really gave him a glimpse of what it means to be so stunningly beautiful that one could overwhelm an entire era. Lu Xian admired the rare beauty in front of him without blinking. He felt it was a pity that he might never see this scene again. The graceful figure swayed in the water and swam in front of him. The two of them looked at each other silently across a crystal wall. One of them was watching with great interest, feeling a little disgusted by the hair that was in the way, while the other could only see his own reflection in the water on the crystal wall. Yan Lingji's eyes became more and more gentle. She could feel that there was a figure outside the crystal wall watching her. It was not those small Korean soldiers. Those small soldiers could not resist her fire magic and would lose consciousness and die in an instant. This person is different, he is a master. The heavy stone door was not opened, otherwise there would have been a noise. How did this person get in? Yan Lingji tilted her head and blinked her beautiful eyes. After a moment, her plump red lips curled up slightly and she smiled sweetly, full of charm and alluring. Yan Lingji at Lu Xian, haven't you seen enough? Cough. When Lu Xian saw the message popping up in the group, he couldn't control himself and made some noise. The figure in the crystal cage smiled even more deeply. He raised his green jade fingers and drew the word break on the crystal wall. Lu Xian, stand back. Lu Xian grabbed the air with his hand, and a long sword appeared in his palm, with a cold edge. Yan Lingji made way at the right time. The sword light flashed in the dark stone room, and like cutting tofu, a large flat hole was instantly broken on one side of the crystal cage, and a large amount of water rushed out and flowed into the low-lying area. Lu Xian had already stepped back and stood to one side. After a few breaths, the water dried up and a beautiful figure walked out of the puddles with mysterious steps. Her figure was enchanting and charming, and her every move seemed to touch people's heartstrings. She was truly a peerless enchantress. Yan Lingji looked at the young man standing beside her with a sword in his hand with a smile on her face. Is it nice? She asked softly with her red lips raised. Her voice was very pleasant with a hint of laziness. She put one hand on her waist, crossed her long, snow-white and smooth legs with water droplets on them, and stood there openly, showing off her proud figure. There are beauties in the north, peerless and independent. One glance can conquer a city, another glance can conquer a country. Would you rather not know how to captivate a city or a country? It's hard to find a beautiful woman again. Liu Xian looked him up and down wantonly, praising him without reservation, and then added, if you can put your hair back, I think this evaluation can be improved. It's a pity that the highlight is not visible, it is vague and difficult to feast the eyes. You are so shameless. Yan Lingji smiled, her words were full of seductive charm and tenderness. Also, I'm from the south, you're praising the wrong poem. This is not a poem I wrote. I just learned it and applied it in practice. Liu Xian took out a large black cloak from the ring and handed it to her. Give me the clothes so quickly. You like looking at them so much. Why don't you look at them a little longer? She blinked and teased. Okay, Liu Xian raised his eyebrows and chuckled, interesting, this is the first time I've been teased by a woman. Have I met my match? But firefighter, I have to remind you that if you keep teasing others, especially a man you can't beat, the consequences may be serious. Man? Or boy? Boys are not my cup of tea. She ignored Liu Xian's threats and continued to smile and tease boldly. She reached out to take the black cloak, and as she turned her graceful figure, the black cloak was already on her body, covering up all her beauty. A beautiful person looks beautiful in any clothes. Even a large and monotonous black cloak cannot hide her beauty and tenderness. You should be glad you're in the chat group. Otherwise you would have been lying on the stone platform next to you. Liu Xian rolled his eyes and fought back. It was the first time for him to suffer a loss when teasing a woman and was teased back by the other party. Lying on the stone platform? Interesting. Do you have the courage? She smiled sweetly, stepped forward and twisted her hips, stretched out her green jade fingers to hook the boy's chin, and said teasingly, oh? You mean, you want to play with fire with me, your sister? The PK recommendation will start next Tuesday. Catch-up reading on Tuesday is extremely important as it affects whether you can advance. Brothers must come and read. If you don't have time, you can quickly click on the chapter to turn to the last page. Recommendation is very important for a new book. I would be very grateful for your help. Now the fake pursuit is 1,300, and the real pursuit is less than 600. Brothers who have not recharged their accounts, recharge $1 to upgrade their accounts to real pursuit data. Kidian's recommended PK only counts the real pursuit accounts that have spent money. It is very likely that a 600 real pursuit park will not be able to beat. A must-see on Tuesday. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Only women and villains are difficult to raise. Seeking follow-up reading. Chapter 34 Only women and villains are difficult to raise. Seeking follow-up reading. Yan Lingji was tall, almost as tall as Liu Xian, and her gentle eyes were full of teasing and mockery, which she did not conceal at all. Playing with fire can cause you to wet the bed, and I don't like playing with fire. Liu Xian tilted his head, trying to shake off the fingers that were hooking his chin, but failed. If you don't enter the sea of fire, how can you experience the burning flames? She hooked the boy's chin with her jade fingers and tightened her grip. The boy's retreat made her eyes more teasing and teasing. Didn't you say before that you wanted me to lie on the stage? Don't you want to feel the burning heat of the flames now? Gain. Inch. Advance. Feet, do you really think I'm a pure boy? Do you think I have the desire but not the courage? You may not know that many of the 3 good young people in the 21st century are also deeply immersed in the 2 major Taoist methods of foot therapy and bathing. Being constantly teased and provoked by a woman was a huge humiliation for Liu Xian. In the group chat doesn't work today. Liu Xian looked at the beautiful figures so close, his eyes gradually deepened, and he suddenly grinned, Firefighter, I think you may have a misunderstanding of me. Oh? Tell me, what's the misunderstanding? Her voice was soft and charming. She hooked the boy's green jade fingers and touched his chin as if teasing a puppy. There was a hint of interest in her beautiful eyes. How dare you touch me? Liu Xian suddenly sneered, and attacked with thunder in the next second. Yan Lingji's eyes narrowed, and when she realized something was wrong, she wanted to withdraw, but the gap in strength between the two was a bit too big, and Liu Xian attacked suddenly, so she could hardly dodge and was caught, with her slender wrist grabbed. Liu Xian stretched out his hand and pulled the soft and boneless body into his arms. He held the head and bit her plump red lips. He is a professional when it comes to taking advantage of others. What matters is efficiency and the ability to catch people off guard. It is impossible to guard against him. High-end dough often only requires the simplest kneading method, 1 knead, 2 rubs, and 3 pinches. Yan Lingji obviously didn't expect that he would change so quickly. He suddenly became so bold and presumptuous to do such a thing to her. Her beautiful eyes widened, she was filled with shame and embarrassment, she bit her lips hard and slapped her chest. Liu Xian was prepared for this and quickly retreated to avoid it when she took advantage of him. The two of them were in close contact for less than 2 breaths before they separated again in an instant, each taking a few steps back. A burning line of fire drew a boundary between them to prevent someone from launching a surprise attack again. Liu Xian wiped his lips that were bitten and bleeding. A sweet and rusty taste spread in his mouth. He was not annoyed by this. Instead, he felt extremely comfortable and happy. He looked towards the firefighter not far away, whose beautiful eyes were glaring at him fiercely and who remained silent. The corners of his lips curled up slightly in joy. He won this wave, and the previous disadvantage was reversed in one fell swoop. Liu Xian asked with a smirk, "Firefighter, now you understand where your misunderstanding of me lies." Yan Lingji's eyes became more ferocious. She raised her hands, with orange-yellow flames dancing on them like elves, and it seemed that she would attack at any time. "What, you want to do something?" Liu Xian raised his sword-like eyebrows, but he was not panicked at all, and said slowly, "You were the one who teased me just now, and now that I responded, you're not happy about it. How difficult are you to please? You can do it, but once I subdue you, I won't be like I did just now, where I just took advantage of you. You have to lie on the stone platform and let me do whatever I want." He had a provocative smile on his face that said, "If you don't believe me, you can try it. You are such a scoundrel who doesn't know how to be gentle with women." The dancing flame in Yan Lingji's hand subsided, and there was a hint of resentment in her melancholy sapphire eyes. The pain and numbness in her chest that had not gone away for a long time showed how much effort Liu Xian had put in to retaliate and ravage her. Hearing this, Liu Xian immediately fought back in dissatisfaction. "You women are really unreasonable. Didn't you seduce me first? I just followed your will and fulfilled your wishes. It would be fine if you didn't feel grateful, but you actually called me a pervert. It's true that only women and villains are difficult to raise." Liu Xian started to talk nonsense, but now the offense and defense have reversed. Yan Lingji was a little angry at his quoting out of context, but she could do nothing about it. After careful consideration, she was indeed not in the right and could not find the words to refute. She could not win the fight, so she could only snort coldly and give up helplessly, as if she had been bitten by a dog. Kaka. At this moment, the heavy stone door in the distance was opened by someone pulling a mechanism from the outside, making a noise, and faint sounds of conversation could be heard. "Just now I seemed to hear the sound of flowing water. I heard it too. What do you think? Could it be that Bio Witch has escaped? The crystal cage is so thick, it shouldn't be possible. Let's open the door and check to see if she is looking for death. She can kill people through the cage. If she really escapes, then we are all doomed." The heavy stone door opened wider and wider with the creaking sound of the mechanism, and soon a passage that could accommodate one person appeared. The Korean soldiers in armor pushed each other, and no one was willing to be the first to go in and check, as that was a job that could cost lives. Before they could come to a conclusion, they suddenly discovered that 2 black shadows, one in front and one behind, flew over their heads in an instant. The group of soldiers gathered at the door were horrified. "It's over. They really escaped, and with them accomplices. They clenched their spears tightly and turned their heads in unison. Their palms were soaked with sweat without them noticing, and they were shrouded in the fear of death. The psychological shadow left by the Baihu witch was too great, and now there was an accomplice who rescued her. A Baihu demon girl who can play with fire is no match for them. As far as they know, all the demons in Baihu know some strange and weird skills. This extra Baihu accomplice must have similar abilities. With two monsters around, the situation is extremely serious. It is likely that something bad will happen tonight, so they can't help but be nervous. On a rock more than 10 meters away, two figures stood quietly in the night, their black hair ruffled by the night wind, a bright moon hung high behind them. They stood side by side in the bright full moon, against the light in the dark night. Ordinary people could not see their faces clearly, only a vague outline. A man, a woman. 19 people, one of them must have gone to tip off the police. Yan Lingji's lazy and charming voice sounded. You go first, I'll take care of it. Lu Xian said. She snorted softly, apparently still having some breath left, and turned around barefoot and flew away lightly, her graceful figure disappearing in the dense forest in the night in an instant. The Korean soldiers didn't dare to chase after them. Needless to say, the witch was not someone they could deal with at all. As for the man who stayed behind, how could he be a good person since he was with the witch? It would be a blessing to be able to survive in his hands. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lu Xian's chuckle rang out in the night, and these words made the Korean soldiers feel a little relieved. As a condition for saving my life, you can lend me some abstract value. This is reasonable, right? The laughter had a hint of evil, and the Korean soldiers who heard it were a little frightened. They didn't understand what abstract value was, but they always felt that it was not a good thing. Lu Xian smiled and said, it's time to give you a little shock from another world. Oh shit! Damn it, this monster actually knows how to play with shit. The Korean soldiers immediately burst into howling ghosts and wolves. This is even more perverted than the one who played with fire. Abstract value plus 19,000. Balance, 38,000. Very good, one step closer to the 100,000 mark. Lu Xian was very satisfied with this. He turned around and disappeared into the night after a few jumps. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 I picked up a little girl please read on. Chapter 35 I picked up a little girl please read on. Damn, the 34th chapter has been blocked. You can read it tomorrow. It may not be unblocked tonight. I will find an editor tomorrow. Dong Huang. On the outskirts of Yan, in the stone chamber where Ye Fan practiced, many luminous pearls were embedded in the dome, emitting a soft glow. In the stone chamber, two teleportation portals opened quietly at this time, and Lu Xian and Yan Lingji stepped out of the portal one after another. 4 pairs of eyes were cast over at once. Ye Fan, Xiao Yan, and Lu Sueki were all there. Even Yao Lao had come out of his ring and was floating beside the bronze cauldron that had stewed Ye Fan, seemingly studying the ingredients of the spiritual liquid inside. The chat group did not reject Yao Lao's parasitic soul traveling through time. He followed Xiao Yan here, and Xiao Yan's traveling talisman came from a friendship red envelope given by Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked at the 3 people and 1 soul in the stone chamber and said with a smile, you all came quite complete. By the way, Naki, don't you have a Dao seed? Why did you waste the transmigration talisman and come here? What's it got to do with you? Lu Sueki snorted. She obviously still remembered the teasing she had done in the group before, so she deliberately didn't look at him well. I asked Sister Sueki to come. Ye Fan smiled awkwardly, stepped forward to smooth things over, and said, it's the first time for everyone to get together in a neat group. Since everyone is coming to me to obtain Dao seeds, why not take this opportunity to have an offline gathering for all members of the chat group? This way, everyone can meet in real life, get to know each other better, and enhance friendship. What a good idea! We'll have a perfect opportunity to take a group photo of all the staff later. Liu Xian gave him a thumbs up, then spread his hands and introduced the people around him, saying, "This is Firefighter Ji, the last member of the group you haven't met yet. It's Yan Lingji, not De Huaji." She glared at Liu Xian dissatisfiedly and corrected him. Yan Lingji's beauty had long attracted the attention of everyone present. A woman with natural beauty, even without makeup, was more beautiful than countless mediocre women. A simple, loose black cloak could not conceal her stunning grace and beautiful face. Even Liu Xueki, who was also a woman, was amazed by her appearance, not to mention the others. Brother Lu's words about dominating an era are well deserved. Today we have learned a lot. The 5 or 6 people present exchanged a few jokes and got to know each other. With the presence of 2 beauties, Yan Lingji and Liu Xueki, Xiao Yan and Ye Fan were much calmer now, no longer as unreliable as when they were chatting in the group. Don't be fooled by the fact that they look the youngest among the people present. In fact, one of them has lived 2 lives as a human being, and the other has gained youth through the fruit of divine rejuvenation. How could they not know some worldly wisdom? If they really act, they would appear more experienced than Liu Xian, a high school student. Liu Xian looked at Ye Fan. "Since it's a party, there can't be no wine and food, bring it out. I haven't left this stone chamber these days, how can I get those things?" Ye Fan had a hint of embarrassment on his face. He wanted to prepare but he didn't have the money. He couldn't just rob. The corner of Liu Xian's mouth twitched. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes speechlessly. "No, buddy, they are still discussing the Dao over tea. This is our first offline gathering, and you, as the host, haven't prepared anything. It's not a bad idea to be friends with an open mind and discuss spiritual practice." Liu Xueki spoke up to help her younger brother out of the predicament. Xiao Yan complained, "You don't understand the rules of our earth. According to him, 3 cups of punishment is not enough. He must at least drink 1 bottle first, and it must be white." "How far is Yandu from here?" Liu Xian suddenly asked. Ye Fan said, "Less than 50 miles. Liu Xian nodded in understanding, his eyes swept across the crowd and finally stopped on Liu Xueki. "Why are you looking at me?" She got a little angry when she saw Liu Xian. "You are the only one here who can fly. Come with me to Yandu. The bright moon in the Big Dipper is exceptionally bright." A sword flashed across the stars and the moon, leaving a trail behind it and flying off into the distance. Liu Xueki flew the sword with Liu Xian, and the 2 of them were high in the sky, looking out over the mountains and rivers. They could vaguely see a brightly lit city that never sleeps in the distance. That was Yandu. "Let go. I'm afraid of heights. What if I let go and fall? You can put your arm around my shoulder. I won't let you fall. But I think it's safer to hold my waist." Little Naki's sword flying speed was very fast. In less than half a cup of tea, she had brought Liu Xian to the sky above Yandu. Yandu was close to the ancient Forbidden Land, and immortal cultivators often passed by this big city, and these cultivators would occasionally stay in the city. The appearance of the 2 attracted some people's attention, but did not cause much waves. Even at night, the city is still bustling with pedestrians coming and going on the long streets. The shops on both sides of the streets are brightly lit, and big red lanterns stretch all the way to the distance. The 2 of them landed in an empty alley, and then merged into a busy street, walking side by side. Little Naki has been practicing in King Yun for many years and rarely has the opportunity to go down the mountain. This is the first time she has seen such a lively place. On the way, she met some street performers who were performing to make money, such as breathing fire from their mouths and breaking rocks with their chests. She seemed very interested in them and watched them without blinking. Such clear and stupid eyes, what's the difference between them and college students? Liu Xian wanted to accompany her to see more and gain more experience, but she had already retracted her gaze and said softly, "Go buy something, don't let them wait too long." The two of them came to Yandu to buy wine and food. Okay, if you see something interesting on the way, you can tell me. Liu Xian smiled. He had a lot of gold soul coins on him. They were made of gold and were hard currency in any world. She glanced at Liu Xian and snorted, no need. Only children who cry and make a fuss get candy. Children who don't cry or make a fuss will be seen as too sensible, and their childhood will be full of regrets in the end. Heresy. She rolled her eyes and quickened her pace. Liu Xian followed her around the city, buying whatever he liked on the roadside, and going into shops to take a look, such as spice shops, blacksmith shops, pharmacies, etc. Little Nikki, holding a candied hawse in her mouth, was a little confused about him. Didn't we come here to buy wine and food? So why do you buy so much fine salt and huge barrels of chili water? I even asked the shopkeeper for some super spicy chili water. Well, let's just assume that he likes spicy food. It's understandable that he bought these. But what was even more outrageous was that Liu Xian bought all the big-headed nails, spiked balls, and darts in the blacksmith shop. Liu Sweki really couldn't understand what he wanted to do. Liu Xian was like the boy Shan Ke. The gold soul coins on his body were decreasing rapidly, but the empty space in the storage ring was becoming more and more full. Nearly half an hour later, the two walked to a brightly lit restaurant, packed up a lot of wine and food, and prepared to go back. When going out, a pitiful little kid grabbed the hem of little Naki's skirt and said, "Big sister, I'm hungry. Please give me something to eat. I beg you. Nanan is very hungry. It's number 1 now, please vote, Godfathers." End of this chapter. Chapter 36 1 Grab It. Seeking follow-up reading. Chapter 36, Grab It. Read more. Liu Xian and Liu Sweki stopped at the same time and looked down at the pitiful little thing. Little girl, little beggar, little girl, Liu Xian was stunned. I just went out shopping with little Naki. Is it such a coincidence? The one holding onto the hem of Liu Sweki's skirt was a little girl with 2 pigtails. Her clothes were tattered and patched, and even her shoes had holes for the toes. Her face was also dirty, except for her pair of big eyes that were as pure as black gemstones and exceptionally bright. Go away, why are you here again, little beggar? Don't stay at the door of our restaurant, you're affecting our business. When the waiter of the restaurant saw 2 distinguished guests who had just spent a large sum of gold and silver being entangled by the familiar little beggar at the door, he hurried out to drive them away with a gloomy face. Wouldn't this affect the image of their restaurant? The little girl was frightened by the waiter's fierce look. She loosened her hands on the hem of her skirt, looked at him aggrievedly, and stepped back in fear. Her little pearls rolled around in her big watery eyes. She left timidly, looking very lonely and pitiful. Her back looked thin and weak, and she looked lonely. She walked timidly with her head down on the street, hurriedly avoiding the occasional passers-by, and walked further and further away. Liu Xian withdrew his gaze from her and glanced at Xiao Naki beside him. She was still staring at the little girl's back as she left. I thought you would be overwhelmed with sympathy and immediately hug him in your arms, asking about his well-being and showing great concern for him. Liu Xian said with some surprise. Liu Sweki is kind-hearted and innocent. She should hate to see such scenes the most, but now she is in a daze. What is she thinking? I want to help her, but I can't help her. She lowered her head, feeling not very good. She knew very well that she was from another world, and she did not have so many time travel talismans to bring this poor little girl back to King Yun and take care of her by her side. Perhaps all we can do is to give the little girl a meal to fill her stomach, but in the future, the little girl will still be begging for food on the street like she was tonight, being despised and driven away by people in shops like restaurants, and living a miserable life of hunger and fullness. The little girl just wanted to fill her stomach and didn't know anything. The waiter just drove her away in order not to affect the restaurant's business. No one did anything wrong. She couldn't stand this kind of thing, but she couldn't do anything about it and was powerless. In such a prosperous city called Yandu in another world, it turns out that not all the people have enough food and clothing. So, what about your own world? With evil running rampant and doing whatever they want, how hard is it for the common people to live? She now somewhat understood what Lu Xian had said in the group before, asking her to go down the mountain more often to gain some experience in the secular world and see the ups and downs of life. Punishing evil, helping the weak, and walking in the world are what she should do when she goes down the mountain. Although King Yun is a good place, it also blocks all the bad things in the world outside the mountain gate and protects King Yun disciples too well. This isn't the way to cultivate to be an immortal. Actually, it's not that I can't help. Lu Xian didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing that she looked a little lonely, he comforted her softly, meeting each other is a kind of fate. In fact, we can take her back and let Ye He take care of her. Fellow Daoist Ye Fan. Won't this cause him trouble? Lu Xueki frowned slightly. She had thought of this idea before, but she felt it was not appropriate. But she still remembered that Lu Xian once said in the group that Ye Fan was in a difficult situation and had spent most of his early years being hunted by others. In that situation, if he were to take a little girl with him, it would be irresponsible to their lives. Besides, does that mean that every time I meet a poor person in the future, I have to let Ye Fan take care of him? If it was any other little girl, she would really be a burden to Ye He, but she is not. Her identity is not simple. Lu Xian said. Identity? What's her identity? Lu Xueki asked doubtfully. In short, she is not an ordinary person. Lu Xian took out a roast chicken wrapped in oil paper from his ring and shook it, grinning. Come on, let's go and kidnap the little girl. Lu Xueki rolled her eyes at this, and started to act frivolously again. Seeing Lu Xian chasing after the little girl with ill intentions, she felt a little worried and quickly followed behind him. The little girl was shivering on the street, wondering where to get food to fill her stomach, but suddenly she found herself being grabbed by someone, holding her armpits, and the whole person was getting farther and farther from the ground, and then she was weighed and held in a warm embrace. She was a little panicked and looked up timidly, only to meet a handsome face pretending to be fierce. Little ghost, from now on, you are kidnapped by me. Woo! When the little girl heard this, the corner of her mouth twisted, and little pearls began to spin in her watery black eyes. She opened her mouth and was about to cry, but a big chicken drumstick was already stuffed into her mouth. Woo beiji beiji! Really fragrant! She held the big chicken leg in both hands and ate it in big mouthfuls, holding back her tears. She secretly looked at the big brother who was holding her. He was accompanied by a big sister who looked like a good person. They were the two people she met at the restaurant entrance just now. Why are you scaring her? Lu Xueki glared at Lu Xian in dissatisfaction, then came up and gently touched the little girl's head. The frost on her face that had remained unchanged for years melted away like the first snow. She tried her best to make her expression appear softer and more friendly. Little sister, don't be afraid, we are not bad people. Nanan knows. The little girl nodded, holding the big chicken leg. Bad people would not give her food. Nanan? Is that your name? Why are you out here alone looking for food so late at night? Don't you have any relatives to take care of you? Little Nanan was chewing on a chicken leg. When she heard her elder sister's question, her big black eyes looked a little lost. She shook her head in confusion. Nanan can't remember. It seems that she has forgotten a lot of things. She doesn't know where she came from or where she is going. Others have relatives, but Nanan doesn't. Everyone bullies Nanan. Nanan is very lonely, very sad, and very scared. When she talked about sad things, the little girl's eyes became red and she was about to cry, but she held back and didn't let the tears fall. Poor doll! Lu Xueki felt a little sad, and she felt very upset. It was hard for her to imagine how much bitterness and misery such a young child had experienced. Didn't Lu Xian say that she had a special identity, so why do we go through this? Let's go back first. We've been out for quite some time. Yehei and the others will be waiting anxiously. Lu Xian spoke softly, and Lu Xueki hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Since the little girl had no relatives, it would be okay to take her away. She summoned the Tianya sword, and the three of them rode on a beam of sword light and soon floated away in the bustling city. Big brother, where are you taking Nanan? It was the first time for the little girl to be taken flying. She didn't dare to look down at all and huddled in Lu Xian's arms like an ostrich. Of course, we'll kidnap Nanan and sell her to work in a shady factory. Lu Xian began to smile evilly again, teasing the little girl in his arms. The little girl raised her head timidly, but I think Big Brother is a good person. I don't care what you think, I only care what I think. Woo! The little girl was about to cry again. Big Brother, can you please not sell Nanan? Nanan is very obedient and can wash clothes and mop the floor. You really are. Lu Xueki turned back angrily. This bastard, she really wanted to kick him in the mouth so that he would never be able to spit out ivory from his mouth. I seem to be being targeted, the second chapter has been blocked again. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 I and number 039, am just too perfect must read tomorrow and number 039, S2PK1. Chapter 37 I'm just too perfect must come and read tomorrow Tuesday PK. Lu Xian was dissatisfied and asked, what's wrong with me? What do you say? Lu Xueki wanted to beat him up at this moment. Lu Xian thought, pondered, and considered his words. Finally, he straightened his chest and said confidently, I am sunny and handsome, I can spit, I have a strong collarbone, I have a good education and medical records, I have high personal qualities, I can be called a handsome man. My biggest shortcoming is that I am too perfect. I think I am good, no problem. The flying sword under his feet shook violently. Lu Xian swayed while holding the little girl in his arms and almost fell down. His hands that were around her waist grabbed up in panic and then found a force point, finally steadying his shaky body. Few were saved. Both he and his little girl showed joy on their faces after surviving the disaster. I say, Naki, can you steer your sword more steadily? Halfway through his words, Lu Xian suddenly felt a murderous aura emanating from the person in front of him. The air around him became several degrees colder, and the little girl snuggled into his arms again. What happened? His neck was stiff, and he raised his eyes, and immediately met Lu Xueki's eyes that looked like she was about to stab him. It is said that the look in the eyes that wants to kill someone cannot be hidden. Lu Xian did not believe it before, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he believed it. Lu Xian clenched his palms subconsciously, and he knew where the murderous aura came from. He identified it at a glance and determined it was Mariela. If I say that it was Sun Xiaochuan who asked me to do this, can you let me go? Lu Xian let go of the elastic material with a trembling heart and took a step back. As a result, he almost fell off the flying sword. The little girl was so scared that her face turned pale. His face turned pale too. He hurriedly hugged the waist of the person in front of him tightly. Lu Xian awkwardly met her cold eyes and said with a bitter face, if I say that what I did just now was an accident and a misunderstanding, would you believe it? You better be mistaken. Lu Xueki stared at him silently for a while, then turned back with an unnatural look and looked at the mountains in the distance, her ears turning bright red. She pretended to be calm and said nothing happened just now, understand? I understand, I understand. Nothing happened just now. She added viciously, if you dare to say that, I will castrate you. Lu Xian felt a chill in his crotch. It's so poisonous, it's true that women's hearts are the most poisonous. But he decided to be timid for now and chose to remain silent. After all, silence is Cambridge tonight. If you don't keep silent, you won't be able to sleep too deeply tonight, because the big one is coming. Also, Little girl is already very pitiful, you are not allowed to scare her again in the future. She seemed to be deliberately changing the subject. Liu Xian noticed it, but did not expose it. He just took the opportunity to talk about what had just happened. I can't promise you this. He, Liu Xian, mainly plays the role of a rebel. What did you say? Liu Xueki looked back again with a fierce look in her eyes, wanting to stuff her feet into his dog's mouth that couldn't spit out ivory. The corner of Liu Xian's mouth twitched, but he still insisted on his position and said firmly, "This is really not okay. I have my own way of education, okay?" She sneered, "You better really have it. I teased her for a reason, I really didn't say that. Children need to be teased more so that they can grow braver. Otherwise, they will always be timid. Nana, you don't want little Nana to be so respectful and distant when she sees you next time, right?" Liu Xian began to explain. "Use my method to teach her. Next time you meet her, she will reach out her hand and call you big brother or big sister from afar, then fly into your arms and bump into your heart. She will be able to melt you on the spot." Liu Xueki was a little suspicious about this. Was it true? Why don't you continue to write some more? I'd love to hear it. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Liu Xian had to give an example. Think about yourself. When you met your master and your King Yun sect master, did you always salute with respect? Even when you met your fellow disciples, you were polite to each other. When your master and his friends see you like this, they will at most praise you in their hearts, saying that my Naki is so sensible and well-mannered, but there is still a huge sense of distance between them. In layman's terms, they are both being polite to each other. As for the immortal sect, I can understand the differences in status, but Xiao Nanan's situation is different from yours. She is not in the immortal sect, and there are not so many immortal sect rules to abide by. The kind of education you have experienced is not suitable for her. If you can't teach, then stop talking and let me do it. My abstract gentleness is an elegance you will never understand." Liu Xueki was a little confused by what he said. Why did this abstract tenderness sound reasonable? This is outrageous. She said no more, wanting to see what tricks Liu Xian could teach her in the future. She decided to cause trouble for him again if he failed to teach her well. Far away. I can already see the hill I came from. There is a bonfire burning next to an empty spring pool outside the cave. A golden roasted wild boar is on the fire. There are also a few figures sitting on stone benches nearby, talking. Liu Xueki flew down with Liu Xian and little Nanan on swords. Not bad, you even organized a bonfire party. Liu Xian jumped off the flying sword holding little Nanan in his arms, and with a smile he took out 5 or 6 jars of wine from his storage ring, and also took out a lot of food and placed them on the stone table. His gaze lingered on Xiao Yan, who looked quite disheveled, as if he had rolled around in the forest for a few times. Huo, what's wrong? Brother Kadayan said that you two haven't come back for so long, you might have gone out on a date secretly. So you went to hunt in the wild, and then got beaten by a wild boar. Ye Fan laughed. After all, I got one back. Xiao Yan defended himself anxiously. He said that there was no way he couldn't beat a wild boar, and that the wild boars in the world of Shading Heaven were strong, ran fast, and had very thick skin, and that they were not ordinary wild boars. The scene was soon filled with a joyful atmosphere, and the bonfire party vibe was instantly lifted. Who is this little girl? Ye Fan held the jar of wine and approached Liu Xian and asked curiously. He found that the little girl in Liu Xian's arms was staring at him. She didn't look at others but only at him. Ye Fan felt very strange. A little kid I picked up on the road. Liu Xian smiled and touched little Nanan's head. At this moment, little Nanan's eyes were very different from before. They were calm and peaceful, and she didn't talk or make any noise. Liu Xian seriously doubted whether the Empress's consciousness had quietly descended at this moment and was silently observing everything. Liu Xian, attention, this is breaking news. No matter what you hear next, please remain calm. Lu Xian, the baby in my arms is the incarnation of the Tao fruit of the Wushuan Emperor who brought Ye Fan to Baidu as I mentioned before. There was silence for a moment. And then everyone went back to drinking and chatting as if nothing had happened. Little brat, hee hee. Ye Fan laughed dryly a few times. Brother Lu, why did you pick up this little kid? Ye Fan, Brother Lu, are you kidding me? You picked up an unrivaled emperor. Lu Xian, he is an emperor, but he is not. Dao fruit is the result of a cultivator's practice, including cultivation, spirit, and knowledge. This is the appearance of the emperor when she was a child. Her real body is still sleeping and transforming in the ancient forbidden land. But now, she may have awakened briefly, and her consciousness has descended on this Dao fruit. Yehey, she is very likely to come to see you. I felt sorry for the little girl, Soneki, and I picked her up. Yehey, the rest of us are in special circumstances, so I'll leave her in your care from now on. Lu Xian said with a meaningful smile. Ye Fan, damn it! Brother Lu, you want to kill me? Brother Lu, I don't know how to take care of children. I really don't have time. Be sure to come and read it on Tuesday. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 6 True Words. Please vote in red. Chapter 38 16 True Words. Please vote in red. Ye Fan really wanted to refuse sternly. His face was so stretched that it was almost longer than a horse's face. This girl is not an ordinary person, she is an emperor. Or is it possible that the emperor could erase my memory and put her brother's memory into my brain? You two are idiots. You went out and picked up a time bomb, then just walked away and put the blame on me. Have you ever considered my feelings? It's so wicked that it's smoking, but he had already picked it up, he couldn't just throw it away again. The rest of the people in the group could go back to their own worlds, but he, Ye Fan, had nowhere to run even if he wanted to. What can he do? He is also desperate. Chilling, Ye Fan is so upset now that he even wants to curse. Your mother. Lu Xian, Yehey, aren't you short of cultivation resources? You can take her to the ancient forbidden land. There are many holy fruits and holy springs in the other 8 holy mountains. You can pick one from each and eat it. If you drink more holy springs, you can easily break through to the other side of the divine bridge. If you take her with you, I will guarantee that you will have a smooth journey in the ancient forbidden land. No slaves will stop you. I am thinking about you. Your mother is in good health. Ye Fan, really? Brother Lu, are you sure she will protect me and won't do anything else to me? Lu Xian, don't mess around, it won't happen. Just pretend you know nothing. The emperor is not in a good condition right now, so he won't come down to observe you often. Lu Xian, besides, don't you want to go home earlier? This is an opportunity for you to become stronger quickly, and it's worth taking a little risk. Brother Lu, although I, Ye Fan, have no experience in raising children, I learn quickly. You can go on a long journey with peace of mind and leave this little girl to me to take care of. I will definitely raise her to be plump and white. Ye Fan's expression changes very quickly. He pats his chest and speaks of great righteousness. He has no choice but to put on a good show to improve the favorability of the Wushuan Emperor. His righteous words made the corners of the mouths of the other people on the field twitch slightly. If they could not also see the messages in the group, they would have really believed his lies. Rusai can be taught. Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction at the result. He actually had a little selfish motive. With little girl following Yehey into the ancient forbidden land, the holy fruit and divine spring were basically secured, and he could also get a share of it. Wasn't it that the resources for cultivation were here? As for the problem of Yehey breaking into the 4 extremes and needing holy fruit to heal his wounds later, it's simple. Just let him keep some of the holy fruit and don't pick them. Xiao Yan, Brother Lu, I suddenly have a bold idea. Do you think this great Emperor Dao fruit incarnation can be considered a human? Lu Xian, huo, what do you mean by this? Xiao Yan, I just think that if she is not considered a human, is it possible that she can be stuffed into the red envelope like my teacher? Yan Lingji. Lu Sweki, hey. Lu Xian, not a buddy? Ye Fan, damn. Brother Kadayan, you are really bold. But I think your bold idea is very good. Ye Fan's eyes lit up when he heard this idea. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to run around with such a time bomb every day. Not only does it hold him back at ordinary times, but he also has to be on high alert when the Emperor's consciousness descends. Ye Fan, how about we give it a try? Lu Xian, don't. Aren't you afraid of dying if you try? If that kind of being wants to kill us, we'll die at the thought, and we won't be able to use any means. If Lu Xian can be invincible, he must be able to use invincible skills to be invincible. At the level of the Emperor, only God knows what methods he has. Maybe he would be killed before he could even use his invincible spirit skill. Big brother, are you and big sister going on a long journey? The little girl in my arms raised her head and asked, blinking her big black and bright eyes, looking so innocent. She spoke suddenly, startling Lu Xian so much that he trembled. After meeting her innocent eyes, he realized that the Empress should have lost consciousness. Yes, Nanan, I have sold you to this short big brother named Ye Fan. He will take good care of you for us. You have to be good and obedient, okay? He pulled the corner of his mouth and touched her little head with a warm smile. Ye Fan's face turned dark. What do you mean short? I just haven't grown up yet. The little girl glanced at Ye Fan timidly, with a bit of loss on her face. She knew that the big brother did not sell her, he was just teasing her, but the big brother and big sister were leaving, this was real. Nanan knows. She will be obedient. Will the big brother and big sister come back to see Nanan? Of course, we will come back to see Nanan when we have time. Two figures, one big and one small, were chatting there as if no one was around. The big one was holding the little girl's head and rubbing it like he was petting a cat. Seeing this scene, Ye Fan and the others secretly admired Brother Lu's heart. It was really big. That was the incarnation of a great emperor. How could you rub her head so calmly? However, it can also be inferred from this that the Emperor's consciousness is most likely gone, otherwise Brother Lu would not dare to be so presumptuous. Everyone relaxed and enjoyed this rare moment. By the pond, the lights were intertwined, and Lu Xian got what he wanted and took an offline group photo with a more complete group of members. In the photo, little Nanan is in the middle, with little Naki and firefighter Ji half bent on the left and right. In the back, Lu Xian is holding Ye He and Huo's shoulders. 6 smiling faces are frozen in time. It's very late. Xiao Naki and firefighter left one after another and returned to their respective worlds. Classmate Huo was drunk and kept shouting that he was looking for his sister sooner. Lu Xian could see that this boy must have touched her on purpose when he was a child. He was indeed a pedophile. Lu Xian turned on the video function on his mobile phone and recorded this scene. The dark history of Emperor Yan in the future should be very valuable. Ye Fan was not much better than Huo. He was lying at Lu Xian's feet, holding a jar of wine, staring at the bright moon in the sky with a dazed look in his eyes. Sentimental Master Ye is online. The Milky Way is vast and the Milky Way is broken, the mysterious gate is endless and the thoughts are endless. What year is it now? How many times has the moon in my hometown waxed and waned? Mom and Dad, I miss you. Are you okay? His eyes were red. Fanner, Dad is fine, don't worry about him. Remember to practice well in Baidu. Great, one more screen recording material, it's time to take advantage of Emperor Ye Tian. Lu Xian put away his cell phone, turned it off and threw it into the storage ring. The battery was low and he had to use it sparingly. Brother, What's wrong with them? They're both acting weird. Little Nanan held a writing brush in her hand and a thick roll of paper was spread on the ground. She lay on the roll of paper and wrote the 16 mantras that Lucian had taught her. She wrote it very seriously, because her elder brother said that this was his ultimate secret, which was usually not passed on to others. Today, he made an exception and passed it on to her. As long as she thoroughly understood the 16-word mantra, no one would be able to survive more than 3 episodes in her mouth. They are just lame. They can't drink much. They get drunk after only 2 bottles of wine. Lucian raised the jar of wine and took a big gulp, with a proud look on his face. Emperor Yan? Emperor Yetian? They are all losers. Big brother, you won't get drunk. Just kidding, I've never been drunk in my life. I can drink 1.5 pounds of liquor and drink as much beer as anyone wants. This is the essence of the god of wine. You. Little Nanan ran up in panic and patted Lucian's back as he lay on the ground vomiting. The bright moonlight fell on the wide scroll of paper, and the 16 large characters of the mantra shone brightly. That is the supreme inheritance from Lucian, the sun is about to arrive, and the morning light is rising in the east. The crimson mist covers the sky like silk curtains. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Why are there always tears in your eyes? Please vote in red. Chapter 39. Why are there always tears in your eyes? Please vote in red. Douluo World. Lucian stepped out of the portal, and the rustling of cold raindrops hit his skin, sobering him up instantly. After going out, the rain has become much lighter. It looks like it will stop soon. Lucian opened his soul power shield to block the falling rain, yawned, and walked towards the hut, intending to catch up on his sleep. It was pitch black in the middle of the night, but from afar one could see a dim light coming from the thatched cottage, swaying in the occasional night breeze. It seems that the candle I left behind when I left has not burned out yet. The hut was still the same hut, but the difference was that at the door of the hut there was a burly figure wearing a tattered black cloak. He just folded his arms, leaned against the wooden wall outside the hut, lowered his head and said nothing. He is pretending to be cool, thinking he is very powerful and has the demeanor of a master, but in fact he is just an idiot. When Lucian saw the figure outside the hut, he paused and came to this idea. Then he took another leisurely step forward, his originally lazy eyes gradually narrowing slightly. There seems to be only one person in the whole Douluo series who is dressed like this, Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. Lucian originally wanted to prevent Tang Hao from attacking him, so he bought a lot of things in the world of Zushan in advance to deal with it. However, when Tang Hao really appeared here, he was still somewhat disgusted by his shameless character. I can only say that they are worthy of being members of the Tang family. They are all birds of a feather. After beating the younger ones, the older ones come instead. They directly bully the younger ones and are shameless. However, Lucian is not afraid. If it doesn't work, he can still ask for help in the group. If Tang Hao attacked from the dark, Lucian might be wary of him, but if he confronted him head-on like he is now, he would have to say sorry. Face it head-on, Lucian, had no idea how to write the word lose. Lucian stopped more than 10 meters away from the cloaked figure, and an indifferent voice sounded in the rustling rain, "Where are the people inside? Knock them out, I don't even bother to take their lives." The cloaked figure raised his head, revealing a middle-aged face with unshaven beard, and said in a deep voice, "I'm waiting for you. Wait for me to kill you." Lucian responded with a sneer, raised his hand and clenched it. His martial soul wolf-tooth steel needle sword already appeared in his palm, and 3 platinum soul rings rotated from the top of his head and slowly fell down. "Take my dog life!" Tang Hao's eyes showed a hint of mockery. A 3-ringed soul master actually had the audacity to say that he wanted to take the life of a titled Douluo like him. He was truly ignorant and fearless. Yes, this little kid doesn't know what kind of existence he is, so naturally he won't be afraid. You may not know me that well. Tang Hao sneered and walked towards him slowly. Soul rings began to fall from the top of his head. He could already foresee what kind of devastated and desperate expression the little ghost would have when he saw his 9 soul rings. You may not know me that well. Jajaja. There was a chilling evil in Lu Xian's laughter, which made people feel uncomfortable, as if their ears were contaminated by something. Young Master Lu's sword was already raised above his head. I don't want to see who dares to show off in front of me, Wang Luxian. Even if Saint Su Ke comes today, it won't work. BGM start. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty is invincibility. The appearance of the white shield illuminated the surrounding darkness. SHH. The Wolf Fang steel needle sword slashed down lightly. Second soul skill, 100% chance of catching a blade with bare hands. Start. Tang Hao hadn't recovered from the strange singing yet. Thump. The next second, his knees had already fallen into the mud, and the 9 soul rings that had not yet fallen were forcibly held back. He wanted to pretend to be big, so of course the soul rings had to fall slowly to have momentum. Unexpectedly, I pooped a big shit. He began to slide forward, plowing 2 deep marks in the yellow mud. Tang Hao was a little confused, and he couldn't understand what was going on. He found that he couldn't move. It's not considered immobile. If you slide forward while kneeling, it can be considered moving. He began to struggle desperately, but he could not sense any control over his body at all. It seemed that only his mouth could move. And many more. What is that little devil doing? Tang Hao's face suddenly turned a little green. He saw that kid throwing tons of thumbtacks, triangle tacks, and meteor tacks at the path he was sliding on. What the hell? Hiss. Before he could finish his curse, Tang Hao's whole face was already wrinkled, and he was gasping for air with his teeth bared. This was really weird. Why did it hurt when a nail was stuck into his knee when his body clearly couldn't feel it? He could clearly feel that his knees were being pierced by more and more sharp objects. As he slid forward, these sharp objects pierced more and more, and deeper, and deeper. You born evil little devil! Just as he was about to slide in front of the kid, a mace as thick as his thigh came at his head. Tang Hao's eyes widened, and he suddenly found that his hands had moved and closed above his head. It was a standard bare-handed attack. Pfft! A pair of palms were instantly pierced into a hornet's nest, with blood spurting out. You created an abstract scene, which was evaluated as relatively abstract, and gained an abstract value of 500. What kind of weird ability is this? Tang Hao gritted his teeth. He was a tough guy and would never scream out in pain and lose face. What did a mere wolf fang steel needle piercing his palm matter? Not at all, not worth mentioning. What he wanted to know at this moment was what kind of strange means were controlling him. It was really weird. Wait, why is this kid taking things out again? Tang Hao's eyes widened when he saw the evil little devil take out a handful of snow-white, crystal-clear, fine salt, then he started to sprinkle salt on his hands. Fuck you! Hiss! The sour taste of fine salt sprinkled on the wound on his palm made Tang Hao unable to stop. His face turned red, and he knelt down gasping for breath, his lips trembling. Still cursing? You're still cursing? Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't believe that he couldn't cure him today. Then he took out a bottle of pepper water, bought from the world of Shrouding the Sky, the Devil's Extra Spicy brand, the Super Invincible Spiral Ascension Pepper Water. He bit off the cork and a pungent smell immediately wafted out of the bottle. When Tang Hao saw this, he clenched his lips. He was Haoshan Douluo. Just pepper spray. Lu Xian sneered and poured the pepper water towards Tang Hao's palm, which was pierced like a honeycomb. Tang Hao's face suddenly looked like a dyeing factory, sometimes blue and sometimes purple. I guess the experience must have been maxed out. Old Deng, are you feeling good? You beast, you beast! Why do you always have tears in your eyes? Is it because of your deep love for this land? End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Precision Chicken Fighting. Please vote in red. Chapter 40, Precision Chicken Fighting. Please vote in red. Tang Hao originally thought that a mere Soul Master Kid was just an ant that could be easily crushed to death, but who could have expected the reversal to be so outrageous? He, a titled Douluo, was the one being toyed with at this moment. First they scattered nails, then they scattered salt, and finally they finished it off with chili water. The good one didn't install it, but the stupid one did. Life is really full of ups and downs. The pepper water mixed with the salt, under the rain, mixed with the blood sizzling from the wound. The intense pain was like dipping the palm of the hand in a frying pan, frying it repeatedly, and then stuffing it into sulfuric acid. As a titled Douluo who had experienced all kinds of situations, he was still tortured by the inhuman pain until his lips turned purple, he trembled, and his tiger eyes were filled with tears. But Tang Hao was a tough guy. He gritted his teeth and didn't even utter a single cry. It's just some physical torture, what does it matter, a brave and tough man who is not afraid of difficulties. That's the pain, that's it, this kid's words are more powerful than his, and his mouth is stinky and poisonous. You evil little devil! Who are you? What kind of methods are you using? Tang Hao stared at him with his big eyes and roared in a low and trembling voice. He was distracting himself, which could reduce the pain of his palm being pierced and prevent the tears from falling because of the pain. As a titled Douluo, he could die standing, but he could not afford to lose face by being beaten and crying. Me? I'm just a Kamen rider passing by. Liu Xian held the wolf fang steel needle sword in one hand and picked his nose with the other, then flicked it casually, landing on Tang Hao's furious face. Your mother! This was born, shame, there was not a single true word in his mouth. What a bullshit Kamen rider! Tang Hao had never even heard of this term. He felt like his lungs were about to explode and he was breathing heavily. It really is like dying immediately, and I can't close my eyes. Don't believe it. Liu Xian thought and hesitated. It seemed that Kamen Rider was indeed a bit outrageous. He didn't even have a mask. He couldn't even convince himself of this identity, so how could he convince others? Sloppy. I know you're anxious, but please don't be anxious. Let me think of other identities. Damn you. Can you be a little more perfunctory, birth? This is definitely a birth. Tang Hao felt like he was having trouble breathing, and his chest was filled with tightness. I thought of it. After Liu Xian pondered for a moment, his face suddenly lit up with joy, as if a light bulb popped up above his head. As he spoke, he shook his left hand and took out a mace made of fine steel from his storage ring. This was a real mace, not the kind that was transformed from a martial spirit, and it also came from the blacksmith shop in the world of Zushan. He coughed lightly and said righteously, I won't change my name, I'm actually Li Feiyu. Jijija. Liu Xian raised the fine steel mace. Next, I, Li Feiyu, will explain to you the principle of using the young to bully the old. Liu Xian swung the mace, his arm turning into a rotating windmill, and the steel mace made a whirring sound. Is this your reasoning? Tang Hao's eyes were bloodshot. If he was hit on the head by this thing, would he be okay? It is true that the titled Douluo has a strong physique, but if he is kept being controlled and kneeling like this, he will be smashed to death by the mace sooner or later. Tang Hao's face turned from purple to a pale color. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die in such a cowardly way, dying at the hands of a useless soul master who was only over level 30. He still had a lot of things to do. Did you think I was going to hit you on the head? Liu Xian activated the supercharging mode and grinned kindly. Is not it? Tang Hao stared at him with hatred in his eyes. Hey, congratulations, you guessed it right. There's a prize. Liu Xian threw the wolf fang windmill more and more fiercely. The moment he finished speaking, he used an amazing angle to do a hook attack from below. The wolf fang-covered vertebrae brushed the ground and smashed into Tang Hao's crotch. But, It's a small head. Oh yeah. It's a big home run. No. These 3 words were the only ones that popped up in Tang Hao's mind. The next second, his face turned as dark as liver, and his eyeballs bulged out exaggeratedly, as if they were about to fly out of their sockets. He seemed to hear the echo of his own eggs breaking, which was the sound of his lost youth. The whole person was blown up into the sky by this powerful blow, drawing a beautiful parabola, and then fell into the yellow mud puddle with a plop. How cruel! After a brief silence, there was a scream like a pig being slaughtered. It really makes those who hear it sad and those who listen to it cry. No one, no man, can endure the pain of having his balls broken. It has been scientifically proven and experts have stated that the pain of a man's testicles breaking is 1,000 times that of a woman's pregnancy and childbirth. This is just ordinary egg smash. For a situation like Tang Hao, who was bombarded and stabbed by a mace, Liu Xian felt that he could add a 0 at the end. That kind of pain is no longer just physical pain. It is a fatal blow to both the body and the mind. Tang Hao was now holding his arms tightly against his abdomen, his muscles contracted to the point of collapse, his hands tightly covering his bloody crotch, and he lay in the mud, howling miserably and twitching non-stop. This scene proves what the experts said, that the reputation is well-deserved and even the titled Douluo cannot withstand it. Tang Hao had been holding back his tears for so long, but this time his tear glands couldn't hold back anymore and he shed tears. Sure enough, no matter how tough the enemy is, the lower body is always their biggest weakness. Both men and women are the same, the only difference is that one needs to be smashed and the other needs to be stabbed. Liu Xian has truly verified this conclusion. He looks forward to having the opportunity to verify his other half in the future. After swinging the mace, I felt completely clear-headed. The word refreshing is not enough to describe his mood at this moment. Tang Hao was lying far away in the mud pit, his body curled up like a shrimp, blood spurting out from his crotch. He was wailing and gasping for breath, staring at him with resentment in his eyes. If looks could kill, Liu Xian would have been killed 1,000 times. Liu Xian held a wolf-tooth steel needle sword in one hand and a mace in the other, and walked forward with a swagger, spewing infuriating nonsense. The look in your eyes is really scary. Do you really want to kill me? Come and hit me, idiot. Can't move? Are you a wimp? Do you want me to give you something good to replenish your body? What the hell? Too cheap, this little thing is so cheap. Tang Hao was almost pissed off to death by him. Well. Suddenly, Tang Hao felt something extra in his mouth. A foul smell suddenly flooded into the entire brain cavity. The smell was really choking. It sprayed out of his mouth on the spot. Yes. Damn it, Tang Hao's mind was in a mess and he began to become a little unconscious due to the stimulation. Where did this ollie come from? It must be this little devil, it must be this evil little devil, he actually ate it himself. This? Tang Hao felt like he was going crazy. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated. Kill this kid, no matter what the cost, this damn and evil kid must be killed today, fight until death. You created an abstract scene, which was rated as very abstract, and gained an abstract value of 1000. Abstract value balance, 39,500. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Tang Hao, look at me pretending to be dead, please vote and read. Chapter 41 Tang Hao, look at me pretending to be dead, please vote and read. Fuck, I didn't drive, why was the last chapter blocked again? Damn, I recommend reading it tomorrow. I didn't drive in the last chapter and it's gone, it's really annoying. Tang Hao saw 2 legs stop in front of him from the corner of his eye. He endured the severe pain in his crotch, raised his head and roared furiously, today, either you die or I call. The tightly wrinkled black face just raised up, and before he could finish his harsh words, the thick and strong mace was already rapidly enlarging in his pupils with a violent sound. Young people don't respect martial ethics. Tang Hao was very experienced in combat. He was not suppressed by Liu Xian's second soul skill at this time. His body instinctively dodged and wanted to avoid it, but as soon as he moved his legs, the severe pain in his crotch, which had just been suppressed by his soul power, was directed out again, and a devilish voice rang out again. "Aw shit!" Tang Hao's cheeks immediately swelled up visibly. The disgusting and heady taste almost restricted all his thinking abilities. He put on the mask of pain on his face, and his dodging movements were also a beat slower. Puff! The mace hit his face the next second, making his mouth crooked and his eyes slanted, and half of his cheek rotten. He flew dozens of meters away. The scene was really a scene of blood and shit flying all the way, and icy rain and the sky were the same color. With a plop, Tang Hao fell into the mud again and slid for another 7 or 8 meters before he lay there, maintaining the same posture and not moving. The flying scene just now made Liu Xian feel a little uncomfortable. His stomach was churning. The third soul skill was useful, but it hurt 1,000 enemies but cost him a meal. He almost vomited the barbecue and wine he had eaten in Yehei's world. If it wasn't for the purpose of gaining abstract value, he would really need to consider the use of this ability carefully. Today, either you die or you die. He spat and completed the harsh words that Tang Hao hadn't finished saying. Do you have the qualifications to speak harshly to me, Li Feiyu? Even if An Lan came now, he would have to eat a big meal before leaving. The mace in his hand seemed to feel wrong. Liu Xian lifted up the mace bought from the world of Zhuantian and took a look. He was slightly surprised. The mace was knocked a little crooked by this heavy blow and was no longer so straight. He didn't expect that it couldn't even blow Tang Hao's head off. Is it that the quality of this mace is too poor, or is it that Tang Hao is too thick-skinned? Liu Xian thought it was the latter. Tang Hao was so shameless, he might be the most shameless person in Douluo. If he had known this earlier, he would have just given it to the little punk. Far away, Tang Hao was lying in a mud puddle, motionless, pretending to be dead. He had rich combat experience and vision, and now he believed he had figured out the soul skills of the evil little ghost. One is the soul skill of kneeling down and catching the mace with both hands. The last soul skill should be the strange singing, and the light shield he is holding is most likely a defensive soul skill. The first two soul skills he had personally experienced were both very strange. Tang Hao felt that the light shield defense soul skill might not be simple either, and might have some strange and disgusting abilities, and might even be able to rebound damage. He only had one chance to attack suddenly, otherwise he would be controlled by the evil spirit skill of the one who knelt down to receive the mace. He was accumulating spirit power and waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to take advantage of the moment when the little devil came up to check, and suddenly attack him ruthlessly. Even if they died together, it would be worth his life. He, Haoshan Douluo, must speak out against this. Otherwise, I will die in peace. Tang Hao lay there for a long while without making any movement. Liu Xian really didn't think that he was pretending to be dead, because he was too lazy to think so much. Far apart. Aw shit! The third soul skill was activated again. Your mother! Tang Hao lay there, his mouth swollen and uncomfortable, but he was pretending to be dead, waiting for an opportunity, and couldn't be exposed. It's just Oligay, I can bear it. Aw shit! Oh shit! 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 Grass, don't you have any other fucking tricks, you? I'm going to fight you, you! Bear with your mother! Tang Hao couldn't bear it any longer. While vomiting, he took out a silver hammer that was taller than a man, rushed up into the sky, and holding the hammer with both hands, he made the starting move of splitting Mount Hua with force. SHH. Liu Xian swung the wolf fang steel needle sword in his right hand, and his second soul skill was 100% activated by catching the blade with bare hands. Tang Hao, who had just jumped into the air, threw the silver-white sledgehammer raised above his head, and retracted the 9 soul rings that had just appeared on his body. Then he bent his knees, and fell heavily to the ground with a thump from a height of more than 10 meters, and began to slide forward. His whole face was distorted at this moment. You have to know that there were countless nails stuck in his knees at this moment. It was so painful and he really couldn't hold it. Once again, Tang Hao's palm became a hornet's nest. The dense blood holes and the blood spurting out told of the tragic things he had experienced. Eat my prison, big wolf fang head attack. With a doan sound, the steel needle of the mace in his left hand embedded into Tang Hao's brain. This time, his eyeballs bulged out of their sockets and were scarlet as if they were about to burst on the spot. Liu Xian was still worried that he would not die, so he pulled out the embedded mace from his head and, like hammering iron, hit him 7 or 8 times, until his head was smashed into his chest. Then he threw the severely deformed mace away, withdrew his martial spirit suppression, and ended this thrilling battle. As Tang Hao's body fell into the mud with a plop, Liu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and collected his exploded soul bones. Although they were a bit worthless, they could still be sold for some gold soul coins. The strength of a titled Douluo is truly terrifying. I didn't expect him to be so resistant to attack. Fortunately, I am more skilled than you. I, Liu Xian, can have the strength I have today, all thanks to my own hard work and persistence. Liu Xian was a little proud. He had killed a strong man like Tang Hao. So he asked, who else? Okay. He noticed Rat's gaze and turned his head to look in the direction of the hut. At the missing door frame of the hut, 2 heads popped out, one above and one below, silently observing him. He didn't know how long they had been observing him. Seeing his gaze sweeping over, Ning Rongrong was so scared that she immediately shrank her head back. This man is so cruel and scary. He actually used a mace to knock a titled Douluo's head into his chest. This is a devil. Woohoo, she really wants to go home. Zhu Zuoqing looked calm. She nodded at him from a distance, then went back into the house and walked over with the horse. At this moment, Liu Xian vaguely realized that a hint of paleness had appeared in the sky, and the rustling drizzle had almost stopped, leaving only some floating raindrops. It's daybreak. Don't you want to ask something? She shook her head. I don't want to ask. The more powerful you are, the safer I'll be. You won't hurt me anyway. Tisk. I just like your personality. Liu Xian took the reins with a smile, turned over, and stretched out his hand with a gentle smile. I passed by Nodding City in Fasno province today, and I have a gift for you. She blinked her beautiful eyes, took his hand and got on the little black horse. 2 figures rode on small black horses and quickly went away in the first rays of dawn in the sky. As for Ning Rongrong, you know, a real man never looks back at ordinary people. Thanks to my brother Xiao likes you, or sister, for the reward. I also want to update more, but my ability really does not allow it. I look through nearly 1,000 abstract memes every day, and then select the ones I need to use and code them into the plot, trying my best to make this chapter interesting and reasonable. It is really not that easy. 2 chapters a day is already the limit, unless one day I suddenly have a burst of inspiration, and then I may have one more chapter in reserve. Currently, I have read 1800 plus books, and I really want to read 900 plus. It should be stable for me to be recommended in the first or second round of PK. I am currently in the first round. There is a certain probability that I will be in the 3rd and 4th rounds, and then it will be Sanjiang. I have been writing books for so long but I have never been to Sanjiang. Brothers who want to support the book, please wait until the new book period is over and then support it after it is put on the shelves. The early stage of the recommendation position is too important. My dream is to be in Sanjiang. I read and flip through the books every day, especially on Tuesday when the PK results of the recommendation position are released. I must follow it. I would like to say thank you here. Also ask for a vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Surface Brothers Seeking Votes and Reading. Chapter 42, Surface Brothers Seeking Votes and Reading. The journey was quite boring. If it weren't for the little cat accompanying him, Lu Xian might have habitually taken out his mobile phone and opened the website www.______.com. I went up the wall and found 3D comics on Google and downloaded 100G of learning materials, which are his favorites, especially the two-dimensional magical girl comics, which are really exciting. Everyone inside is talented and speaks well. It's just that there are too many people in the village, and they always give you some busy work, which really affects people's desire to study. It's so infuriating, there are angry people everywhere. My phone is running out of battery, and I don't know if Yu Tianheng can charge my phone and keep it alive. Lu Xian's thoughts were in a mess. He hugged the kitten and rode the little black horse at a gallop, saying oil from time to time. The kitten was really oily. Occasionally he would go to a village to ask for directions, and before he knew it, it was already afternoon. Xiao Yan, brothers, there is good news and bad news. Ye Fan, tell me the good news first. I don't want to hear the bad news. Xiao Yan, good news. My teacher studied your method of boiling spiritual liquid in the medicine cauldron last night and came to a conclusion that this method can also be used in my world. In my world, there are also a large number of spiritual medicines containing life essence. In the future, I should be able to practice the Sea of Bitterness method smoothly. Moreover, I don't have to be hunted by others and can develop steadily. It's really comfortable. Ye Fan, just say it, what does the last sentence mean? Damn thing, I'm taking a detour, right? Ye Fan, it seems that both of them are bad news. Xiao Yan, don't say that, we are all brothers. Ye Fan, seeing my brothers living well is more painful than killing me. Lu Xian, happy. Huo, don't you think about it? Do you have as thick skin as Ye He? He has an ancient holy body, naturally strong and resistant to grass. Stewing in the cauldron is like taking a hot bath. And you have an ordinary physique. When you are locked up in the medicine cauldron by Yao Lao and steamed, tut, just thinking about that scene makes me feel so sad. It's no different from killing a pig. Ye Fan, this is really good news. I hope everyone is okay. Xiao Yan. Lu Xian, what about the bad news? Xiao Yan, no money to buy medicinal herbs. Ye Fan, poof, aren't these two pieces of good news? Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Lu Xian also grinned. Lu Xian, Huo, you can actually go find the sister sooner who has a crush on you. She has a very powerful background. She is the little princess of the most top ancient imperial family in Zhongzhou in your world. She is definitely a rich lowly template. I estimate that if you just casually pay her, she will give you a minimum of 10,000 gold coins. As long as you shamelessly deceive her and say some cheesy love words, it is not impossible for her to give you 1 million gold coins as startup capital. Sigh. 1 million? When Xiao Yan saw this message, he took a breath of cold air. He had saved gold coins for more than 10 years, but had only saved a few thousand. If Lu Xian had not supported him with a box of condoms, he would have made a lot of money from the difference and might not have been able to afford the resources for cultivation. What does 1 million gold coins mean? Even if the Xiao family sold everything they had, it was estimated, probably, and possibly, that this was the amount it was worth. Rich lowly is actually next to me. Ye Fan, oh no, this is really bad news. Why is there still a rich lowly who has a crush on brother Kadayan? If you don't want your eyes, you can donate them. Xiao Yan, hee, good brother, this is the charm, learn more from it. Xiao Yan, sister Sooner is here to see me. Let's not talk about it for now, brothers. I'm going out to date her. Ye Fan, I curse you. Ye Fan, damn, why are you all so lucky? I am the only one who is so miserable. I can't even meet a girl and I am being hunted. This is so heartless. Emperor Huangtian is my witness. Ye Fan, am willing to be single for half my life in exchange for brother Ka Dian being single for his whole life. Xiao Yan, I hurt the enemy by 1,000 and myself by 500. Brother Ye, you are so vicious. Watch me fight back. Ye Fan, the rebound is invalid. Lu Xian, 1-for-1 exchange at the extreme, the deep brotherhood between you two, I, Lu Xian, recognize it. Thumbs up. JPG. Lu Xian, fortunately, I am not familiar with superficial brothers like you. Ye Fan, brother Lu, whose lifelong singleness do you think I would exchange for the rest of my life? Lu Xian, Baikashi Baikafuk your mother. Lu Xian, voice, 60 seconds. The clatter of horse hooves and the gurgling of the yellow river. Lu Xian was humming a little tune. On the village path, the little black horse paddled leisurely. A stream meandered down the side, and the water flowed over the pebbles, making a soft gurgling sound. Not far away, a hunched figure was carrying a large bundle of firewood and walking home on the green path. Curls of smoke were rising in the village, which was the romantic and fireworks-like atmosphere unique to life. Lu Xian turned over and got off the horse. He ran forward a few steps and decided to help the old man carry his things and do a good deed. The old man was so old, and he still had to carry firewood that was taller than him. It was very hard for him. In fact, the main purpose is to ask for directions, and the rest is just incidental. The old man heard footsteps behind him and turned to look at him. On his wrinkled face was a hospitable, simple, and warm smile. At first glance, I can tell that he is a simple, honest, and nice person with no ulterior motives. This wave of asking for directions is a sure thing. Lu Xian smiled brightly and politely, and said enthusiastically, "Old man, let me help you carry it." The smiles on the faces of the two, one old and one young, froze at the same time, becoming a little weird. Half an hour. Roll. After a roar, Lu Xian came back with a sad face. The little kitten could no longer suppress the joy on her lips. She turned over and got off the horse, biting her red lips to hold back her laughter and said, "Why don't I go and ask?" Lu Xian nodded in frustration. He had such a bad mouth. He had a good idea in his mind, but why did his words change when he spoke? "Xiao Yan, it's settled. Sister Sooner is indeed rich, beautiful, virtuous, and a rich Lolita. She is really a perfect candidate for a future daughter-in-law." "Great. Lu Xian, that's a good thing to ban. We'll split the gold coins in half when we meet. Ye Fan, let's kick him out of the group. He can't stand this kind of stimulation at his age." Lu Xian, not really. Let him show off now. He will suffer in the future. Xiao Sooner is the little princess of the ancient clan, one of the 8 ancient clans in Zhongzhou. Her family is guarded by Dozongs, Dozuns are everywhere, and Dohuangs are worse than dogs. Her father is a 9-star Dosheng, one of the strongest in the Huo world. With that status, if Huo wants to be with her, he will suffer in the future. "Xiao Yan, ward sent it." This news made Xiao Yan feel a little numb. "I still suffered from my lack of knowledge. I thought that the ancient imperial clan of Zhongzhou was just so-so, but now you tell me that the strongest Duhuang of the Jiama Empire had a family that was even worse than a dog in the past?" Xiao Yan glanced with complicated eyes at the girl beside him whose smile was as bright as a green lotus. "The road ahead is long and difficult. Xiao Yan, brother Lu, with Sooner's status, why would she live in my small Xiao family? Lu Xian, a long time ago, your Xiao family was also one of the ancient imperial families in Zhongzhou, and held part of the key to the cave of Tuaxi ancient emperor, the last Dou emperor on the continent. She is in your Xiao family for this key, but it is true that the little girl likes you. In your script, she has violated the family's orders many times and has been secretly helping you. When you become powerful in the future, remember to treat her well." "Xiao Yan, my Xiao family actually has such a history. Xiao Yan, brother Lu, thank you for telling me. I will practice hard and prove myself in the future. Ye Fan, what an outrageous love story. When will it be my turn to have such a good wife? I really don't want to work hard anymore. Lu Xian, you don't even look at yourself now as a little brat. Even Kun Kun can't stand up. Which fairy would be interested in a little brat like you? You should grow up a few more years. So vicious, is this brother Lu's counterattack? Ye Fan. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Repeatedly Jumping on the Edge of Death Seeking Votes and Reading. Chapter 43, Repeatedly Jumping on the Edge of Death Seeking Votes and Reading. After talking to the old man for a few words, Zhu Zuqing nodded to express her gratitude and then quickly walked back. The Holy Soul Village is right ahead. Is there anything special about this village? She asked curiously, wondering why Lu Xian took a long detour to come to this ordinary village. People leave a place for the same reason as they come to a place. It all depends on whether there is something they want there. Lu Xian explained with a chuckle, and Zhu Zuqing nodded thoughtfully. Is there anything he wants here? Glancing at the clear stream by the roadside, Lu Xian pondered for a moment. This stream is most likely connected to the waterfall in the original Douluo novel, where Yin is hidden. He and the kitten came from the downstream on horseback, and there was no sign of the waterfall over there, so it is very likely that they are upstream of the stream. There was no road upstream, and the weeds were as tall as a person, making it impossible to ride a horse. Lu Xian let the kitten lead the horse to eat some grass and stayed there to wait, while he flew upstream along the river to find the waterfall. Ye Fan at Lu Xian, brother Lu, I want to try sending red envelopes. Lu Xian? Lu Xian, if you want to send out red envelopes, just do it. I feel embarrassed that you specifically tagged me to grab the red envelopes. Ye Fan, this red envelope may be a little different. Lu Xian paused, then tapped the branches of an old tree beside him with his toes and flew out again. In the blink of an eye, he was already dozens of meters away. Lu Xian, 6. Lu Xian, you are really not afraid of death. What denomination of ghost money do you plan to ask for during Qingming festival? Ye Fan glanced at the little girl lying on the stone bed in the corner. The little girl was sitting on the edge of the bed, her legs swinging back and forth, her chin supported by her hands, staring at the 16-character mantra on a scroll of paper, in a daze. Ye Fan, I am serious. Ye Fan, brother Lu, you know me well. I spend the whole day in the stone room, practicing in the cauldron, and rarely go out. How can I have the time to play with her? She is such a young child, and I am worried about her going out alone. I can't let her stay in this stuffy stone room all the time. Seeing her sitting there doing nothing all day, I feel so sad. She is still a child, but she has lost the joy of childhood. The pain is on her body, and the pain is on my heart. Even a dog would shake his head at the last sentence. Lu Xian, speak human language. Ye Fan, okay. Ye Fan, this is what I think. If we can really give out red envelopes, then of course whoever picks up the child will take care of it, or everyone in the group can take turns taking care of it. I can't really let the little girl stay here with me all the time. It's really pitiful. Lu Xian. Lu Xian, by the way, where are Naki and Firefighting Ji? Why are they gone today? Yan Lingji, I am on my way back to Baiyu at full speed. I will have to sleep in the open air for at least 10 days. Even when I get to Baiyu, there are still many things waiting for me to deal with. I really can't take care of the child. You take care of him first. Lu Sweki, I am in seclusion to attack the bitter sea. I just applied for a few old spiritual ginsengs from the sect today. I found that after taking them, they can indeed speed up the process of opening up the bitter sea. I should be busy in the near future, so you can take them first. Lu Xian, Naki, you are the real king of the scroll. You are quietly playing with the breakthrough, Are you planning to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop and then secretly surprise everyone? Lu Sweki, boring, go away. Lu Xian, where is Huo Huo? Xiao Yan, brother Lu, I have no problem with this, but I am afraid of being glared at by the Wushuan Emperor. Who knows how she will react when she finds out that she has traveled to a different world. I have a family to support, and if something happens, the whole family will be together. I really don't dare to try it. How about you, brother Lu, try it first. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth twitched. Okay, we are just brothers in name only. If it's my fate, then it's not fate, right? Lu Xian, Yezi, I've actually been traveling these days and haven't had much time. I'm quite busy. How about you take the trouble to take her out for a walk, or something like that? Actually, it's okay to go a little slower. Ye Fan, don't try that. It won't work. I've already discussed it with the little girl. She was so happy to hear that I was going to see you. Besides, I'm just trying it out first. It's not certain that the red envelope will be sent successfully. Ye Fan sent Lu Xian an exclusive red envelope. Your mother. Is this called a failure? The corners of Lu Xian's eyes twitched, and his figure landed lightly on a big rock beside the stream. After a brief hesitation, he still clicked the button to receive it. The Emperor realized that he should not be able to descend to Douluo Star. When the Empress found that she could no longer sense her Dao fruit, the first person she would look for must be the unlucky Ye Fan. It shouldn't have much impact on me. Lu Xian received an exclusive red envelope. The void in front of him rippled like water waves, and a petite figure was suddenly thrown out from the ripples. Lu Xian subconsciously reached out and caught it with his armpits. With tattered clothes, a dirty little face and two pigtails on the back of her head, who else could it be but a little girl? Damn Ye, it's almost a day and he still doesn't even bother giving the little girl a bath or buying her some new clothes. Even so, he still said that the suffering was on her body and the pain was in his heart. Lu Xian wanted to spit at his thick-skinned face. The little girl blinked her big black eyes. When she saw Lu Xian, a smile bloomed on her little face. She said happily, Brother Lu, Brother Ye really didn't lie to me. He sent me to you so quickly. Lu Xian gently rubbed her little head, and twitched the corners of his mouth. He was actually a little surprised by this result. He didn't expect that this red envelope would be successfully sent by Ye He. Just as he was about to speak, Ye Fan in the group started calling, attracting his attention. Ye Fan, Brother Lu. Help! Quick! Bring the little girl back to me. Lu Xian, if you don't do it, you will die. Ye Fan, damn, I suddenly feel cold all over and can't breathe. I feel like I'm being watched by the Wushuan Emperor. Send it back to me quickly to save my life. Lu Xian. Lu Xian sent Ye Fan an exclusive red envelope. Ye Fan received an exclusive red envelope. In the stone chamber, Ye Fan stood beside the big cauldron, holding the confused little girl in his arms, as if he was holding a life-saving straw, breathing heavily, and in just a few moments, his back was covered with dense cold sweat. The moment he stuffed the red envelope into Xiao Nanan's pocket, he found himself being stared at by some terrifying existence, most likely the unparalleled emperor. As soon as little Nanan came back, the feeling that made his hair stand on end disappeared instantly. Rather than saying it disappeared, it would be better to say that the great emperor's consciousness descended upon this Dao fruit. Ye Fan looked at the little girl's eyes, which suddenly changed from confused to indifferent with a hint of doubt. He felt his heartbeat slow down for a beat and he almost couldn't help but throw her out of his arms. After a while, little Nanan looked at him meaningfully, and her eyes gradually returned to their former stupidity and clarity. Seeing this, Ye Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Survived. Lu Xian, Ye He, how do you feel? Is it fun? Is the pricking stimulating? Ye Fan, it almost got out of hand. The consciousness of that unparalleled emperor descended. Fortunately, you sent the little girl back in time. I felt like she read the little girl's memory. The look in her eyes when she left was a bit intriguing. Lu Xian, you should be thankful that you look like her brother, otherwise you would have been crushed to ashes by now. Ye Fan. Ye Fan, brother Lu, I'll try sending it to you again. Lu Xian, hui. Xiao Yan, hui. Lu Sweki. Ji Yanling. Lu Xian was shocked. Are you so stubborn? Is this the value of the iron-headed boy? Is Go Ba still sending? Are you really on the brink of death? Ye Fan, I felt that the look in her eyes when she left showed that she agreed. Lu Xian, I feel like your feelings are inaccurate. Ye Fan, I feel like your feelings about me are inaccurate. Ye Fan sent Lu Xian an exclusive red envelope. Lu Xian received an exclusive red envelope. Once again, a cold breath descended in the stone chamber. Ye Fan had expected this, so he pretended to be calm and laughed dryly at the air. I don't know who you are, but I really have no ill will towards her. I just want to send her on a long journey to ask relatives for some New Year's money, and she will be back in a while. The cold air lingered for a moment before dissipating. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Hush there please vote and read. Chapter 44, Hush there please vote and read. Ye Fan, steady and hot. Ye Fan, the Wushuan Emperor agrees. Xiao Yan, I admire you. Brother Yehe really tried his best to avoid taking care of the baby. He stuffed his head into his crotch and walked out of this heaven-defying path with great strength. Xiao Yan, you are indeed a man who will be called Yetiandi in the future. You are brave enough to take the lead and be a role model for us. Ye Fan, that's tuck the belt and the invincible path, not tuck the crotch and the heaven-defying path. Xiao Yan, they all mean the same thing, don't worry about so many details. Ye Fan, brother Kadayan, I call you an immortal. I give you the middle finger. Jpg. Lu Xian, Yehe, I also call you a fairy. A day has passed and you didn't even bother to buy a new set of clothes for the little girl. You still have the nerve to say you feel sorry for her. You are really a rising star. Ye Fan, when you have something to do, call me Yezi. Use you as a respectful title. When you have nothing to do, call me Yehe, you beast. Brother Lu, you still have the nerve to criticize me. You taught the little girl to write, that's all crap. She gave it to me to taste and ask for praise. I really can't bear to watch it. I can't bear to watch it at all. Ye Fan, having extremely reliable people like you as brothers is really a blessing that I, yet, have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. It is imminent to break up with you. Lu Xian, ha, sneer, when you run out of resources and go to the ancient forbidden land to pick holy fruits, don't come crying and beg me to send the little girl back to you. Ye Fan, brother Lu, it was Xiao Ye who was ignorant just now. Please don't take it personally. Beside the stream, on a large rock protruding out of the water. Brother Lu, why am I in 2 places, switching back and forth? The little girl had a bitter face, and it was obvious that her little head was unable to understand this. Your brother Ye and I are playing games with Nanan. Lu Xian held the little girl in his arms and rubbed her head with a warm smile. Nanan, have you learned all the 16-character mantras that brother Lu taught you? The little girl, who had nothing else to think about, was immediately diverted. She nodded happily, her big eyes narrowed into crescents, and she responded obediently, I've learned it all. Nanan is very smart. Not bad. Lu Xian smiled and praised. Actually, this 16-word mantra is incomplete. Since our daughter is so smart, brother Lu will teach her the remaining 32-word mantra in the evening, okay? Great. Brother Lu's secret weapon is of course extremely powerful. Little girl is very happy that brother Lu is willing to teach her this secret weapon. What does this mean? This shows brother Lu's selfless love for her. Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. It was rare to find such a diligent and studious young man in this materialistic world. He even wanted to take him in as his apprentice. Well, forget it. What if I go to the world of shrouding heaven again and get slapped in the face by the sky? It's not worth it. While teasing the little girl, he jumped lightly on the raised boulders in the stream, and his speed was extremely fast, which was totally unlike the skills of a soul master over level 30. Brother Lu, where are we going? The little girl asked curiously in Lu Xian's arms. Let's go find a waterfall. Fall? The little girl blinked her eyes in confusion, pointed to the upper reaches of the river and said in a baby voice, Brother Lu, there is a waterfall over there, it's not far away. Lu Xian was slightly surprised. Is this the spiritual sensitivity of the great emperor's Dao fruit? I didn't feel it, but she felt it first. Dao fruit is the result of a cultivator's practice, including cultivation, spirit, and knowledge. Theoretically, little Nanan is a living emperor with the cultivation, consciousness, and knowledge of an emperor, but she only behaves like a 3-year-old child, which prevents her from using the power of control as she pleases. In layman's terms, her head knows how to do it, but her hands don't, or it would be more appropriate to describe it as her body doesn't know how to do it. In the original novel, little Nanan once hurt the soul of the deputy leader of Shenting with just a cry, and also shook the body of Shenting Emperor, which almost frightened the Emperor to death. Many places show that little Nanan is capable of fighting and is not just a mascot, but she cannot use these powers correctly. More often than not, it is the instinct of a 3-year-old child that drives her to make various actions. Generally speaking, this is a mentally retarded emperor who came from a mentally retarded bar. This was probably some of the measures imposed on her by the Empress to prevent her from being too shocking. This meant that she had to have a goal in order to make the knowledge in her head come into play. For example, when she saw the formation pattern of the Great Emperor, the idea popped into her mind that she also knew how to do this formation pattern. And when Lu Xian mentioned a waterfall just now, she subconsciously went to look for where the waterfall was. With her powerful spiritual sense, she naturally saw the waterfall. In the distance, a vertical silver waterfall really appeared in front of him. Lu Xian looked at the little girl in his arms with surprise. Who said it was a burden? As long as you know how to use it, it will become a thigh that is infinitely thick. The silver waterfall cascades down, with steep rocks on both sides covered with moss and lush vegetation. The rumbling sound creates countless white foam in the shallow pool, and water vapor floats down with the wind, forming wisps of mist. When you get closer, a fresh vapor hits your face and the warm air is refreshing. This place has a really nice view. It's a great place for a field battle. Lu Xian exclaimed in admiration, then looked behind the waterfall. He remembered that the stone chamber where Ayan was hidden was just behind the waterfall. He needed to press a protruding rock before the stone wall would open, so it was a bit troublesome to find. Nanan, help Brother Lu find the location of the stone chamber behind the waterfall. Brother Lu, there's nothing behind there. As soon as Lu Xian finished speaking, little Nanan blinked her big eyes and pointed to a place, as if she had already discovered that the place was empty. But if Lu Xian hadn't asked her to find the stone chamber, she would not have taken the initiative to tell everyone what she had discovered. It may be silly and cute, but she is also really amazing. It all depends on whether her guardian can guide her correctly. Nanan is really amazing. Help Brother Lu find the switch of the stone chamber. Over there. So smart. Nanan is awesome. Come, let Brother Lu give you a kiss, Mua. Check it out. This is amazing wisdom. Does Red Hair Dong know how to cover the sky? He didn't understand at all, just like Ye Fan didn't understand Xiao Nanan and treated her as a mascot. Lu Xian is the one who truly understands. No one understands little Nanan better than him. With the help of the smart and capable little girl, the stone door opened with a click after a while. Lu Xian slipped in holding the little girl. Inside was a small stone chamber, empty, with only a small mound of earth in the middle that was quite conspicuous. A slender dark blue grass grew on the mound. Its rhizome was as thick as a chopstick. Its leaves were longer than those of ordinary blue-silver grass, and had fine golden lines on them, like delicate veins, exuding a rich breath of life. Blue-silver Emperor Yin. The life essence is very strong. If I eat it, will it be able to help me clear the sea of suffering? Liu Xian was deep in thought. The little girl in his arms pinched the corner of her clothes a little embarrassedly and whispered, "Brother Liu, Nanan wants to pee." Liu Xian was stunned for a moment, then put little Nanan down and pointed his finger, "Nanan, shush at it, shush at it." The direction he pointed at was the blue-silver emperor. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 1 Hush almost completed. Merit please vote and read. Chapter 45, A hush almost completed. The merit please vote and read. Oh. Little Nanan nodded obediently. She only had the mentality of a 3-year-old and didn't think too much. She just did whatever Brother Liu said. She was very obedient and sensible. After a few steps to the small mound, the little girl took off her panties, squatted down, and began to pee towards the blue-silver emperor. The leaves of the blue-silver emperor swayed as if they had consciousness, and gently rested on the little girl's chest, as if trying to push her away. It's like saying, "No." But as a stream of clear water flowed down, this movement stopped. It feels like an electric shock, it feels like flying. This is not pee, this is nectar. This is the divine spring, it tastes so good, not only is there not a trace of fishy or smelly smell, but the taste is sweet and mellow, and the essence is majestic and vast, just like rivers and seas converging into this place, and the soul flies away to the 9th heaven, which really makes Cao unable to stop. Why? Why did I get to taste such a delicious nectar spring? What should I do if I can't drink it in the future? It began to happily accept the baptism of holy water. The rhizome quickly became thicker and stronger. The leaves that were half the width of a palm had grown to a full palm in a blink of an eye. New buds kept sprouting from the rhizome, and quickly grew into new branches. Liu Xian was a little confused. Are fertilizers so effective these days? He was really stunned by the result. He just tried it on a whim, but who could have thought that the effect would be so outrageous? Wow, can a single puff of the great Emperor's Dao fruit have such powerful energy? I don't know how powerful it is. In case. Stop, don't have such perverted thoughts. People can't, at least they shouldn't. In the original novel, little Nanan once used her tears to save Ye Fan, who was beaten into a pulp. Now, with a cry, she allowed Blue-Silver Emperor Shao to practice for countless thousands of years, and he grew directly from a small grass into a small tree. Liu Xian had every reason to suspect that little Nanan was a treasure from head to toe. After little Nanan finished peeing, the Blue-Silver Emperor, which was originally not even as tall as Liu Xian's thigh, had now grown taller than him, and countless new branches kept sprouting from the main trunk. This made Liu Xian wonder whether it would be able to complete its merits on the spot and transform into a human again. Little Nanan was a little startled by the fast-growing Blue-Silver Emperor. She pulled up her pants and ran back to Liu Xian, hugged his thighs, and poked her little head out to observe silently. Liu Xian bent down and held her back in his arms. He no longer cared about the Blue-Silver Emperor that was still growing, but walked around the stone chamber. His goal was the soul bone. The stone chamber was not big, so it was not difficult to find something. After a quick glance, he saw a protruding stone wall with a metal box placed on top of it. The box was slightly heavy in his hand, and when he opened a crack, a rich breath of life emanated from it. After it was fully opened, the breath of life in the iron box completely gushed out, like a breeze blowing on the face, making people feel energetic and refreshed. Liu Xian's fatigue from traveling for most of the day seemed to be relieved a lot at this moment. In the center of the iron box, a soul bone lies quietly. This soul bone is blue-gold in color, with brilliant spots of light flashing around it. The right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old Blue-Silver Emperor, with the soul skills, flying and spring breeze rebirth. Liu Xian took a look at it and put it together with the iron box into the ring. The 100,000-year soul bone is very precious, and its appearance in Douluo continent will definitely cause a bloody storm. But in Liu Xian's eyes, this was something that could potentially contaminate his body. He was wearing it and looked down on this thing at all. If it was the supreme bone of Emperor Huangtian, he might really be troubled for a while. As for the soul bones, forget it. They were really too low grade. He planned to take them back for the little cat to keep, provided that the little cat could not use the transmigration talisman. If she could also use the transmigration talisman and go to the world of covering the sky to get a Dao seed. Then let's put this soul bone in the bottom of the box for the time being. If Liu Xian wanted to become stronger, he only needed to practice the heaven covering method. No matter how many tens of thousands of years old your soul bones were, or even if they were 1,000,000 years old, in his eyes, they could only be exchanged for gold soul coins, and then he could go to another world to spend money. Having achieved his goal, Liu Xian looked at the blue-silver emperor who was still striving to become stronger and stronger. He hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand, and clicked, and plucked off a palm-sized leaf, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. The bitter taste exploded in his mouth, and his face suddenly wrinkled together, and a mask of pain was put on his face. Puh, puh, puh. He tooey. The leaves of the blue-silver emperor do contain some life essence, but the amount is too little, and the taste is bitter and astringent. Liu Xian really can't eat it, and he doesn't want to try to eat it a second time. Eating it to create a sea of suffering is simply asking for trouble. It would be better to wait for Boyafan's holy fruit and divine spring to come. Liu Xian stayed in the stone chamber for half a cup of tea. The wildly growing blue-silver emperor finally stabilized gradually. The breath of life filled the narrow stone chamber. The golden veins in its leaves and rhizomes flowed with a substance like blood, and bits of bright light kept falling down. The tops of the branches and leaves had already touched the top of the stone chamber. It was estimated to be more than 3 meters high and was really growing into a small tree. The small mound of earth where it was originally planted has been overturned by the thick roots, and the densely packed tender white rhizomes are just clinging to the rocks. I know you can understand what I'm saying. Now I'm going to send you to a place that's more suitable for you. You stay with my friend for a while, and then I'll pick you up. If you agree, I'll shake the leaves. If you don't agree, I'll leave. The blue-silver emperor hurriedly shook its broad leaves, and bright spots of light twinkled, as beautiful and dazzling as stars. It didn't matter where it went, as long as it could still see that little girl. If the nectar spring came a few more times, it felt that it could transform into a human again. Seeing this, Liu Xian no longer hesitated. He stepped forward and put his hand on the main pole of the blue-silver emperor, which was as thick as his forearm. Don't resist. I'll send you away now. Liu Xian sent Ye Fan an exclusive red envelope. Okay, now it has been sent countless light years away. Ye Fan received an exclusive red envelope. Ye Fan was practicing in the big cauldron when he suddenly found that someone in the group had sent him a red envelope. As everyone knows, no one can resist the temptation of a red envelope. Without thinking, Ye Fan immediately clicked to receive it. Then he saw ripples in the void in front of him. A small tree was squeezed out from the ripples, and fell into the big cauldron with a plop, bathing with him. The outrageous thing was that this little tree actually jumped up all of a sudden the moment it fell into the scalding cauldron. Its roots twisted into 2 legs-like things, and it quickly stepped on his head and escaped from the cauldron. Then it curled up on the stone bed and used its palm-sized leaves to quickly fan the roots. It seems like I was burned. Ye Fan looked at the scene in confusion. Damn, this is totally off the mark. Ye Fan, brother Liu, what is this thing you sent me? Liu Xian, a small grass that has become a spirit. After it transformed, it turned into a gentle beauty. Didn't you envy Huo's good fortune before? Now you don't have to envy him anymore. I will help you realize this wish. Ye Fan, thank you so much. She is. Zhu Zuqing looked at Lu Xian who came back holding a dirty little girl, and asked with some confusion. It's a long story, I'll tell you later. It's getting dark, let's go to Nottingham City to book a hotel and buy some clothes for the little girl. By the way, do you know where to buy the Spirit Awakening Stone? Zhu Zuqing was stunned for a moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 will be opened as a separate chapter. Chapter 46 will be opened as a separate chapter. There should be another update today, but it will be a little later, so don't wait. I would like to thank Brother Nangong from Q for the reward. He said not to let Gu Yuan make the difference, and he also came to Kidian to give more rewards to the leader. I will make up for the overdue update today, but it may not be out now. It may be around 3 or 4 in the morning, or all 3 chapters will be posted together tomorrow night. Thanks again to Brother Nangong for his support. After that, additional chapters will be added at the rate of 20,000 points each. Only the rewards from qidian.com will be counted for additional chapters, and those from other sites will not be counted. Actually, I also want to update more. After all, the more I update, the more money I can make. 30,000 updates a day should be the dream of every author. But my ability really doesn't allow it. I have to look through nearly 1,000 abstract memes every day, select the ones I need to use, and incorporate them into the plot. I try my best to make this chapter fun and reasonable. It's really not that easy to accomplish. It takes a long time to pick the right memes. 1 chapter in the afternoon and 1 chapter at night is basically the limit. If I want to add more chapters, I may have to write until 3 or 4 in the morning. My clumsy hands are really no match for the tentacle monster. In addition, for this book, the main site is Kidian, and the reward subscription can be divided into half. Q and other sites can only give 1/4 of the reward subscription. For other sites except Kidian, it is better not to give rewards. It is too painful to let Go Yuan take 3/4 of the money. I would rather not earn this money myself than let Go Yuan earn this money. Or you can come to qidian.com to give a reward. Also, after receiving a round of recommendations on the main site Kidian, it is still hovering around 20+ on the light novel new book list and can't get out of it. I went to QQ Reading to take a look, and there were no recommendations or traffic there, but it was in the top 5 on both the new book list and the free list. Brothers from Kidian, please step up a bit, the competition here is too fierce. If you can give me some votes, I'd be very grateful if I could climb down the new book list. Once again, I would like to thank my parents who provide me with food and clothing. 2024-12-05, end of this chapter. Chapter 47 Brother Lu has a small brain. Brother Nangong gave me a reward for an extra chapter. Chapter 47 Brother Lu has a small brain. Brother Nangong gave me a reward for an extra chapter. An ordinary hotel in Nottingham. Is this her origin? Zhu Zuqing sat on the sofa with her legs crossed and her chin supported by her hands, staring with some surprise at the little girl not far away who was holding a brush, kneeling on a roll of paper, and writing seriously. Yet, Lu Xian nodded. He had just told Xiao Nanan's origins. There was nothing to hide from the little kitten. Brother Lu, I've finished writing it. The little girl happily climbed up from the paper roll, held up the brush to seek credit, and wanted to invite Brother Lu to come over and see the results of her learning. Lu Xian seemed to see his own past self on her confident little face. He recalled the time in kindergarten when he held up the test paper and boasted to the sky. The teacher looked at his face and got a black pockmark, so he went home and swept his buttocks with a broom. Compared to how clever I am, my little girl's test paper shouldn't be so unsightly. The little girl at this moment was wearing a fresh blue palace embroidered dress. Her skin was fair and tender with a rosy glow. Her 2 pigtails were adorned with silver chain leaf ornaments. She looked as delicate as a porcelain doll from a fairy tale, and was very lovely. There is no trace of the pitiful look he had before. No one knows better than Lu Xian how to raise a child properly. Oh? Brother Lu, come and have a look. Lu Xian walked forward with a smile, rubbed the little girl's head, and glanced at the roll of toilet paper spread on the carpet. The sun is about to arrive, and the morning light is rising in the east. The crimson mist covers the sky like silk curtains. The sun is shining brightly, and the mist is splashing. The red stone winter stream looks like an agate pond. The sun is shining in the evening, and the warm dreams are like joy. Sleeping, wandering, and bathing, like a pheasant dancing. Good good, the 48-character mantra, not a single word wrong. There is a successor, there really is a successor. I feel very comforted. Lu Xian smiled and gave a thumbs up, not sparing his praise. Well written, Nanan is awesome. Brother Lu, how should we practice this unique skill? The little girl was very happy to get the affirmation, but she was also a little confused. She had a good memory and could remember the 48 mantras after Brother Lu taught her once, but she could not understand the meaning. It's very simple. From now on, when your daughter sees someone she hates, just recite these 48 unique mantras to her. As she recites them over and over again, she will learn them. Lu Xian taught her patiently. Nanan, I understand. The little girl jumped up happily. It turned out that this unique skill was so simple. What is the unique skill? Zhu Zuqing thought that Lu Xian was just teaching ordinary calligraphy, but she didn't expect it to be a unique skill. He walked forward to check it out with great interest, then frowned slightly, then he thought about it carefully, and finally, he suddenly realized, there was a hint of weirdness in the look he gave Lu Xian. You must be very healthy to teach these to children, right? Of course, Lu Xian's little dark horse is super healthy and can eat 10 kilograms of grass in one meal. Ye Fan, I just sent away a little ancestor, and here comes a little grass spirit. This little grass spirit is always beside me and disturbing my cultivation. It seems to want to convey some message, but I really can't understand it. Brother Lu, I hate you. Ye Fan, I can't practice properly anymore, I'm desperate, I miss you. Lu Xian, then pick a bad day, this way you can turn it into a good day. Xiao Yan, can we meet again after a while? The old sow from the wife's family of the youngest son of my third uncle's second cousin's fourth aunt's grandson's son-in-law is about to give birth soon. I'm afraid that you will be reincarnated into my family. Starting from 0 frame, 2 things are born, and your horse is gone. Ye Fan looked at the little grass spirit that was circling around him beside the cauldron, and his mentality changed drastically. It was a mentality of having no desire to live and just wanting to lie down and die. Yan Lingji, why can the 3 of you communicate, like this? She seemed to be unable to think of a good adjective. Lu Xian, don't be envious, learn more and understand more, you can also be a firefighting girl. By the way, how did you have time to join the 3-person water group team? Yan Lingji, it was getting dark, I found an abandoned village on the road to stay, I couldn't sleep, there were so many mosquitoes, I burned a group of them with fire. And then another group flew in from the window, biting me as soon as I closed my eyes, leaving so many bites, it was so itchy that it made me angry. Xiao Yan, this is easy. I will teach you. This is amazing wisdom from more than 2,000 years ago. You just need to use your fingernails to make a cross on the mosquito bite, and the exorcism process will be completed. The itching will stop. Ye Fan, it's clearly the word nail rice. Xiao Yan, nailing the cross is the correct method. Ye Fan, I personally tested that the cross would itch, so nailing the rice character can successfully exorcise the evil spirits. Xiao Yan, I won't argue with you. The minority should obey the majority. What do you think, Brother Lu? Lu Xian, I think he should be crucified too. Xiao Yan at Ye Fan, look, I said the cross is useful, the minority must obey the majority. Lu Xian, after nailing the cross, I always take a cross screwdriver and unscrew the bag. This is the only way to completely exorcise the evil spirits. Ye Fan, hui. Xiao Yan, hui. Case solved, everyone else has bound feet, but brother Lu is different. He may have bound his cerebellum. Zhu Zuqing went to the bathroom to take a shower. She had been traveling all day. After arriving in Notting City, she took the little girl shopping for clothes and went to the Martial Soul branch hall to buy Martial Soul awakening stones, soul power crystal balls and other things. She was really tired, and she just wanted to soak in the bathtub and relax. The task of coaxing the little girl was ruthlessly thrown to Lu Xian. Cultivating the relationship with Lu Xianal is his golden legion in the future, and it is his responsibility. Lights out. He lay on his side on the bed, supporting his head with one hand and gently patting his little girl with the other, telling her the touching love story of the mermaid and the prince, trying to coax her to sleep. The little girl curled up her thin body as usual. It was the first time for her to feel in such a warm bed. Her big black and bright eyes looked at Lu Xian quietly with a peaceful smile on her lips. She had never felt the company of her loved ones before. Brother Lu Xian was the brightest light in her little heart. A long time ago, there was a prince who was sailing on the sea. Later, a strong wind suddenly blew up on the sea, and the prince accidentally fell into the sea. The prince is stupid and can't swim. Fortunately, at this time, a mermaid princess rescued the prince and sent him back to the shore. It was the first time the prince saw the mermaid princess. He became curious and interested in her. He waited on the shore for many days, hoping to see the mermaid princess who saved him again. But the mermaid princess never appeared again. Later, the prince went back to his country and read books. He finally found out the race of the mermaid princesses and the areas where they live. According to the books, mermaids are the darlings of heaven and earth. A faint and even snoring sound came from beside him. Lu Xian lowered his voice and finished the story. It's a good thing. Later, he fished out the mermaid and made soup with it. From then on, the kingdom's national strength developed rapidly. There will be a chapter about the main character's look and little girl's new look later on. Keep asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. Oh wow! Please vote in red. Chapter 48. Oh wow! Please vote in red. The little girl was sleeping soundly, and her peaceful appearance was adorable. Children are easy to coax, unlike Naki, who always gives me the cold eye. She's not cute at all. Lu Xian smiled slightly. It would definitely be good for him to take good care of the little girl now. Who knows, the Empress might be deeply moved in the future. Then she would wave her hand and support him. She said in a domineering manner, "Look, this is the Baidu kingdom that I have built for you." If there really were such a stunningly beautiful and unrivaled emperor who could support Lu Xian in the future, he would be willing to do so even if it meant letting him have beauties on both sides and eat as much hedao flowers as he wanted. Well, it's dark now, not suitable for daydreaming, I'd better wait until daybreak. Lu Xian yawned and got up carefully from the bed. He had been tired all day and felt a little depressed. In this situation, of course he had to take a hot bath and relax. In order to avoid waking up the little girl who had just fallen asleep, Lu Xian left quietly, turned the thick wooden door of the bathroom, and pushed it open a gap. Hey, the light in the bathroom is on? This hotel is so thoughtful that they didn't even turn off the bathroom light, as they are afraid that the guests won't be able to see the way. Lu Xian made up his mind that he must give a one-star review when checking out to encourage them so that they would not dare to waste the country's electricity resources in the future, which would be a really shameful behavior. The thick wooden door was completely pushed open, and mist rose above the small bathroom. In the bathtub, which was not even as high as the thigh, there was a slight sound of water splashing. A pair of beautiful eyes with a hint of panic looked over and met Lu Xian, who was still holding the door handle with one hand and a dazed expression. It should be a good time. Oh my god, that's not right. Dabai's good thunder doesn't seem right either, it's a big thunder that is just 1 point away from happening. Liu Xian finally saw it today. Why is the kitten taking a shower in my room? Didn't she always go back to her room before? After a brief moment of confusion, Liu Xian was overjoyed. Why do you care so much? Now there are 3 choices before him. 1. He pounced on me with a strange laugh and said, G. 2. Say sorry, then pretend to be a gentleman, close the door, and look around to see if there is a crack. If there is no crack, make one yourself and act like a staring cat. 3. Apply glue first. Before Liu Xian could make this difficult choice. Close the door. The kitten let out a low growl of shame and anger, its cheeks now flushed, not knowing if it was from the bath or from shyness. Its delicate and beautiful face looked particularly charming at this moment, like a blooming rose after the rain. Okay. Liu Xian closed the door, leaned against it, patted his chest and said to himself with relief, It's good, it's good. I almost lost my identity as a gentleman. This is too much of a violation of the rules. Don't look at what is indecent, don't say what is indecent, don't listen to what is indecent. Forget it. Let me do it a little bit. Bah! How could I, Liu Xian, do such a thing as taking advantage of someone's misfortune? I'm a student of the spring and autumn annals. Whoosh! A piece of clothing fell over at this moment. It accurately covered his head, blocking his sight. In fact, Liu Xian only took the time to look at it a few hundred times. The little cat was really stingy. It didn't even let him see it. It seemed that he had no choice but to take action. Then the fowl must be brought to justice. I told you to close the door and get out. I didn't tell you to come in and close the door. The kitten's head was smoking, like a steam girl. It hid in the bathtub with only its head sticking out. It felt embarrassed and annoyed. How could this person be so outrageous? Go out. Only a gentleman would choose to go out. What a coincidence, Liu Xian. Just right, not, he is the opposite of a gentleman. Clothes beast. The clothes covering his head still had a trace of residual warmth from his skin, and a scent of milk lingered at his nose. Liu Xian pulled the clothes off, shook them flat and took a look. It turned out to be underwear. No wonder there was a rich menu aroma coming from the prairie. How does that song go? Ah, this is menu on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. The smell was a bit heady, like pouring a handful of boiling oil on a fire. Liu Xian felt his head swollen and uncomfortable. That's right, not the head above. Shh. He put his finger to his lips. The little girl has just fallen asleep. Kitty, you don't want to make too much noise and wake her up. Come over and see what happened. As expected, the kitten stopped meowing and lowered its head with a somewhat flustered look. Liu Xian showed a smug smile on his lips, and approached her like a big bad wolf. He walked to the bathtub in 3 or 2 steps, squatted down, stretched out a finger and lifted her attractive fair and rosy face. It's a shame to waste water. If we wash together, we can save a large tank of water to support poor children in the desert. Bah! You pervert, you hooligan! How could Zhu Zuqing believe his lies? She lowered her voice, crossed her slender arms in front of her, and cursed in a low voice with a red face. It's not like she hasn't been taken advantage of by Liu Xian before, and it can even be said that the number of times taken advantage of by him is almost countless. But this is the first time that it has happened like this, and she feels both ashamed and angry. A pervert and hooligan? Liu Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Wow, the little kitty has such good taste. As expected of a little kitty, you can judge people accurately. Don't move, let brother Liu check your body and see if your injuries from a few days ago have healed. The divine halo of Tianling flowed, quickly detached from the body, and rewrapped around the palm. This magic weapon was not very effective, but in some aspects, it was so fast that people had no time to react. Liu Xian's agile and well-shaped body made the kitten's pupils tremble violently as if an earthquake occurred. It suddenly turned its head away. Wow! The sound of water splashing and suppressed exclamations rang out at the same time. The little kitten was very wild, and seeing how shameless he was, it no longer tried to hide itself, but instead rose up in resistance and attacked aggressively, just like the sage equaling heaven in the past, with lofty ambitions to overturn the world and escape from the cage. But her mediocre kung fu was no match for Lu Xian. She was knocked to the ground in a few moves and had difficulty breathing. Fortunately, Lu Xian was there and gave her artificial respiration and performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation, which saved her life. He also used this opportunity to find out his background and the depth of his strength. Just a little wildcat. That's all. Seeing that the situation was not good, she wanted to escape, but there was no way to escape from the five-finger mountain of Buddha Lu, who suppressed her on the spot. Lu Xian soaked in the bathtub, feeling refreshed both physically and mentally, with an expression of extreme joy on his face. How much pleasure can you have? It's like... oh wow oh wow! Very loud, the feel is invincible. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Fighting Skills. Please vote and subscribe. Chapter 49 Fighting Skills. Please vote and subscribe. Noon the next day. The sun was already setting, but the kitten in the next room hadn't gotten up yet. Lu Xian closed his eyes and sensed that he could hear a very even breathing sound, which meant the kitten must still be sleeping soundly. In the past, she would always come to wake Lu Xian up early in the morning to set off. Her biological clock was as punctual as an alarm clock. But today I slept until noon. The kitten is too weak and was really tortured last night. It seems that it is really exhausted. I am indeed very strong and very big, I need to be patient. Lu Xian was very proud and did not wake her up. Thinking of letting her rest a little longer, he took the little girl downstairs to have lunch, packed a portion and came back, then gently knocked on the door. After a while, there was a sound from inside the door. The little kitten limped and opened the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She saw two people, one big and one small, outside the door. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She recalled the crazy things that happened last night and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. In fact, she had thought that there would be such a day a long time ago. She had been prepared for this since she decided to follow him. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon, and it wasn't romantic at all, it was even a little rude. The scenes of last night flashed through her mind quickly, and she couldn't help but glare at Lu Xian fiercely. This guy really didn't know how to be gentle with women. If little Nanan hadn't been next to her, she would have wanted to pounce on him and bite him a few times. Pet cats also have tempers. Lunch. Lu Xian chuckled and handed over the packed lunch in his hand. We are not traveling today. I have already renewed the room. You should have a good rest. I will take the little girl out of the city to see if I can awaken a martial spirit for her. Zhu Zuqing nodded expressionlessly, took the lunch, and then slammed the door. Brother Lu, did you have a fight with Sister Zuqing? Seeing that Sister Zuqing was fierce, the little girl looked up weakly and asked. Lu Xian picked her up, held her in his arms, rubbed her head and smiled faintly. No, Nanan, your sister Zuqing just worked too much last night and is a little tired. She just needs a day's rest. Zhu Zuqing stumbled in the room. How could this bastard say these things to a child? Lu Xian carried the little girl out of the hotel, teasing her all the way, and walked slowly towards the outside of Nodding City, treating today as a day off. Little Nanan was too special, and Lu Xian was not sure whether he could awaken her martial soul, or if something outrageous would happen after her martial soul was awakened. He had to find a place where no one was around. If Xiao Nanan can really awaken her martial soul, then the rest of the group will probably also be able to come to the Douluo world and awaken a martial soul of their own. A single martial soul is nothing in the universe, but everyone in the group has practiced the heaven-covering technique, so their martial souls have the possibility of being tempered into instruments of enlightenment, which can give everyone in the group an extra means to deal with the enemy. Chat group, Xiao Yan uploaded the palm sucking. Chat group, Xiao Yan uploaded the fire-blowing palm. Chat group, Xiao Yan uploaded 8 extreme collapse. Yefan, brother Kadayan, what are these things you uploaded? They sound like some kind of martial arts moves? Xiao Yan, almost, but here I call it fighting skills, a fighting skill similar to the 18 dragon subduing palms. If the Dao Sutra you uploaded before is a martial arts technique, then what I uploaded is a martial arts technique. Yefan, why did you suddenly think of uploading these things today? Xiao Yan, good brothers should of course share happiness. Lu Xian, let me expose this. His fighting skills are not so easy to learn. I have read his scripts. He suffered a lot when practicing various fighting skills. I guess he wants us to suffer with him when practicing fighting skills. Isn't it true, Huo? When you practice Beiji Beng, you must feel very comfortable being whipped by Yao Lao's whip, right? Xiao Yan. Oh no, how come my secrets were exposed, damn it, if I could also channel the energy in the wheel of life to strengthen my body, why would I need to be whipped? Yefan, okay, it turns out that we are not sharing happiness, but sharing difficulties. I have seen your true hypocritical face. Yefan, but can you explain the whipping in detail? Xiao Yan, false accusation. He is framing me. Yefan, really? Squinting smile expression. JPG play is play, jokes are jokes. The speed at which people in the group downloaded the fighting game was actually quite fast. Curiosity was one reason, and perhaps it might be helpful to them and could improve their strength was another reason. Yefan downloaded the suction palm. Yan Lingji downloaded blowing fire. Beiji collapse. Huo has been using this fighting skill all the time. He even used it when he fought against the boss Tian Xieshen in the Great Thousand World. It was a big move in the early stage and a basic attack in the later stage. It can be said that it truly runs through the entire history of Douluo. Lu Xian is very interested in this fighting skill. He brought his little girl to a clear stream on the outskirts of Nottingham. The stream was only ankle deep. Little girl saw a crab and excitedly tried to catch it. Lu Xianal was relaxed, sitting on a large flat rock and silently clicking on the fighting skills download. Lu Xian downloaded Bajabeng. The chat group preached again. Learn the Eucharist congenitally. Start up. Beiji collapse, a high-level Xian-level fighting skill, a close-range attack fighting skill, known for its strong attack power. When it is fully developed, the attack contains 8 layers of energy, and the 8 layers are superimposed. Its power is comparable to that of a low-level Earth-level fighting skill. The key points of its cultivation are: a moment of effort. Lu Xian has already mastered this fighting skill. It is not as obscure as the Taoist scriptures. It can even be said to be simple and easy to understand. To practice Beiji Beng, one first needs a relatively strong physique. Secondly, this fighting skill requires compressing and condensing the fighting spirit between the fists and palms in a special way to form a point with great attack power. However, these are only the obvious strength. Beiji Beng also has 8 levels of hidden strength. If you want to master the dark power, you must have a precise control over the fighting spirit that you have gathered. The moment you fight, you must send the power at the tip of your fist into the opponent's body, and the dark power will be formed and burst out. Lu Xian did not have fighting spirit, but in his opinion, this simple and crude attack method should be of the same nature as soul power. He walked to a big tree as thick as a water jar, closed his eyes and pondered for a while, then slowly raised his right fist. Above his right fist, one could vaguely see the airflow formed by soul power surging and gathering. After a slight silence, he let out a low shout and smashed it heavily on the trunk of the tree. Beiji collapse. Boom. With a dull thud, wood chips flew everywhere where the fist hit, and several cracks quickly spread along a small hole created by the fist. Boom. Not long after the previous muffled sound subsided, another even deeper muffled sound suddenly came from the tree trunk. Click! The force contained in the muffled sound was directly sent by Liu Xian deep into the tree trunk. In an instant, it suddenly exploded from the inside. The trunk, as thick as a water tank, became shaky under the destruction of this hidden force, and it seemed that it would fall down completely if there was a slightly stronger wind. This hidden power is quite interesting. It has such power after just one level of application. It is much more interesting than the overt power. Liu Xian's eyes lit up slightly. This was a magical trick used by a con man. Xiao Yan, among these three fighting skills, Beiji Collapse is the most difficult to practice, but it is also the most powerful. I have barely gotten started now. Liu Xian, chat group photo, Liu Xian, photo of a tree that was hit by a punch. JPG. Liu Xian, is it really difficult? Liu Xian, why can't I learn it after just one look? Xiao Yan. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 I have two friends, please vote and read. Chapter 50 I have two friends, please vote and read. You actually say such a simple fighting skill is difficult. G. Liu Xian seriously suspected that Huo might have had his cerebellum wrapped. Liu Sweki, I just learned these three fighting skills, and they don't seem to be difficult. Compared with the prerequisites for practicing King Yun's divine sword and lightning controlling technique, they are already very simple. I just practiced for a while and can already use them in a preliminary way. Thank you, Deist Xiao Yan, for your fighting skills. Xiao Yan. She was clearly thanking me sincerely, but why did I feel like I was stabbed again in the chest after the first one? You must have done this on purpose. If Liu Xian said this, Xiao Yan had no doubt that he did it on purpose. But this person is Liu Sweki. As everyone knows, there are two people with the surname Liu in the group, one is a human and the other may be a dog. Liu Sweki, she is definitely the most serious person in the group. Maybe, it was. We cannot rule out the possibility that one has been corrupted by the dog because of the bad company he has kept. She really. I cried to death. You can hit me directly, but you still make me guess whether you are hitting me or not. Classmate Huo wanted to wipe away his tears. Is the gap between people really that big? Liu Xian downloaded the suction palm. Liu Xian downloaded the fire-blowing palm. After a while, Liu Xian, video, the suction palm sucked in a large rock weighing several dozen kilograms, and the blowing fire palm blasted it away. Liu Xian, these two fighting skills don't seem to have much power. Liu Xian, Huo, can you teach me some difficult fighting skills? Ask Yao Lao for his background, and I can arrange something like the flame point devouring wave ruler. Or you can go to your girlfriend and learn the entire Emperor Seal technique. These ones are not difficult or challenging. Xiao Yan had never heard of the two fighting skills, Flame Devouring Wave Ruler and Emperor Seal Art, but he could imagine that these should be some high-level fighting skills that his future self had learned in the storybook. Xiao Yan, middle finger. JPG, I want a hammer, it was so hard for me to get started with Beiji Bang. I am afraid I can't understand what you said, and I can't practice it. Okay, how can I upload it to the group? Xiao Yan, I have shut myself in. Don't bother with me. Before I traveled through time, I hated geniuses like you. Now, I hate geniuses like you even more. I want to sever all ties with geniuses like you, lest my Tao heart become unstable. Yefan, happy. Look what I found, a wild and resentful idiot. I won't name him. Slanting smile. JPG. Yan Lingji originally wanted to ask in the group why everyone can learn so quickly, but after seeing this sentence, she chose to remain silent. By the creek. Liu Xian looked at the messages in the chat group quietly and fell into deep thought. He had never uploaded any martial arts techniques in the group, so he didn't quite understand them. It's not that he didn't want to upload and share, but there was really nothing like this in the Douluo world. From what Huo said, it seems that one needs to have a preliminary understanding of the skills or fighting techniques before being able to successfully upload them to the group. It seems that I won't be able to get more fighting skills for the time being. I have to let Huo grow a little bit more. Among the people in the group, apart from me, Naki's comprehension seems to be a bit absurd. It was like this before when she was learning the Taoist scriptures, and it is the same now when she is learning fighting skills. No matter which world system, she seems to be able to master it quickly. She is almost catching up with my learning speed as a congenital saint. Liu Xian stroked his chin and thought, doubting himself. It was impossible for him to be this smart. Could he be a genius at this level? It feels more like. Could she be a congenital Dao fetus? This bold speculation popped up in Liu Xian's mind, that the physique was the same as the holy maiden of Baidu Zifu Holy Land. The more Liu Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. If it really was a congenital Taoist fetus, or a similar physique, then everything would make sense. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to take her to a large sect in the world of Shrouding Heaven to verify it. Taixuan sect is a good one. Li Ruyu is a good man. Or, after he rescues the God King, I can ask him to help. By the way, Huo is out of stock, but I still have Nike Mao Mao to pull out. The magic sword and thunder control technique is not as good as the fighting skills. Liu Xian's eyes lit up. Liu Xian at Liu Sweki, Naki, have you mastered the secret of controlling lightning with the divine sword now? Liu Sweki, it has not been officially used yet. Liu Xian, I mean you learned it, but you never used it. Liu Sweki, this move is too powerful. It can draw the 9 heavens divine thunder to destroy the enemy. It has very demanding requirements on the caster's physique, cultivation, and magic weapons. Ordinary magic weapons cannot attract the power of the 9 heavens divine thunder. At the very least, it will backfire on itself, and at the worst, the sword will be destroyed and the person will die on the spot, causing disasters. I won't try it lightly without certainty. Liu Xian, it sounds amazing, can you upload a copy for study? I have 2 friends who are seriously ill. Before they die, they just want to see the magnificent power of the divine sword and thunder controlling secret, otherwise they may not be able to rest in peace. Liu Sweki, who are your 2 friends? What serious illness have they contracted? I have some medicine that may be able to cure them. Naki is still so kind-hearted and gullible. She really did it. I cried my heart out. Liu Xian almost couldn't bear to continue fooling her. Liu Xian, my friends, one is Ye Fan and the other is Xiao Yan, both have advanced hemorrhoid cancer, and the hemorrhoids are spreading all over their bodies. Please, upload a copy so they can rest in peace. Your mother, X2 Ye Fan, voice, 60 seconds. Xiao Yan, voice, 60 seconds. Liu Sweki. Liu Sweki didn't know what hemorrhoid cancer was, but when she checked the voice chat between the 2 people, she heard the curses so ugly that it must not be a serious disease. She suddenly realized that she had been fooled by Liu Xian again. Hey, why should I say it again? If you think about it carefully, we are all from 2 different worlds. How could his friends know him and know the secret of controlling lightning with the magic sword? Concern leads to chaos. Liu Sweki, don't think about the divine sword and thunder control secret. I am a disciple of King Yun. Without the master's permission, I will not pass on the King Yun secret and the mountain guarding secret. Liu Sweki, besides, with your unpredictable personality, I'm really afraid that you will be struck to death by the 9 heavens divine thunder and end up with your soul torn apart. Liu Xian, you are so stingy. I will not be with you anymore. I will be with Fire Girl from now on. Yan Lingji, get away. Liu Xian. Ye Fan, middle finger.jpg. Xiao Yan, middle finger.jpg. It's a rare and pleasing thing for brother Liu to suffer a setback, and it's worth celebrating with champagne. The idea of learning the divine sword and lightning control secret to show off was ruined just like that. Chilling, they are all heartless women. Lu Xian, will remember you. Write it down in a small notebook first. Brother Lu, look at the little crab I caught. Little Nanan happily ran back holding a little crab and asked for praise. The little crab waved its claws in her white and tender little hands, and pinched it wildly without even breaking the skin. My daughter is still the best. She calls him Brother Lu so affectionately, unlike those women in the group who ignore themselves after letting them take advantage of them. Ruthless. Who can you love with a broken heart? Lu Xian said that he could still love Nanan. End of this chapter.